Hey there, you brave soul who decided one more story was a good idea. I'm glad you made it here tonight. With the fire giving off that slow, steady warmth, it feels like the kind of evening where even time itself is willing to sit down. Tonight, we're easing into the complete history of British coinage, a quiet journey through small objects that pass through countless hands, pockets, and moments of everyday life. If this calm storytelling helps you unwind, feel free to follow or leave a like, and tell me where you're listening in from and what time it is for you. Now draw a little closer to the warmth, turn on a fan for some noise, slow your breathing, and let's begin. Close your eyes and imagine holding a worn copper coin between your fingers, its surface smooth from 10,000 hands before yours, its edges softened by centuries of pockets and purses. Tonight, you're going to trace the remarkable story of British money, from ancient bartering beaches to the precise machines that stamp modern currency, discovering how these small metal circles have witnessed every triumph and tragedy of the British Isles. Let's begin where all stories of exchange must start. With people who needed to trade but hadn't yet invented the coin. You're standing on a windswept hillside around 800 BCE. The grass ripples like water in the breeze, and you can smell the salt from the sea, mixing with the earthy scent of livestock nearby. In your hands you hold something curious, a bronze axe head, perfectly formed but never meant to chop wood. It's too thin and too decorative, and there's a little ring at the top for stringing it on a cord with others just like it. This axe head is money, though nobody here would use that word. You're about to trade it for 3 sheep, and the farmer examining it runs his thumb along the edge with the practiced air of someone who's handled hundreds of these before. He knows its weight, the copper content, and that he can trade it onward for grain, salt, or whatever else his family needs. The transaction happens without coins, without paper, without anything we'd recognise as official currency, just 2 people agreeing that this shaped piece of bronze represents value. Across Britain, different communities favour different objects for trade. In some coastal areas, people prefer to exchange strings of beads made from polished shell, each one representing a fixed amount of value that everyone seems to understand through some unspoken agreement. The beads click together pleasantly when you gather them up, and they catch the light in ways that make even practical transactions feel slightly magical. In other regions, particularly where metalworking has taken hold, people use small iron bars called currency bars, unglamorous things really, about the length of your forearm and shaped like flat swords. They're heavy enough to be inconvenient, which is perhaps the point. Money shouldn't be too simple to carry around. The Celts, who will give Britain so much of its early character, have developed an intriguing relationship with valuable objects. They sometimes use gold torques, those twisted neck rings you've seen in museums, not primarily as jewellery but as portable wealth. A chieftain might wear 3 torques at once, not from vanity but because that's where he keeps his fortune. When he needs to pay someone, he simply removes one and hands it over. The torch retains its value whether it's around a neck or sitting in a wooden chest. Though wearing wealth does have the advantage of making robbery slightly more difficult. You walk through a marketplace that exists only on certain days, when families from miles around converge at a traditional meeting spot. There's no permanent structure here, just an open space where everyone knows to gather. A woman offers you honeycomb for some woven cloth you've brought, and the transaction requires no weights, no standardised measurement, just her judgment and yours about what seems fair. The honey smells impossibly sweet, and bits of wax cling to her fingers as she breaks off a section. This is how trade works when everyone knows everyone, and reputation matters more than receipts. But as communities grow larger, and trade routes extend beyond familiar faces, problems emerge. How do you value goods when trading with strangers who don't share your local customs? The bronze axe heads are effective in certain regions, but if you travel 50 miles, people may prefer iron bars, request payment in livestock, or insist on salt. as salt preserves while other goods eventually spoil. Some enterprising traders start carrying a bit of everything, which makes them walking junkyards of theoretical value. The real breakthrough, though it won't arrive for centuries yet, will be finding something small enough to carry easily, valuable enough to matter, standardized enough to trust, and rare enough that just anyone can't make more. Gold and silver fit most of these requirements, but only when shaped into regular pieces that everyone agrees to accept. That's still in the future, though. For now, you live in a world where wealth has texture and weight, where you can run your hands over your fortune and feel every bit of it. The evening settles in with that particular quality of light you get in Britain when the sun hangs low but fully refuses to set. Someone nearby is cooking fish over an open fire, and the smoke drifts through the marketplace, mixing with the smell of earth and animals and the indefinable scent of a gathering of humans engaged in the eternal activity of swapping things they have for things they want. You tuck your new sheep wool under your arm, satisfied with the day's trading, and head home as the stars begin appearing overhead. Those same stars that have watched countless transactions like yours, and will watch countless more before coins finally arrive to complicate everything. The Roman soldiers march into Britain in 43 CE with more than just weapons and ambition. They bring money that actually looks like money. You're watching from a safe distance as they make camp, and even from here you can hear the clink of metal on metal, a sound that will become the soundtrack of commerce for the next several centuries. The coins in their purses are small, standardized, and stamped with images that proclaim Roman authority in a way that bronze axe heads never could. Pick up one of these early Roman coins. Go ahead. Imagine the weight of it in your palm. It's a sestertius made of brass, and is pleasantly substantial without being burdensome. On one side you see the emperor's profile, his features rendered with enough detail that you'd probably recognise him on the street, assuming you were ever going to meet the emperor, which you're not. The other side shows something symbolic. Maybe Britannia herself, personified as a seated woman, or perhaps a military victory, or one of the many gods the Romans seem determined to keep happy. What makes these coins revolutionary isn't their beauty or even their convenience, it's the promise they represent. When you hold a Roman coin, you're holding a piece of the empire itself, something that will be accepted from Hadrian's Wall to the markets of Rome, from the muddy trading posts of Germania to the sun-baked streets of Alexandria. For the first time in British history, money has become truly portable across vast distances. A merchant can travel from Londinium to Gaul with nothing but a purse of coins, confident that the wine seller in Gaul will accept the same currency that bought grain in Britain. The Romans organised their currency with characteristic precision. The basic unit is the os, a copper coin that buys you simple things, a loaf of bread perhaps, or entry to the public baths. 4 arses equal 1 sestertius, 25 denarii equal 1 aureus, which is gold and therefore quite precious. The mathematics of it all takes some getting used to, especially for Britons who've been managing perfectly well with informal bartering arrangements, thank you very much. But the system works, and more importantly, it scales. You're in a shop in Verulamium, modern St Albans, on a day when winter rain has turned the streets to mud. Inside, oil lamps cast warm light on shelves, stocked with goods from across the empire, wine from Gaul, olive oil from Spain, glassware that catches the lamplight and throws it around the room in amber fragments. The shopkeeper, a Romano-British man whose adopted Latin names alongside his Celtic ones, handles coins with the easy confidence of someone who's been using them for years. He stacks them in little piles as he counts, the coins clicking against the wooden counter with sounds that range from the bright ring of fresh silver to the duller thunk of worn bronze. Each coin tells a story if you know how to read it. That aureus commemorating a military victory wasn't minted to celebrate. It was minted to pay the soldiers who won the battle. Then it circulated through the economy, moving from purse to purse, each transaction another chapter in its journey. Some coins develop a patina that speaks of decades in circulation. Others remain sharp and clear, suggesting they've been hoarded, saved, kept from the flow of commerce for reasons known only to their owners. The Romans introduced something else besides coins, the concept of debasement, though they'd never call it that. When the empire needs money, to pay soldiers, to build aqueducts, to fund the endless machinery of administration, it has two choices: raise taxes or make the coins worth slightly less. They often choose the latter, reducing the silver content in their denarii so gradually that most people don't notice immediately. Your grandfather's denarius was 95% silver. Yours is closer to 80%. In another generation it'll be 60%. The coin looks the same and weighs nearly the same but contains less of what gives it intrinsic value. This is a trick that will be repeated throughout British history, each time with the same justification and the same grumbling from citizens who feel cheated but lack the power to object. As Roman Britain develops, coins become markers of civilization itself. Markets where coins exchange hands are essential for towns to gain credibility. Public buildings, baths, amphitheatres and administrative centres all require coin-based economies to function. You can't run a large-scale public works project on bartered sheep. The military especially depends on standardised payment. Soldiers expect their wages in coin, and those wages then flow into the local economy as soldiers buy food, entertainment, and the various goods and services that soldiers have always purchased in garrison towns. But something intriguing happens in rural areas, places where Roman authority is more theoretical than actual. There, the old ways persist alongside the new. A farmer might accept coins for his surplus grain, certainly, but he's just as pleased to trade directly with neighbours he's known all his life. The coins are useful for dealing with strangers, with tax collectors, and with the apparatus of empire. But for everyday life among people who trust each other, the bronze axe heads and direct exchanges haven't entirely disappeared. You watch the sunset from the walls of Eberacum, York, and the city below you glows in the slanting light. From here, you can see the commercial district where money changers sit with their scales and their suspicious eyes, ready to weigh foreign coins and determine their value. The clink of commerce rises even at this hour, mixing with the sounds of workshops closing, of families gathering for evening meals, and of a city that has learned to run on small metal discs that promise value as surely as any oath or handshake. The Romans have brought their coins, and Britain somewhat reluctantly has learned to use them. The Romans are gone now, departed from Britain in a gradual withdrawal that leaves behind roads, walls, and a population that had grown rather attached to using coins. But without the empire to back them, without the mints to produce them, and without the traders to circulate them, the coins themselves begin to disappear. You're living through what historians will call the early medieval period, and money has become scarce enough that people are going back to older ways of trading. Then, slowly, coins return. Not Roman coins, those have mostly been buried, hoarded or melted down, but new ones, struck by Anglo-Saxon kings who are trying to establish authority over their fractured realms. The coin that will dominate British life for the next several hundred years is the silver penny, and it's surprisingly small when you first hold one. Not much bigger than your thumbnail, thin as parchment, made of silver that's been hammered almost to the point of translucence. It doesn't look like much, but this penny will become the foundation of medieval English commerce. King Offa of Mercia gets credit for standardising the penny in the late 700s, though like most monetary innovations, the reality is messier than the legend. He's trying to create currency that will be accepted across his kingdom and beyond, something that can compete with the Frankish coins flooding into England through trade routes. His pennies bear his name and title, proclaiming royal authority in Latin around the edge, with a crude but effective portrait in the centre. The silver content is carefully controlled. 240 pennies to the pound of sterling silver, a ratio that will persist for centuries and give us the D symbol for pence from the Latin denarius. You're at a market in Winchester on a morning when mist still clings to the ground and the first merchants are setting up their stalls. The coins circulating here come from various mints scattered across England. Winchester itself has one, but so do London, Canterbury, York and a dozen smaller towns. Each mint puts its name on the coins it produces, along with the moneyer's name, the craftsman responsible for striking them. This creates an intriguing situation. Theoretically, all pennies are equal, but in practice, people develop preferences. Coins from the London Mint are considered more reliable than those from some obscure town where the moneyer might be adding extra copper to his silver when he thinks no one's watching. The penny is both too small and too large for everyday transactions. The penny is considered too small because a single penny holds a significant amount of value, sufficient to purchase several loaves of bread or a chicken. For smaller purchases, people cut their pennies in half, creating half pennies, or into quarters for farthings. These cut coins have their charm, though spending them requires a certain amount of trust that the other person won't quibble about whether your half is truly half or suspiciously light. Major purchases necessitate counting out hundreds or thousands of pennies, a tedious process that can lead to accidental or deliberate miscounting. The medieval economy relies heavily on credit and debt, a situation that would undoubtedly make modern accountants cringe. When you buy something expensive, say a horse, you might pay part in pennies and owe the rest to be settled at some future date when you've sold your wool clip or your grain harvest. The seller keeps track of these debts using tally sticks, pieces of wood with notches carved into them, then split lengthwise so both parties have matching records. The pennies that do change hands are often worn smooth, their images barely visible, their edges clipped by people who've shaved off tiny slivers of silver over the years. Everyone knows this happens, and everyone tacitly agrees to ignore it, at least until someone tries to pass off a penny that's obviously too light. In monasteries and manor houses, careful accounts record every penny spent and received. The accounts are beautiful in their way, written in practiced hands on parchment that will survive for centuries. Item paid to John the carpenter 12 pence for repairing the barn door. Item received from a sale of wool 43 pence. The pennies themselves rarely stay in one place long. They flow through the economy like water, pooling temporarily in the strong boxes of the wealthy, before being released again in payment for goods, services or taxes. Speaking of taxes, the Crown collects them in pennies, which creates interesting logistics. Imagine being a local tax collector, riding from village to village with guards, accumulating thousands of pennies that need to be transported safely to the royal treasury. The bags of coins are heavy enough to require pack animals, and the journey is dangerous enough to require armed escorts. Bandits don't care about the sanctity of royal revenue, and a bag of pennies represents more wealth than most people will see in a lifetime. Counterfeiting is a constant problem, punishable by unpleasant deaths that the authorities describe in gruesome detail as a deterrent. Despite this, people keep trying. The temptation to strike your own pennies, or to add base metal to the silver, or to file genuine coins and collect the silver dust, proves too strong for some. Every few decades, the Crown responds by calling in all the old coins and issuing new ones, forcing everyone to exchange their worn, clipped or suspect pennies for fresh ones at the royal mints. These recoinages are supposed to restore trust in the currency, though they also provide opportunities for the Crown to profit by issuing the new coins at slightly less silver content than the old ones. What goes around comes around, as they say. You're holding a penny minted during the reign of Edward I, and even in the dim light of a tavern you can make out the details. The long cross on the reverse that extends to the edge, making it harder to clip the coin without it showing, the legend that circles the edge, and the crude but somehow dignified portrait of the king himself. This penny might travel from here to Scotland in someone's purse, then south again to London in payment for Scottish wool, then west to Wales in a merchant's pouch, then back here again in a circular journey that could take years. Each time it changes hands, it represents an agreement between people, that this bit of silver has value, that the king's stamp guarantees its worth, that tomorrow it will still buy what it buys today. The medieval penny is more than money. It's a physical manifestation of trust in a world where trust is often in short supply. When you accept someone's penny in payment, you're trusting not just them, not just the king who issued it, not just the moneyer who struck it, but the entire complex web of agreements and traditions that give meaning to this small silver disc. And most of the time, remarkably, that trust holds. The Tower of London looms grey and imposing on this particular morning in 1279, and somewhere within its walls, in a secure room that few people ever see, a mint is producing coins with methodical precision. You can hear the sounds if you're close enough, the rhythmic strike of hammers on metal, the scrape of files smoothing edges, the occasional curse when a blank splits incorrectly. This is where royal authority transforms silver into money, and the process is both simpler and more complicated than you might imagine. The silver arrives as bullion, melted down plate, old jewellery, worn coins from previous reigns, and occasionally ingots from English mines, but more often imported from continental sources. England has never been blessed with abundant precious metal deposits, which means the raw material for coins must come from trade surpluses, or, less happily, from taxation and confiscation. A master assayer tests each batch of silver, checking its purity using methods that are part chemistry, part experience, and part informed guesswork. Too much copper mixed in, and the coins will be suspect. Too pure, and the silver becomes too soft to circulate without wearing down to nothing. Once approved, the silver goes to the melting house, where crucibles glow red hot and the air shimmers with heat. The molten silver is poured into moulds that create long strips, which are then hammered to the correct thickness. This hammering is skilled work. Too thin, and the coins will bend. Too thick, and they'll waste silver. The strips, once properly thinned, are cut into small round blanks using shears that can sever metal with a sound like breaking bones. Each blank is weighed, adjusted, filed if necessary, then weighed again. The tolerance for error is tiny because people will check. People always check, and a mint's reputation depends on the reliability of its product. The actual striking happens on a bench where a moneyer sits with tools that would look familiar to an ancient Roman. A lower die fixed in place, a loose upper die that he holds in his hand, and a hammer. He positions a blank on the lower die, places the upper die on top, and strikes it with the hammer. One blow, perfectly placed, and the images on both dies transfer to the blank, transforming it from a mere disc of silver into a penny that proclaims royal authority and economic value. A skilled moneyer can strike several hundred coins in a day, each one theoretically identical but in practice showing tiny variations that give them individual character. The Tower Mint is the most prestigious, but it's far from the only one. Across England, from Canterbury to Durham, from Bristol to Newcastle, mints operate with royal licences, each one supervised by officials who answer ultimately to the king. Edward I has reorganised the whole system, standardising the silver content and establishing quality controls that previous reigns had administered more haphazardly. His long cross pennies are designed to make clipping obvious, and he's not above executing moneyers who try to cheat the specifications. You're watching a recoinage, one of those periodic events when the crown recalls all old pennies and issues new ones. The stated reason is always the same: to remove worn, clipped and counterfeit coins from circulation, to restore confidence in the currency, and to demonstrate royal competence in monetary matters. The unstated reason is usually financial. The Crown profits from these exercises because the new coins typically contain slightly less silver than the old ones, a difference the government pockets. Still, people participate because they have no choice, and because fresh, properly weighted coins do make commerce easier. The records kept at the mint are meticulous to the point of obsession. Every ounce of silver that enters is accounted for. Every penny that leaves is noted. Periodic audits verify that the numbers match, and discrepancies trigger investigations that can end careers or, in serious cases, lives. The Crown takes monetary integrity seriously, at least in theory, because debased currency undermines everything from tax collection to international trade. In practice, when the king desperately needs money to fight wars or build castles, the purity standards have a way of quietly declining. Foreign coins create complicated situations. Merchants trading with France or the Low Countries often receive payment in continental currency, and these foreign coins need to be evaluated and either accepted at face value, discounted, or refused entirely. Money changers set up shop near ports and major markets, offering to exchange foreign coins for English ones, taking a percentage for their trouble. Some of these money changers are honest, many are creative in their accounting, all of them are necessary because international trade can't function if every merchant needs to personally assess the silver content of unfamiliar coins. The technology of minting changes slowly. The hammer and die method has persisted for centuries because it works, and because innovation in government services happens at glacial speed. Occasionally someone proposes mechanising the process with screw presses or other contraptions that promise greater speed and consistency. These innovations are regarded with suspicion by moneyers, who correctly suspect that mechanical production might reduce the need for their skilled labour. Progress in minting, as in so much else, is resisted by people whose livelihoods depend on things staying the same. You pick up a newly minted penny, and it's beautiful in its own austere way. The silver gleams, the images are sharp, and the weight feels exactly right in your hand. This coin bears the king's portrait, his name, and his claim to rule by divine right. It will circulate for years, passing through thousands of hands, financing thousands of transactions, slowly wearing down until someone finally turns it in at the next recoinage. But for now, fresh from the mint, it represents the ideal, money as it's supposed to be, before the world gets its hands on it. The year is 1344, and England is about to attempt something ambitious. A gold coinage to compete with the prestigious florins of Florence and the ducats of Venice. You're standing in a merchant's hall where news travels fast and opinions even faster, listening to traders debate whether England can pull this off. The attempt as it happens will fail rather spectacularly, but the principle of gold coins alongside silver pennies will eventually succeed, creating a bimetallic system that complicates British currency for centuries to come. Edward III introduces the florin, and the problems begin almost immediately. The gold content is generous, perhaps too generous, and the exchange rate between gold and silver is set poorly, making it profitable to melt down florins and sell the gold abroad. Within months, England's gold coins are disappearing, not into circulation but into continental melting pots. The florin is withdrawn, replaced by the noble, which is lighter and hopefully won't suffer the same fate. The novel survives, more or less, though it never achieves the universal acceptance its designers hoped for. Gold coins solve certain problems while creating others. They make large transactions easier. Carrying a handful of gold nobles is more convenient than lugging bags of silver pennies. They facilitate international trade because gold is gold wherever you go, its value less dependent on whose face is stamped on it. But they also create a two-tier monetary system, where the wealthy deal in gold while everyone else still uses silver, and the exchange rate between the two metals becomes a source of constant manipulation and frustration. You're in a goldsmith shop in Cheapside, watching the master examine a noble someone has brought for verification. He has a practiced eye for this work, checking the weight on scales so sensitive they can detect a missing grain of gold, examining the edge for signs of filing, and even biting the coin because gold is soft enough that teeth marks can reveal copper mixed in. Satisfied, he accepts the coin and hands over goods worth 20 pence in silver. The exchange rate is officially fixed, but in practice it floats based on the relative availability of each metal, and goldsmiths, being neither stupid nor charitable, exploit these fluctuations. The introduction of gold creates arbitrage opportunities. A merchant with good connections and better timing can profit by exchanging gold for silver when the ratio favours one direction, then reversing the trade when the ratio shifts. This isn't officially encouraged, but it happens constantly, and it drains wealth from the economy into the hands of people clever enough to play the system. The Crown tries to control the exchange rate through proclamations, but market forces prove stubbornly resistant to royal decrees. Meanwhile, silver pennies continue doing the heavy lifting of everyday commerce. You still buy bread with pence, pay your rent in shillings, which aren't actual coins but accounting units of 12 pence, and settle tavern bills with halfpennies cut from whole coins. The introduction of gold hasn't replaced the penny, it's merely added another layer of complexity to an already complicated system. The terminology starts getting interesting. A pound isn't a coin, it's an accounting unit representing 20 shillings or 240 pence. A mark isn't a coin either, it's 2/3 of a pound, or 13 shillings and 4 pence, a unit commonly used for large transactions. A groat is 4 pence, and when groats finally become actual coins rather than just a count of pennies, people initially distrust them because change is always suspicious. The British relationship with their currency is developing into something characteristically complicated, where the actual coins and the counting systems exist in parallel universes that occasionally intersect. You watch a legal proceeding where a debt is being settled, and the amounts are listed in pounds, shillings, and pence, even though the actual payment will be in whatever mixture of coins the debtor can scrape together. 10 nobles and 20 groats and 40 pennies, or some other combination that equals the required sum. The clerk recording the transaction writes it all down in the formal notation. £3, 4 shillings, 8 pence, a system that will persist until 1971 and will drive countless schoolchildren to despair trying to master the arithmetic. Gold coins develop prestige beyond their face value. A noble in your purse marks you as someone of consequence. The gold glints attractively, catches the light and feels substantial in a way that silver never quite does. Portraits on gold coins tend to be more detailed and more carefully executed because these coins represent the realm to foreign traders and dignitaries. A badly struck noble is an insult to English craftsmanship. A well-struck one is a small work of art. But gold also brings problems of standardization. Different kingdoms issue gold coins with different weights and purities, and unlike silver, where long tradition has established rough equivalents, gold coinages are new enough that no one quite agrees on relative values. An English noble, a Venetian ducat, and a Florentine florin. They're all gold, all roughly similar in weight, but not identical, and the differences matter when you're trading hundreds of them. Merchants develop conversion tables, but these are trade secrets. Advantages to be hoarded rather than shared. The Black Death arrives in the middle of this monetary experimentation, and suddenly labour is worth more because there's less of it. Wages, traditionally paid in pennies, start including the occasional gold coin for skilled workers. The economic disruption caused by plague deaths ripples through the currency system in ways no one fully anticipated. Prices rise, the value of fixed rents declines, and the careful balance between gold and silver wobbles uncertainly. By the end of the 14th century, England has a working, if inelegant, bimetallic currency system. Gold for the wealthy and for international trade, silver for everyone else and for domestic commerce, and a welter of accounting units that connect them. It's not efficient, but it functions, which in monetary matters is often the most you can hope for. The coins, gold and silver both, continue their circular journeys through the economy, markers of value in a world that's beginning to understand that money is as much about trust and convention as it is about precious metal. Henry VIII needs money. It's 1542, and his wars with France and Scotland are expensive. His palace-building projects are expensive, and his personal spending habits are expensive. The treasury is empty, taxation is maxed out, and borrowing has its limits. So Henry does what rulers do when they run out of options. He debases the coinage. The Great Debasement, as historians will call it, is about to demonstrate exactly how badly monetary manipulation can go wrong. You're holding a shilling, a relatively new coin denomination that was struck this year, and something about it feels off. The silver doesn't look quite right. There's a coppery tinge that shouldn't be there. Henry's mints have reduced the silver content from 92% to just 33% in the worst cases, filling the rest with copper and hoping no one will notice. People notice. They notice immediately, and they're not happy about it. The debasement follows a predictable pattern. First, the Crown announces it's issuing new coins with the same face value as the old ones. It neglects to mention that these new coins contain less silver. The new coins flood into circulation, and initially people accept them at face value because the King's stamp says they're worth a shilling or whatever denomination is marked. But merchants aren't stupid, and they soon realise what's happening. The value of the debased coins drops, prices rise to compensate, and inflation starts running hot. In markets across England, arguments erupt over what coins to accept and at what value. The old good coins, the ones with proper silver content, start disappearing. People hoard them, melt them down, or export them because they're worth more as metal than as currency. The debased coins flood into everyday use because no one wants to hang on to them. This is Gresham's law before Thomas Gresham articulates it. Bad money drives out good. You watch a merchant examine a coin someone's just handed him, and he looks deeply unimpressed. The silver content is so low that the copper underneath is showing through on the King's nose, which has led to Henry being called Old Copper Nose behind his back. Not to his face, obviously, because Henry's sense of humour about such things is limited. The merchant accepts the coin but raises his prices to compensate, and the customer grumbles but pays because what choice does he have? The Great Debasement teaches England several painful lessons about monetary policy. First, you can't endlessly reduce the precious metal content of coins without consequences. Second, inflation is a real phenomenon that destroys the value of savings and disrupts commerce. Third, restoring a debased currency is much harder than debasing it in the first place. The debasement lasts through Henry's reign and into Edward VI's, creating nearly a decade of monetary chaos that won't be fully resolved until Elizabeth I's recoinage in 1560. Elizabeth's solution is characteristically bold. Call in all the debased coins and issue new ones with proper silver content. This costs the Crown an enormous amount of money, exactly the amount it gained from the debasement, plus interest and opportunity cost. But it restores trust in English currency, which turns out to be worth the expense. The new Elizabethan coins are beautiful, carefully struck and properly composed. People actually want to use them, which is a novelty after years of shabby, copper-tinged shillings that no one trusted. The psychological impact of debasement lingers long after the physical coins are replaced. A generation of English people have learned that government promises about currency value can't necessarily be trusted. They've learned to hoard good coins and spend bad ones, to check weights carefully, and to distrust official proclamations about monetary policy. This scepticism will colour British attitudes toward currency for centuries. You're examining the edge of an Elizabethan crown, the large silver coin worth 5 shillings, and you notice something clever. The edge is milled with ridges, tiny grooves that circle the entire coin. This isn't decorative, it's functional. The milling makes it impossible to file or clip the edge without it showing. Someone attempting to shave silver off this coin would destroy the even pattern of ridges, immediately marking the coin as tampered with. This innovation, borrowed from continental mints, will become standard on British coins. The religious upheavals of the Tudor period add another dimension to currency. Each monarch changes the coins to reflect their preferred flavour of Christianity, and in some cases the wrong coins can get you into trouble. Having too many Catholic coins during Protestant reigns, or vice versa, might attract unwanted attention. Coins, as always, are political statements as much as economic tools. During Mary I's brief reign, coins bear Catholic imagery and Latin inscriptions that will be swept away when Elizabeth takes the throne. The money in your purse becomes a miniature chronicle of religious change, each coin a frozen moment from a particular theological position. Future historians will find this fascinating. For people living through it, it's mostly confusing and occasionally dangerous. The debasement also demonstrates the limits of royal power. Henry VIII was as absolute a monarch as England ever had, but he couldn't make debased coins worth what undebased coins were worth simply by proclaiming it so. The market, that mysterious force comprising millions of individual decisions, proved stronger than the king's will. People voted with their purses, hoarding good coins and circulating bad ones, and there was nothing the crown could do to stop them. By Elizabeth's death, English currency has recovered its reputation, but the memory of the great debasement persists. The lesson learned, or at least the lesson that should have been learned, is that monetary stability requires more than royal proclamations. It requires genuine value, consistent standards, and most importantly, trust. Break that trust, and you can restore the silver content of your coins, but restoring faith in them takes much longer. It's a Tuesday morning in 1650, and you're shopping in a London market that's been held on this spot since medieval times. Your purse contains a mixture of coins, shillings from Charles I's reign, pennies so worn you can barely make out whose face adorns them, and a few Dutch guilders you took in trade last week. This assortment is normal. Nobody expects uniformity in the coinage jingling around in their pockets. The baker who sells you bread doesn't actually care what coin you use, as long as its weight and silver content are acceptable. He has a small scale hanging from his stall for checking suspicious coins and a touchstone. A piece of dark stone used to test gold and silver purity by the streak they leave when rubbed against it. Half the merchants in this market have similar equipment, because trusting coins at face value is for the optimistic or the foolish. You hand over a shilling and the baker bites it first, not because this actually works for detecting counterfeit silver, but because everyone does it and tradition matters. Satisfied, he makes change. 8 pennies, worn smooth by countless transactions, each one slightly different from the others. 3 of them are clearly clipped, their edges filed down to harvest silver. One is a halfpenny that someone has attempted to pass off as a full penny by cutting it from a shilling instead of the usual penny. The baker notices but accepts it anyway at halfpenny value, shaking his head at the eternal creativity of cheaters. The amount of mathematics required for everyday transactions would impress a modern accountant. 12 pennies to a shilling, 20 shillings to a pound. But the pound exists only as an accounting unit because there's no pound coin. You learn to calculate in your head. This costs 3 and 6, 3 shillings and 6 pence. That costs 1 and 3 pence, 1 shilling and 3 pence. And making change requires mental gymnastics that people master through sheer necessity. Not everyone has coins all the time. In rural areas especially, many transactions still happen on credit. The local blacksmith shoes your horse in April, you pay him in September after harvest, and in between the debt exists as a mark in his account book, or a notch on a tally stick. These credit arrangements work because communities are small enough that everyone knows everyone's business, and reputation matters more than ready cash. Wages are paid in a mixture of coin and kind. A farm labourer might receive 6 pence a day, plus meals and accommodation. A skilled craftsman expects a shilling a day, paid on Saturday evenings, often in the nearest tavern, which is convenient for the labourer's thirst if not for his wife's household budget. Domestic servants often receive most of their compensation in room, board and clothing, with actual coins appearing only once or twice a year. You stop at a tavern for ale, and the price is a penny for a quart. The ale is served in a pewter tankard with a line etched inside marking the full measure. Because giving customers less than they paid for is such a universal temptation that countermeasures have become necessary. The penny you hand over is so worn that the portrait is just a smooth bump, the text around the edge completely illegible. The tavern keeper doesn't care, as long as it's silver, approximately the right weight, and not obviously counterfeit, it's money. Counterfeiting occupies a fascinating space between crime and craft. The penalties are brutal, hanging for coiners, burning for their wives, but the temptation persists because the profit margin is excellent if you can get away with it. Skilled counterfeiters don't try to fake gold. They focus on small silver coins where the stakes are lower and detection harder. A decent false shilling can circulate for years before someone catches it, and by then the counterfeiter is spending his profits, and the poor soul holding the false coin is out the value. Children learn money the way they learn language, through immersion and necessity. A 6-year-old sent to buy bread knows that 3 farthings make 3/4 of a penny, and 4 farthings make a whole one, though he's probably never seen an actual farthing coin because they're mostly theoretical. He can count out pence, calculate change, and evaluate whether the halfpenny he's been handed is genuine or suspiciously light. Financial literacy isn't optional, it's survival. The sound of coins is part of daily life. The clink of silver against silver as a merchant counts his day's takings. The heavier thunk of a gold coin dropped onto a counting table. The rattle of pennies in a beggar's cup. The jingle of a full purse against someone's hip as they walk. Each sound has meaning to ears trained to hear it. Lost coins are a recurring minor tragedy. Drop a penny in the street muck, and London street muck is formidable, and it's gone unless you're willing to grope through the filth. A shilling that slips through a hole in your pocket and disappears into the straw bedding at an inn will never be seen again. These losses are frequent enough that most people calculate them into their annual budget. A category of expense that can't be avoided, only absorbed. The physical condition of coins tells stories. A shilling with a hole drilled through it was someone's luck charm, strung on a cord and worn around the neck. A penny bent nearly in half was probably run over by a cartwheel. The smooth ones have been handled by thousands of people. The sharp ones are recent from the mint, and everyone's slightly suspicious of them because new coins are so rarely seen that their presence demands explanation. At day's end, you count your remaining coins, 2 shillings, 7 pence, and 3 farthings. This is wealth enough for a week's food if you're careful, or a single memorable evening if you're not. The coins will be spent and earned again, circulating endlessly through an economy that runs on small denominations of silver and promises of payment yet to come. The system works, more or less, because everyone participates and no one has a better alternative. The year is 1810, and you're standing in the new Royal Mint building at Tower Hill, watching something that would have amazed your ancestors. Machines making coins. Not craftsmen with hammers and dies, but mechanical presses driven by steam power, stamping out coins with a speed and precision that seems almost supernatural. This is Bolton's revolution, and it's changing everything about how Britain makes its money. Matthew Bolton, a Birmingham industrialist with interests in steam engines and metalworking, has transformed coin production from a craft into an industry. His steam-powered presses can strike coins faster than a team of men, and more importantly, each coin is identical to the last. No more variations in thickness, no more off-centre strikes, no more hand-filing rough edges. The machine doesn't get tired, doesn't get drunk, and doesn't have off days. It just produces coins, hundreds per hour, each one a perfect copy of the last. You pick up a freshly struck penny, a large copper coin that's replaced the tiny silver pennies of earlier centuries. It's still warm from the press, and the detail is extraordinary. You can see individual strands in Britannia's hair, count the waves in the ocean beneath her, and read the tiny letters that circle the edge. This level of precision was impossible with hand striking, where each blow of the hammer created unique variations. The new pennies are, in a very real sense, mass-produced art. The mechanisation solves several problems that have plagued British coinage for centuries. Clipping and filing become pointless because the raised rim protects the edge. Counterfeiting becomes much harder because the mechanical precision is difficult to replicate without access to the same expensive equipment. Quality control becomes possible through sampling rather than examining every coin individually. The new system isn't just faster, it's fundamentally better. Copper coins are themselves revolutionary. For most of British history, small change has been a nightmare of clipped silver pennies, worn-out farthings, and foreign coins that circulate because there's nothing else available. The copper penny, halfpenny, and farthing provide reliable small denomination coins for the first time. They're not precious metal, so no one bothers melting them down. They're large enough to be difficult to lose, but small enough to be practical. They're the perfect money for an industrial economy, where workers receive daily wages and make small purchases. The steam presses produce coins so efficiently that the mint can actually keep up with demand, which is a historical first. Previous mints operated more like custom workshops, striking coins in batches when required, but never quite producing enough. Bolton's operation runs continuously, turning out tens of thousands of coins daily, building up reserves that can be distributed as needed. For the first time in British history, there's enough small change to go around. You watch as blank copper discs, planchets in mint terminology, feed into the press. The press comes down with tremendous force, stamping both sides simultaneously and raising the rim in the same operation. The struck coin slides out the other side, where a worker checks it and tosses it into a bin with thousands of identical twins. The whole process takes seconds, and already another blank is being positioned. The industrialisation of minting creates new jobs while destroying old ones. The moneyers, whose families had struck coins for generations, find their skills obsolete. The new mint needs machine operators, mechanics, and engineers, different skills for a different era. Some of the old craftsmen adapt, others retire bitter about progress and what it's cost them. Change always has casualties. The copper coins develop their own character through use. Fresh from the mint, they're bright and orange. After a few weeks in circulation, they develop a brown patina. After years, they turn nearly black, though the raised details remain readable. Victorian pennies will circulate for decades, moving from pocket to pocket, accumulating the grime of countless transactions and developing their own individual wear patterns. Bolton's technological innovations extend beyond the presses. The mint incorporates quality control systems that would seem familiar to modern manufacturers, statistical sampling, regular testing of metal purity, and verification that each die produces consistent results. The goal is uniformity at scale, and the new systems largely achieve it. A penny struck in 1810 weighs the same as one struck in 1830, contains the same copper content, and bears the same design. This consistency is unprecedented. The public response to the new coins is enthusiastic. Finally, change that actually works. No more shortages of small denominations, no more suspicion about clipped coins, and no more arguments with shopkeepers about whether worn pennies should be accepted. The new copper coins are reliable, and reliability in money is worth more than the metal they're made from. But the industrial revolution in minting isn't just about mechanics and efficiency. It's about capacity. Britain's economy is growing faster than ever, driven by factories and railways and expanding trade. The old handicraft methods of coin production couldn't possibly keep pace. The new industrial minting makes economic growth possible by ensuring that the physical medium of exchange doesn't become a bottleneck. When your economy is doubling in size every few decades, you need machinery that can double coin production to match. Foreign countries take notice. Bolton's mint receives orders from around the world, striking coins for Russia, Denmark, India, and various Latin American republics. British minting technology becomes an export in its own right, spreading the steam-powered revolution to mint houses from St. Petersburg to Calcutta. The skills and equipment developed at Tower Hill become global standards. As the 19th century progresses, further innovations arrive. By the 1860s, the mint had adopted fully automated systems where a single worker could oversee machines that sort, count, and bag coins without human hands touching them. The transformation from medieval craft to modern industry is complete. Coins have become industrial products, manufactured with the same principles of efficiency and standardization as the textiles, iron goods, and locomotives that characterize the age. You leave the mint with a pocket full of new pennies, each one identical to its fellows, each one a small miracle of industrial production. In your great-grandfather's time, these coins would have been struck individually by craftsmen. Now they flow from machines in an endless stream, markers of an age that values quantity and consistency, an age that's learning to manufacture everything, even money. February 15th, 1971, marks the end of a monetary system that has served Britain for over a millennium. Today is decimal day, and you're helping your grandmother understand why her familiar pounds, shillings and pence are being replaced by a new system of pounds and new pence that makes her deeply suspicious. She's lived through 2 world wars, but this change in the money feels more disruptive than either of them. The old system, 12 pence to the shilling, 20 shillings to the pound, has become a running joke in a world moving toward metric standards and decimal calculations. Adding up £3, 17 shillings and 9 pence requires mental gymnastics that mystify foreigners and frustrate school children. The new system is brutally simple. 100 new pence to the pound, division by 10 at every level, and easy calculation even for people who struggled with the old arithmetic. For weeks before D-Day, as the press calls it, shops have displayed dual pricing. Bread costs 1 shilling and 6 pence, or 7.5 new pence. The newspaper is 5 pence or 2 new pence. People practice converting, though the conversions don't always work out to neat numbers. That's part of the problem, part of why the changeover requires adjustment. 5 old pennies equal roughly 2 new pence, but roughly isn't how money is supposed to work. The new coins themselves are curious things. The new penny is larger than the old one, made of bronze like its predecessor, but much bigger, an attempt to prevent confusion. The new halfpenny is tiny, almost toy-like, and people immediately start losing them. The 5 and 10 new pence coins are the same size and composition as the old shillings and florins, which helps with transition but creates its own confusions. Your grandmother holds up a new 50-pence piece, and her expression suggests she's not impressed. It's 7-sided, which strikes her as geometrically perverse. Coins should be round, she declares, and you can't really argue with the logic, even though you understand that the odd shape makes the coin easy to identify by touch. The designers have anticipated a future where blind and partially sighted people need to distinguish coins without looking at them, but your grandmother sees only a violation of proper circular coinness. The changeover has been planned with characteristic British thoroughness. Banks have trained staff, shops have new tills, and public education campaigns have run for months. Still, chaos reigns in the early days. Elderly customers struggle with unfamiliar denominations, till workers make mistakes. Some shops use the changeover as cover for raising prices, converting not to the closest new pence, but to the next convenient number that happens to be higher. The psychological impact runs deeper than the practical difficulties. Money has been pounds, shillings and pence for so long that the change feels like a betrayal of tradition. The crown piece, 5 shillings, a quarter of a pound, has been part of the language for centuries. 2 and 6, 2 shillings and 6 pence, is how people describe small sums. These phrases will persist in speech long after the coins disappear, linguistic fossils of an extinct monetary system. Some coins survive decimalization. The shilling becomes 5 new pence, and the florin becomes 10 new pence. They're legal tender in the new system, creating a transitional period where old and new coinage circulate together. This is sensible from a practical standpoint, but adds to the confusion. Is that a shilling or a 5-pence piece? Well, both, and also neither, depending on which system you're using to think about it. The cultural resistance to decimalization has been fierce. Letters to newspapers warned of chaos, confusion and inflation, which does indeed follow, though probably not because of decimalization. Traditionalists mourned the loss of a system that had served Britain through empire and war. Modernisers pointed out that Britain was virtually alone in maintaining such an archaic monetary system, that decimalization was inevitable, and that resistance was futile. Watching your grandmother sort through her purse, you realise that for her generation, this change represents something larger than new coins. It's another severing of connection with the past, another modernisation that erases familiar landmarks. She remembers when guineas, 21 shillings, were still used for prestige transactions. She remembers farthings, those quarter-penny coins that disappeared in 1960. Each lost denomination is a small death of memory. The Commonwealth countries that had decimalised earlier offer lessons, not all of them encouraging. Australia's changeover in 1966 went relatively smoothly. South Africa's in 1961 proved more difficult. Each country had to navigate the particular challenges of explaining new systems to populations with varying levels of numeracy and varying degrees of attachment to old ways. British decimalization comes with peculiar compromises. The pound is retained rather than replaced with a decimal noble or royal, as some proposed, because the pound sterling is a brand, an internationally recognised currency that shouldn't be abandoned. The old penny-farthing relationship is roughly preserved in the new penny-halfpenny relationship, providing some continuity. You spend your first decimal pounds in a shop that's clearly struggling with the transition. The cashier has to consult a conversion chart for your purchase, work out the price in old money first, and then convert to new. It's slower than the old system, at least for now, though everyone assures you that speed will come with familiarity. The coins in your change are a mixture of old and new, shillings and 5-pence pieces jingling together in cheerful disregard for which system they're supposed to represent. The months after decimalization reveal both the strengths and weaknesses of the new system. Calculation is indeed easier. Adding up £3.47 and £2.83 is straightforward arithmetic instead of the mixed-base nightmare of the old system. But the loss of small denomination gradations means prices get rounded, often upward. The halfpenny, that tiny new coin, can't adequately replace the range of values that pennies, halfpennies, and farthings once covered. By the end of 1971, most people have adapted. The new system is becoming normal, the old system already fading into nostalgia. Children learn decimal money in school and regard their grandparents' stories of shillings and threepence with the same mild incomprehension that any generation feels about its elders' outdated ways. Progress, as always, is measured in the obsolescence of things once considered permanent. You're holding a Victorian penny from 1891, and as you turn it in your hands, you realise this coin has lived through more history than most people. It was struck in the reign of an elderly queen who would die a decade later. It circulated through the Edwardian era, through the Great War, through the Jazz Age and the Depression, through another world war, and through the entire second half of the 20th century. This penny is 135 years old, and it's been witnessing history all that time. The wear on the coin tells stories. Britannia is still visible, though her trident has been worn smooth and her features have softened to abstraction. The date is clear because it's in a protected area, but the legend around the edge has been reduced to a few scattered letters. This penny has been handled millions of times, each touch removing a microscopic amount of copper, the accumulated effect of all those touches transforming the coin from sharp mint state to this smooth, comfortable thinness. Every British coin is a historical document, whether it knows it or not. The Georgian coins you find in antique shops bear the portrait of a German-speaking king and Latin inscriptions proclaiming his titles over territories the British Empire controlled, once controlled, or merely claimed to control. The Victorian coins chart the evolution of a young queen's profile into an old empress's, a visual record of 63 years of reign visible in the progression from youthful features to elderly dignity. The coins remember events their users have forgotten. That shilling from 1917 was struck while men died in Flanders mud. Its silver content was slightly reduced because the war effort needed every available resource. This half-crown from 1941 bears no hint of the Blitz, but it was struck in the midst of it, the mint workers producing coins while bombs fell on London. The coins circulated through crises and celebrations, indifferent to both, simply facilitating transactions, whether in good times or bad. Hoarders are time capsules. Someone in 1660 buried a pot of coins in their garden, intending to retrieve it when the political situation stabilised. They never came back. Plague, perhaps, or execution, or simply death in the normal course of events. The coins waited 3.5 centuries before a metal detector's beep brought them back to light. A frozen moment of someone's wealth, testament to anxieties they felt but couldn't escape. You examine a coin collection spanning British history and the progression is fascinating. The crude medieval pennies were hand-struck and individually variable. The Renaissance coins, with their claims to divine right and their careful heraldry. The Industrial Revolution copper pennies were mass-produced and uniform. The modern coins are scientifically designed alloys, chosen for durability and cost rather than precious metal content. Each era's coins reflect its technology, its values, and its understanding of what money should be. Coins travel. That penny in your pocket might have been spent in Cornwall, carried to Scotland in someone's luggage, dropped in Cardiff and found by a child, taken to London by that child when they grew up, and now it's here, wherever here is. The coin doesn't track its journey, but the journey happened, thousands of miles over decades, pocket to pocket, purse to purse, an endless circulation that maps the economy's flows in metal. Propaganda appears on coins because everyone handles money. The monarch's portrait is a daily reminder of authority. The symbols, Britannia, the lion, the rose, the thistle and the leek, reinforce national identity with every transaction. During the Commonwealth period, the absence of royal imagery on coins was as much a statement as its presence on royalist coins had been. Money talks, and sometimes what it says is political. The physical experience of handling old coins connects you directly to the past. The person who last held this 1723 shilling died centuries ago, but for a moment your fingers touch where theirs touched, a tangible link across time. History isn't abstract when you can feel its texture, when you can see the wear marks from real people's real hands. Coin designs change slowly because familiarity breeds trust. People need to recognise their money instantly, and need to know that what they're handling is genuine. Radical redesigns are rare, incremental changes are common. The portrait might update with a new monarch, but Britannia endures. The denominations might decimalize, but the pound sterling continues. Innovation happens, but within boundaries set by conservatism and the need for instant recognisability. Museums display coin hoards as windows into economic history, and the windows reveal unexpected things. The mixture of English and foreign coins in a medieval hoard shows the reality of international trade. The absence of small denominations in a wealthy household's buried treasure reveals how the poor and rich lived in essentially different monetary worlds. The wear patterns on coins show which denominations circulated actively and which were hoarded. You hold a 2020 penny, fresh and modern, and realise it's already becoming history. Someday, maybe in a century, maybe sooner, people will examine this coin with the same archaeological interest you bring to Victorian pennies. They'll note the alloy composition, the manufacturing techniques, and the design choices. They'll wonder about the people who use these coins, what they bought with them, and what their lives were like. British coinage has evolved from irregular lumps of precious metal to precisely engineered industrial products, from hand-struck artworks to mass-produced tokens, and from intrinsic value to representative value. The story of coins is the story of trust. Trust in authority, trust in systems, trust that tomorrow these metal circles will still buy what they buy today. As you drift off to sleep tonight, think of all the coins that have passed through all the hands, the endless circulation of metal tokens that made commerce possible, that funded wars and fed families, that were hoarded and spent and lost and found. Each coin a witness to its times, each transaction a thread in the vast tapestry of economic life, each tiny metal circle a footnote in the grand story of human exchange. The coins remember, even when we forget, and they'll continue their circular journeys long after we're gone, carrying value forward into an uncertain future, just as they've carried it through all the centuries past. Sweet dreams. Welcome to a time long before writing, before cities, before the named ages of history. You're stepping into a world shaped by sunlight and seasons, where routines are older than memory, and the land itself is your calendar. Here, in these quiet millennia, daily life unfolds in patterns so familiar they feel like breathing. You wake as light filters through the shelter opening. The air is cool but softening. Others are already stirring, adjusting coverings, and checking baskets from yesterday. No one announces plans. Everyone already knows what the day requires. You reach for your gathering bag, woven from plant fibres, your hands know intimately. The weight of it across your shoulder feels correct. Your feet understand the path before you choose it. This route has been walked for generations, worn smooth by countless footsteps moving toward the same resources. The ground tells you what season this is. Certain plants have vanished. Others are everywhere. You do not need to search for what grows where. Your memory holds maps more detailed than any drawing could capture. That cluster of roots near the flat stone, those berry bushes past the fallen tree, the nut trees on the slope where morning sun arrives first. You walk with two others, sometimes three, occasionally alone, though rarely. Gathering is companionable work. You move at the same pace, pausing when someone pauses, bending when someone bends. Conversation happens in comfortable stretches and silences. No one feels obligated to fill every moment with words. The first stop is a patch of greens you've harvested from since childhood. Your hands move through the leaves, selecting without conscious thought. Too young, too tough, too damaged. Your fingers find the right ones automatically. You learned this by watching others, by trying, and by correcting yourself season after season until it became instinct. Everything you gather serves multiple purposes. These leaves can be eaten now or dried for later. The stems can be twisted into cordage. Nothing is only one thing. Your basket fills slowly, steadily, with a mixture determined by availability and familiarity rather than preference. You cross a stream at the shallow place. The stones beneath the water are positioned just so, placed by hands or revealed by current. Either way, they have been there longer than you have been alive. The crossing is routine. Your feet know where to step without looking down. Past the stream, the landscape shifts. Different plants grow here. Different materials can be found. You adjust your attention accordingly. This is birch bark territory. This is where clay deposits appear after rain. This is where certain medicinal plants cluster near damp ground. Time moves differently during gathering. You do not count hours. You notice light instead. The sun reaches a certain angle. Shadows fall a certain way. Your body recognizes these markers without naming them. When your basket feels heavy enough when the light suggests midday approaching, you turn back. The return journey follows the same path. Your feet find the stream crossing without hesitation. You pause where you always pause, at a spot where the view opens and you can see the smoke from campfires rising in the distance. This pause is not necessary, but it is customary. A moment to shift the basket's weight, to look toward home, to let your mind settle into the transition from gathering mode to returning mode. Others are arriving from different directions. Someone brings fish caught in the shallows. Someone else carries an armload of woody stems for basket repairs. A few children trail behind their adults, holding smaller versions of everything. Their gathering bags are lighter, but they are learning the routes, the timing, and the plants. You set your basket down in the usual spot. The contents will be sorted communally. What you gathered is not solely yours. What others gathered is not solely theirs. Everything becomes a shared resource, distributed according to need and custom rather than individual claim. Some of the greens will be eaten today. Some will be spread on flat stones to dry in the sun. The process requires no discussion. Everyone knows what happens next. Your hands join others in the sorting, the spreading, and the gentle handling of what the land has provided. Gathering happens every day that weather permits. Some days yield abundance. Some days yield less. Neither causes alarm. The rhythms of availability are deeply understood. Scarcity in one area means abundance in another. Scarcity this month means abundance next month. The land cycles through its offerings, and you cycle through the land. Your knowledge of plants extends beyond food. You recognise which leaves soothe skin irritation, which roots settle stomach discomfort, which bark can be chewed to ease minor pain. This knowledge lives in your hands and memory rather than in words. You learned it the same way you learned everything else, through observation and repetition. Gathering is not dramatic work. It does not provide stories of narrow escapes or sudden discoveries. It is quiet, steady, and deeply familiar. Your body moves through it with the ease of long practice. Your mind wanders sometimes, returns sometimes, and needs no particular focus to accomplish what needs accomplishing. The landscape you move through is not wilderness to you. It is home with the specificity of long acquaintance. Every landmark means something. That boulder marks the boundary between two types of terrain. That distinctive tree indicates the turn-off to the clay deposits. That rise in the land means you're halfway between camp and the far-gathering grounds. You return to these places again and again across years. Seasons change what grows, but the land itself remains steady. The same rocks, the same water sources, the same roots worn smooth by footsteps. This repetition creates a deep sense of security. You are never lost because everywhere is known. Children learn gathering by being present. No one teaches in the formal sense. Instead, children watch, imitate, try, and adjust. They pick the wrong plant sometimes, their baskets remain light. Gradually, over years, their hands learn what your hands know. The knowledge transfers through proximity and time rather than instruction. As the sun moves past midday, gathering slows. People drift back to camp in loose clusters. The work is not finished in the sense of completion. It simply pauses until tomorrow, when it will resume exactly as it has today, as it did yesterday, and as it will continue for as long as seasons turn and plants grow and hands remember what to gather. In the afternoon, you settle into work that requires less movement and more patience. Your hands are already reaching for the basket that needs attention. Its rim has loosened. The weaving has gaps where it should be tight. This happens regularly. Everything made eventually needs remaking. You sit on the ground in a spot where light falls well. Others sit nearby, each focused on their own repairs. Someone is smoothing a wooden digging tool. Someone else is reworking cordage that is frayed. The atmosphere is quietly industrious. People work steadily without hurry. Repairing a basket means understanding how it was made. Your fingers trace the weaving pattern, reading it like language. Over, under, around, through. The pattern has been the same for longer than memory. You learned it by watching your mother's hands, just as she learned by watching her mother's hands. The knowledge lives in muscle memory now. You separate the damaged fibres carefully. Nothing is discarded that can be saved. Even worn pieces might be useful elsewhere. Waste is not a concept that exists here. Everything serves until it truly cannot serve anymore, and even then its materials often become something else. New fibres have been soaking in water since morning. They need to be pliable. Your hands test their flexibility, knowing exactly how much give the material should have. Too dry and it will crack. Too wet and it will stretch incorrectly. The proper stage is something you recognise by feel. Reweaving requires complete attention but not tense concentration. Your hands know what to do. They have done this many times. The work becomes meditative. Over, under, around, through. The rhythm is soothing. Your mind can wander while your hands continue accurately. Nearby, someone is working on a hide, scraping it smooth with a stone tool. The sound is steady and repetitive. Scraping hides takes hours, sometimes days, depending on size and thickness. No one works on it continuously. Instead, people work in shifts, picking it up when their hands need a break from other tasks and setting it down when their arms tire. Another person is repairing a garment. A seam has split. The original sinew stitching has worn through. They're using an awl made from bone, creating new holes, threading new sinew, and pulling everything snug. The repair will be visible if you look closely, but visibility does not matter. Function matters. Clothes are not replaced often. Making new garments requires substantial time and materials. Instead, everything is repaired, adjusted, repaired again, passed to someone else, and repaired once more. A single hide garment might be worn by 3 different people across many years, accumulating patches and alterations that tell its history. You finish the basket rim and begin tightening the body weave. Your fingers work systematically, section by section, finding loose spots and correcting them. This is satisfying work. You can see improvement as you progress. The basket becomes sturdy again, trustworthy again, and ready for tomorrow's gathering. Tools receive similar attention. Digging sticks wear down and must be resharpened or replaced. Grinding stones develop grooves from use and need resurfacing. Scrapers become dull and require edge renewal. Everything wears. Everything needs maintenance. The maintenance is not viewed as an interruption. It is simply part of us. Making and repairing exist on the same continuum. You do not make something expecting it to last forever unchanged. You make something expecting to care for it, adjust it, and eventually remake it. Some repairs happen immediately when damage occurs. Others accumulate until you have time. There is always a pile of items awaiting attention. No one feels behind or anxious about this pile. It represents ongoing life rather than incomplete tasks. As long as people use objects, objects will need repair. Children participate according to ability. Young ones hold materials steady. Slightly older ones practice simple weaving on their own small projects. They make mistakes frequently. The mistakes are gently corrected or left to be discovered through use. Learning happens through doing rather than through extensive verbal instruction. You watch a child working on cordage, twisting fibres together. The twist is inconsistent. Some sections are too loose, some too tight. You do not point this out immediately. Instead, you work on your own cordage nearby, your hands moving in the correct rhythm where the child can observe. After a while, the child's hands begin adjusting naturally, finding better rhythm. Materials for making and repairing are gathered continuously. You cannot collect plant fibres only when you need plant fibres. Instead, you collect them when they are available, process them when there is time, and store them for eventual use. This requires thinking ahead across seasons, remembering what will be needed when. Storage itself requires maintenance. Dried materials must stay dry. Certain items need to be kept away from certain other items. Stone tools are organised by use. Plant materials are organised by type. Everything has a place, not because of rigid rules, but because efficiency emerges naturally from repetition. As afternoon stretches toward evening, the pace of repair work does not change. There is no hurry. These tasks will either be completed today or continued tomorrow. Stopping midway through a repair is perfectly normal. You set the basket aside when your hands tell you they have worked enough. Someone else might pick it up later, or you might return to it tomorrow. The work creates a rhythm that structures the day. Gathering happens in the morning when energy is higher and light is better. Repair work happens in the afternoon when sitting feels natural and detail work suits the softer light. This pattern is not scheduled. It simply emerges from the natural flow of energy and need. People develop specialties through preference and aptitude. Someone has particularly skilled hands for fine weaving. Someone else has strength well suited for hide scraping. But specialisation is never absolute. Everyone can do most things adequately. Specialisation is about what you do most often, not what you do exclusively. You finish tightening the basket and test its strength. Your hands pull at the rim, checking for weak spots. Finding none, you set it with the other completed items. Tomorrow it will return to gathering duty. Eventually it will need repair again. This cycle is comforting in its predictability. Making and repairing create continuity between past and future. The basket you repair today was made by hand using techniques passed down across generations. The repairs you make will extend its usefulness into future seasons. You're a link in an unbroken chain of making, maintaining and remaking. Children are always nearby, not watched in the sense of careful monitoring, but present in the sense of natural inclusion. A toddler sits next to someone grinding seeds, reaching occasionally to touch the smooth stone. An older child carries water in a small container, practicing balance. No single person is designated as a childminder. Instead, everyone participates. Whoever is nearest responds to needs. Whoever has free hands picks up a fussy infant. This distribution of care means children interact with many adults throughout each day, learning different styles of attention and comfort. An infant cries and is passed to someone whose lap is available. That person settles the infant against their chest, rocking slightly while continuing to work on cordage with one hand. The infant quiets, not necessarily because of anything specific, but because being held is familiar and holding while working is normal. Young children move freely between adults. They lean against someone, then move to someone else, then return to the first person. No one shoos them away unless their hands are occupied with something genuinely dangerous. Otherwise, children draped across laps or pressed against sides are simply part of the environment. Older children watch younger ones, but not as a formal assignment. They play nearby, and their play naturally includes the smaller children. When a toddler wanders toward the fire, an older child redirects them gently. When a young one falls, whoever is closest helps them up. Care happens through proximity rather than designation. Nursing happens whenever an infant shows hunger. The mother pauses whatever she's doing, settles the infant to breast, and often continues her task one-handed or simply rests. Other people work around her. No one comments. Feeding is as ordinary as breathing. Multiple infants might be nursing simultaneously as different mothers sit near each other, talking quietly while their babies feed. Sometimes a mother nurses someone else's infant if that child is fussy and their own mother is occupied. Milk is a shared resource like everything else. Children learn by watching. They observe hide scraping and eventually pick up a scraper. They watch basket weaving and begin playing with fibres. Their early attempts are clumsy and usually unsuccessful. No one corrects them unless they are about to hurt themselves. Instead, they keep trying, their hands slowly learning what they have observed. A small child shadows you during gathering, carrying their own tiny basket. They pick random plants, not yet discriminating between useful and useless. You let them pick. Occasionally you show them something specific, not through words but by picking it yourself, examining it, and placing it deliberately in your basket. They notice. Sometimes they imitate, sometimes they do not. Either is acceptable. Children's work gradually becomes real work. A 6-year-old carries water that adults actually use. An 8-year-old weaves cordage that actually holds things. A 10-year-old gathers plants that actually feed people. There is no ceremony marking these transitions. Capability emerges through practice, and practice is simply what children do while being present. Discipline is gentle and infrequent. Most boundaries are maintained through redirection rather than scolding. A child reaching for something sharp is handed something else to hold. A child running too close to the fire is quietly moved farther away. Serious misbehaviour is rare, perhaps because children are so consistently included that they have little reason to seek attention through disruption. When correction is necessary, it comes from whoever witnesses the behaviour rather than waiting for a parent. This means children learn that expectations are communal rather than individual. Every adult has some authority. Every adult also has some responsibility to guide. Older children mind younger ones during camp moves. A 12-year-old might carry a toddler on their hip, while adults carry heavier loads. The older child is not burdened. This is simply what older children do. They remember being carried themselves, and they will eventually watch their own children be carried by the next generation of older children. Play happens constantly, but is rarely separate from work. Children play at grinding seeds while seated next to adults who are actually grinding seeds. They play at hunting with small sticks while adults prepare real hunting tools. Play is practice, and practice is play. The boundary between the two is barely visible. Children are rarely bored. There is always something to watch, something to try, and someone to follow. The richness of daily life provides constant engagement. They do not need organised activities because unorganised life is already full. Crying children are comforted, but not with urgency or alarm. Someone picks them up, checks for obvious problems, offers breast milk or water, or simply holds them. If the crying continues, they are passed to someone else. Eventually the child settles. Sometimes crying has a clear cause, sometimes it does not. Either way, the response is calm presence rather than anxious fixing. Children sleep when they are tired. Sometimes this happens at odd times. A child might curl up in afternoon sunlight while others continue working around them. No one moves them to a specific sleeping area unless evening has arrived. Sleep is allowed to happen naturally rather than being scheduled. Nighttime care is distributed just like daytime care. When an infant wakes, whoever is sleeping nearest responds. Sometimes this is the mother, sometimes it is someone else. The infant is nursed or rocked or simply held until sleep returns. Then that person settles back into their own sleep. As children grow older, they begin taking on caregiving themselves. A 5-year-old might hand a toy to a fussy toddler. A 7-year-old might fetch water for a tired younger child. These actions are not praised extensively. They are simply noticed and appreciated as part of what people do for each other. Children learn emotional regulation through observation. They see adults remain calm during small frustrations. They watch people share limited resources without conflict. They notice how disagreements are resolved through quiet discussion rather than raised voices. These patterns become their own patterns. The result is children who are deeply integrated into daily life, rather than separated into a child world. They know what adults do because they watch adults doing it. They learn what adults know because they absorb it through constant proximity. Teaching happens continuously without being called teaching. Rest is not earned. It is not a reward for work completed. It simply arrives throughout the day, a natural punctuation between activities. You sit when sitting feels right. You stand when standing becomes more comfortable than sitting. Midday often brings a collective pause. The sun is high and hot. Energy naturally dips. People drift toward shade and settle there. Some close their eyes. Some simply stare at nothing in particular. No one apologizes for resting or explains why they need it. You lower yourself to the ground and lean against a convenient rock. Your body relaxes section by section. Shoulders drop, jaw loosens, hands unfold from whatever shape work had required. This unwinding happens automatically when you stop moving. Others rest nearby. Someone is lying flat on their back, eyes closed, breathing deeply. Someone else sits with knees drawn up, chin resting on folded arms. A few people talk quietly, their voices soft and unhurried. The content of conversation does not matter much. The companionship is what matters. Children rest too, though their rest looks different. They sprawl in heaps, limbs tangled together, still touching even in sleep. Occasionally one wakes, blinks, shifts position, and returns to dozing. They seem to drop into sleep and emerge from it with equal ease. Rest during the day feels different from sleep at night. It is lighter, briefer, and less complete. You remain partly aware of your surroundings. If something required your attention, you would notice. But nothing requires your attention, so you float in the pleasant space between waking and sleeping. Time passes unmeasured. You do not know if you've been resting for moments or much longer. It does not matter. When your body feels ready to resume activity, you will move. Until then, you remain still. The shade you sit in shifts gradually as the sun moves. Eventually the warmth finds you again. That warmth is part of what prompts you back into motion. Not uncomfortably hot, but warm enough to make sitting less appealing than standing. You rise slowly. No sudden movements. Your body needs time to transition from rest to activity. Others are also stirring, stretching, and looking around as if remembering where they are. No one rushes this process. Evening brings another rest rhythm. After the main meal, after food preparation is complete, people settle around the fire. This is not sleeping, but a quieter version of waking. Postures soften, movements become minimal, conversation continues but grows simpler and more repetitive. You sit with your back against someone else. This is comfortable for both of you. Their breathing is steady behind you. Your breathing matches theirs without conscious effort. Paired breathing happens automatically when people rest together. The fire is hypnotic. Flames move in patterns that your eyes follow without purpose. You're not thinking about the fire or analysing its behaviour. You're simply watching because watching is restful. Someone is working on a small repair nearby, but slowly, with long pauses between actions. Their hands move, then stop. Move, then stop. The work provides something to do with hands that want gentle activity without providing enough challenge to interrupt the restful mood. Children are quieter now, but not necessarily asleep. They sit close to adults, leaning heavily, their eyes half closed. Some are still playing, but their play has slowed to a drowsy version of daytime energy. They push small objects around, building and unbuilding tiny arrangements. Rest is permitted to last as long as it lasts. There is no pressure to resume activity. Work that remains undone will still be there tomorrow. This moment is for sitting, for warm proximity, for thoughts that drift rather than focus. Sometimes rest includes drowsing while sitting upright. Your eyes close. Your head might nod forward and then jerk back. This half-sleep is perfectly acceptable. No one minds. No one wakes you unless something genuinely needs your attention. The transition from evening rest to nighttime sleep is gradual and blurry. At some point, you realise you're more asleep than awake. You shift into a lying position without fully waking. Someone pulls a hide over you, or perhaps you do it yourself. Either way, the action is automatic. Rest happens in layers throughout each day. Brief pauses during work, longer midday settling, extended evening unwinding. These layers create a rhythm that prevents exhaustion. You never push beyond tired because rest arrives before you reach that point. Physical comfort during rest is simple and sufficient. The ground is familiar beneath you. The air temperature is manageable. You have something to lean against and something to cover yourself with. These basics are enough. No one rests in isolation unless they choose to. Even when resting apart from the main group, you remain within sight and sound. Solitude is possible, but not the default. Proximity is comforting. The presence of others creates security that allows deeper rest. When you wake from rest, whether brief or extended, you wake without agenda. There is no list of tasks waiting. There is simply the next thing, whatever that might be. Perhaps gathering, perhaps repair work, perhaps more rest. The day unfolds according to need and energy rather than plan. Food preparation begins with sorting what has been gathered. Plant materials spread across a flat area. Hands move through them, grouping by type. Leaves here, roots there, seeds in a separate pile. The sorting requires no discussion. Everyone knows what goes where. You sit near the sorting area and begin processing greens. Some leaves need stems removed, some need washing in the stream. Your hands work steadily, accumulating a pile of prepared leaves that someone else will eventually collect. Nearby, someone is grinding seeds between two stones. The grinding creates a rhythmic sound, stones sliding against stone in repeated strokes. The motion looks simple, but requires specific pressure and angle. Too much force cracks the stones. Too little leaves seeds, only partially ground. Another person is digging a pit in the earth near the fire. This pit will hold food for slow cooking, packed with hot stones and covered with leaves and dirt. The method is ancient and reliable. Food cooked this way becomes tender without constant attention. You move from greens to root vegetables. These need scraping rather than washing. Your scraping tool is a flat stone with a sharp edge, worn smooth from use. The motion is repetitive and soothing. Scrape, turn, scrape, turn. The pile of cleaned roots grows slowly. Children help according to their ability. A young one carries cleaned items from your pile to the cooking area. Their trips are frequent because they can only carry a small amount each time. This does not frustrate anyone. The help is useful even if inefficient. Food preparation is communal but not coordinated. Everyone works on whichever task needs doing. When something is finished, you move to something else. When you grow tired of one motion, you switch to a different task that uses different muscles. Someone is tending the fire, adding wood to maintain steady heat. Fire tending is continuous work during food preparation. Too hot and food burns. Too cool and food remains raw. The person tending has done this countless times and reads the fire automatically. Water is carried from the stream in multiple trips. Some water is for drinking, some for washing, some for cooking. The carrying happens throughout the afternoon, whenever someone is walking toward the stream anyway. No single person makes all the trips. Instead, everyone brings water when they pass by. You begin wrapping certain items in leaves for cooking. The wrapping technique protects delicate food from direct heat while allowing steam to cook it thoroughly. Your hands know exactly how much leaf to use, how tightly to wrap, and how to secure the bundle with plant fibre. Fish brought back earlier are being cleaned. This happens away from the main preparation area. The person cleaning works efficiently, separating edible parts from waste. The waste will be carried away from camp later. Nothing is left to attract unwanted attention. Herbs and flavouring plants are added to some preparations. Not everything receives this treatment. Some food is eaten plain. The additions are subtle, enhancing rather than dominating. You have learned which plants pair well with which foods through years of tasting and adjusting. As pieces are prepared, they begin collecting near the fire. Someone is organising them into rough groups. Food that cooks quickly goes in one spot. Food requiring longer cooking goes elsewhere. This organisation happens naturally through experience rather than explicit planning. The pit is ready and lined with hot stones. Food is layered in carefully. Denser items go on the bottom, lighter items on top. Leaves cover everything. Dirt seals the pit. The food will cook slowly for several hours while everyone continues other activities. Other items cook more directly. Flat stones heated in the fire become cooking surfaces. You place thin slices of root vegetables on a hot stone and watch them cook rapidly. The slices need turning once. Timing is judged by appearance and smell rather than measurement. Some food is eaten without cooking. Fresh greens are divided and passed around. People eat while continuing to work. The greens provide immediate energy without waiting for cooked food to be ready. The main meal will happen later when the pit is opened. Until then, people nibble on whatever is available. A handful of nuts, some dried fruit, leftover items from yesterday. Eating happens gradually throughout the afternoon. You move to help with liquid preparation. Certain leaves steeped in hot water create a warm drink. The drink is not sweet or strongly flavoured. It is simply warm and slightly bitter, pleasant on the throat. Someone is carefully dropping heated stones into a bark container of water, bringing it to a simmer. The leaves go in once the water is hot enough. They need time to release their essence. You watch the water change colour slightly, from clear to faintly brown. The smell is subtle and earthy. When the drink is ready, it will be shared among everyone present. Food preparation creates a different atmosphere than other work. There is anticipation built into it. You're making something that will soon be consumed. The work leads to immediate satisfaction, rather than creating objects that will be used repeatedly over time. Children are particularly interested in food preparation. They watch closely, sometimes reaching to touch what you are working on. You let them handle safe items. They copy your motions with their own small pieces of food. Their preparations are clumsy but genuine. As the afternoon lengthens, the pace of preparation slows. Most work is complete. Now it is mainly a matter of waiting for cooking to finish. People remain near the fire, tending it occasionally. but mostly just present while the food transforms from raw to ready. The opening of the cooking pit is a collective moment. Someone pulls back the dirt and leaves, releasing steam and a rich smell. The food inside is tender and thoroughly cooked. People gather closer, drawn by the scent and the promise of shared eating. Food is removed from the pit carefully to avoid burns. It is divided onto flat surfaces for distribution. The division is not mathematical. Some people receive more because they are larger or hungrier. Some receive less because they are smaller or already satisfied by earlier nibbling. The distribution feels fair through custom rather than measurement. You eat sitting down, using your fingers, and occasionally a flat piece of wood as a scoop. The eating is not rushed. You chew thoroughly and rest between bites. Conversation happens around eating rather than during it. People's attention is on the food and the warmth and the satisfaction of hunger becoming fullness. Cleanup begins while some people are still eating. Someone carries scraps away from the immediate area. Someone else rinses sticky items in the stream. The cleanup is minimal because the preparation was simple. There are no complex dishes or elaborate tools to wash. As eating winds down, people disperse gradually. Some return to repair work. Some settle into evening rest. Some tend to children who have grown drowsy after their meal. The transition from eating to other activities is smooth and unhurried. Food preparation and eating have structured this portion of the day. The work provided focus. The meal provided satisfaction. Now, with both complete, the evening can unfold into quieter rhythms. As light fades, the fire becomes central. Not for warmth alone, though warmth matters. The fire is a focal point, a reason for people to gather, and a source of gentle activity that does not demand much energy. You settle near the fire, but not too close. The heat is pleasant at this distance. Closer would be uncomfortable. Farther would lose the benefit. Everyone finds their preferred distance naturally through small adjustments. The fire has been burning since morning, tended continuously but without fuss. Now, in the evening, it receives more attention. Someone adds wood deliberately, placing pieces to create steady heat rather than dramatic flames. The goal is duration rather than spectacle. Others arrange themselves around the fire in a loose circle. Some sit directly on the ground. Some use hides or woven mats for slight cushioning. A few lean against rocks or logs that have become familiar seating over time. The arrangement is casual but stable. People return to the same spots evening after evening. Children are still awake but moving slower. They stay close to adults, sometimes sitting between knees, sometimes sprawling across laps. Their play continues but has become quieter. They push small objects around in the dirt, creating temporary patterns they will abandon before sleep. You hold your hands toward the fire, feeling the heat on your palms. The sensation is pleasant and slightly hypnotic. Your eyes follow the flames without really seeing them. This is the kind of watching that requires no thought. Someone is working on a small task, something that can be done with minimal light. They are not hurrying. Their hands move occasionally, then pause while they stare into the fire. The pauses grow longer as evening deepens. Eventually the work will be set aside entirely. The smoke rises steadily, creating a column that disperses into darkness above. The smell is woody and familiar. The smoke smell is so constant that you barely notice it anymore. It is simply what air smells like here. Sounds from beyond the fire are muted. The darkness holds the day's sounds at a distance. You can hear small rustlings, occasional bird calls settling into night, and the whisper of wind through grasses. These sounds are a backdrop rather than an interruption. Conversation around the fire is sporadic. Someone comments on tomorrow's weather. Someone else mentions a tool that needs repair. The comments do not build into extended discussion. They are simply thoughts spoken aloud, acknowledged with nods or brief responses. A child asks a question about something they saw during the day. An adult answers simply. The explanation is brief and factual. There is no elaboration beyond what the child actually asked. Explanations here are direct rather than expanded. Someone begins a quiet song. Not performance singing, but the kind of singing that happens without self-consciousness. Others join gradually, their voices blending without effort. The song has no clear beginning or end. It continues until it stops, whenever that happens to be. You're not singing, but you listen. The melody is ancient and simple. Everyone knows it. The words, if there are words, are more sound than meaning. The song is another form of fire watching, something to do that requires no particular focus. A baby fusses and is lifted to a shoulder. The person holding them sways slightly while remaining seated. The motion is minimal but effective. The baby quiets and returns to dozing, head heavy against the holder's chest. The fire burns lower. Someone adds more wood. The action is automatic, noticed but unremarkable. The fire will continue through most of the night, kept alive with periodic additions, but allowed to diminish to coals by morning. As darkness deepens, people begin shifting into sleeping positions. Some move away from the fire to their usual sleeping spots. Others remain where they are, simply lying down and pulling hides over themselves. The transition from waking to sleeping is gradual. Children are already mostly asleep. They are moved gently, carried, or guided to sleeping areas. Some protest mildly but settle quickly. Their resistance is minimal, more reflex than genuine objection. You remain by the fire a while longer. Your body is not quite ready for sleep. You're comfortable in this in-between state, too relaxed for activity, but not yet drowsy enough for lying down. The fire makes small sounds as it burns. Wood pops occasionally. Flames whisper. These sounds are comforting in their regularity. The fire is almost alive in its constancy, always present, always requiring some attention but never demanding. Around the fire, people are mostly still now. Breathing has slowed and deepened. Someone shifts position, pulling their covering more securely. Someone else is still sitting upright, but with eyes closed, head nodding forward, then jerking back in the rhythm of near sleep. You finally lie down, adjusting your position until comfort finds you. The ground beneath is familiar. Your body knows how to arrange itself on this surface. A hide covers you, heavy enough to feel secure, but not so heavy as to be oppressive. The fire is still visible from where you lie. You watch the flames through half-closed eyes. They move in patterns that are never quite the same, but always similar. Your mind follows the patterns without analysing them. Sleep begins to arrive in waves. You notice yourself drifting, then pulling back slightly, then drifting again. This gentle oscillation continues for some time. There is no moment when you can say you are definitively asleep. Instead, you gradually become more asleep than awake. The last thing you are aware of is warmth. Warmth from the fire. Warmth from the hide. Warmth from bodies sleeping nearby. The warmth is complete and encompassing. It is the feeling of security, of being exactly where you belong, of another day reaching its natural conclusion. Night does not mean complete sleep. You wake periodically, briefly aware of darkness and the continued presence of the fire now reduced to glowing coals. Someone is tending it quietly, adding small pieces of wood. The motion is practiced and nearly silent. You drift back towards sleep without fully waking. This shallow waking is normal. No one sleeps continuously through the entire night. Instead, sleep comes in layers, deep stretches broken by brief surfacings. An infant cries somewhere in the darkness. The sound is not alarming, just a signal of need. You hear someone moving, the soft rustle of hides being pushed aside. Quiet, murmuring as the infant is lifted and settled to breast. The crying stops. The night resumes its quiet. You're aware of other wakings around you. Someone rises to urinate outside the immediate sleeping area. Their movements are careful and quiet, trying not to disturb others. They return shortly and resettle themselves. A child whimpers softly. You're not the closest person, so you remain still. Someone nearer reaches out, placing a hand on the child's back. The whimpering subsides. The child shifts closer to the comforting hand and returns to deeper sleep. The night is not silent. Small sounds continue, wind moving through nearby vegetation, the occasional crack of a burning log settling in the fire. Breathing all around you, a collective rhythm of people sleeping. You become aware of cold on your shoulder, where your hide has shifted. Still mostly asleep, you adjust the covering without opening your eyes. Your hands know where the hide is and how to pull it back into place. The cold recedes and you sink back into sleep. Time during the night is unmeasured and elastic. You have no idea if you have been asleep for a short while or many hours. The darkness gives no indication. You wake, notice the darkness, and return to sleep. This cycle repeats several times. At some point you wake more fully, needing to move. Your body is stiff from lying in one position. You shift carefully, trying not to disturb the person sleeping pressed against your back. They murmur but do not wake. You find a new position and wait for sleep to return. The fire needs tending again. You're awake enough to notice this. Someone else notices too and rises to add wood. The flames increase slightly, sending flickering light across sleeping forms. Faces are peaceful and slack in sleep, unguarded and soft. A child wakes and calls out quietly, not distressed but seeking reassurance. Someone responds with a low voice, confirming presence. The child settles without needing to be held. Simply knowing someone is awake and aware is sufficient. You notice the stars are visible through gaps in the shelter structure. They are bright and numerous, scattered across the darkness above. You watch them briefly, not thinking about what they are or what they mean. They are simply there, constant points of light in the moving darkness. Another infant wakes and needs feeding. This time it is you who is nearest. You reach for the infant in the darkness, guided by sound rather than sight. Your hands know the shape and weight of an infant. You settle them against you, and they latch quickly, nursing with quiet urgency. The nursing is peaceful. You remain in a half-dozing state while the infant feeds. Your body knows how to sustain this activity while your mind rests. When the infant finishes and becomes heavy with sleep, you shift them gently back to where they were sleeping. Night care is never urgent or frantic. Needs are met calmly. Crying is comforted without alarm. Everyone understands that night wakings are part of the rhythm. No one expects unbroken sleep. The expectation is simply that needs will be noticed and answered. As the night progresses, the intervals of deep sleep grow longer. The brief wakings become less frequent. Your body has adjusted to a more restful state. The initial frequent position changes settle into longer periods of stillness. Eventually you notice the darkness changing. Not lighter yet, but less complete. The quality of blackness shifts towards something that will become dawn. This change is subtle and gradual. You notice it more through a feeling than through anything visible. Birds begin calling before true light arrives. Their song starts singly, one voice, then another answering. Soon the calls overlap and multiply. This bird chorus is as reliable as any timekeeper. When it begins, dawn is approaching. You do not rise immediately when you wake to birdsong. You lie still, listening, letting your body complete its transition from sleep to waking. Around you, others are doing the same. Some are still deeply asleep. Some are awake but resting quietly. Some are beginning to stir and stretch. A child wakes and immediately starts talking, their voice loud in the quiet morning. Someone shushes them gently, not scolding but simply indicating that quiet is still preferred. The child complies, their voice dropping to a whisper as they continue whatever thought they were expressing. The fire is very low now, mostly coals. Someone is building it up for the day, adding kindling first, then larger pieces as the flame catches. The fire's revival signals the true beginning of the day. Once it is burning well, people will rise and begin their routines. You push your hide aside and sit up slowly. Your body is stiff from sleeping on the ground. You stretch carefully, working out the tightness in your back and shoulders. Others are doing the same, moving through their personal waking rituals. The night has passed in its usual way, broken but restful. punctuated by small needs met with calm responses. Now, as light begins to filter into the world, the day is ready to begin again. The sun rises again, as it always does. The patterns begin anew: gathering, making, caring, resting, eating, tending, sleeping. These rhythms have no origin you could name. They existed before you and will exist after you. You were taught these patterns by watching the people who came before. You are teaching them now to the people who come after. The teaching is not formal, it is simply presence, simply the living of days in established ways. Nothing is written down. There are no records or instructions. Knowledge lives in hands and bodies and the shared memory of the group. What needs to be known is known through doing, through repetition, and through the accumulated experience of countless days. The tools you use were shaped using techniques older than language. The foods you prepare have been prepared this same way for longer than counting allows. The routes you walk were established by people whose names are completely forgotten. This deep history is invisible in daily life. You do not think about the age of your practices. You simply practice them. The continuity is unconscious, maintained through habit rather than intention. Children growing up here will know what you know, not because you will sit them down and explain, but because they will live alongside you, watching and trying and gradually becoming capable. Their children will learn the same way. The chain remains unbroken through proximity and time. The landscape itself holds memory. This gathering ground has been used for generations. The paths are worn deep, not by any individual footfall, but by the accumulation of all footfalls across time. You walk where countless others walked before, though you never knew them. Certain places have stories, though the stories are simple. This is where the fish are always plentiful. This is where good clay can be found. This is where storms are easier to shelter from. The stories are practical knowledge disguised as narrative. You do not wonder about the future. The future will be similar to now. Seasons will cycle. Plants will grow and be gathered. Children will be born and raised. People will work and rest and care for each other. This continuity is so reliable it requires no contemplation. Change happens but slowly. So slowly as to be nearly invisible. A slightly different technique for basket weaving. A new food source was discovered and incorporated. Small adjustments accumulate across generations but never disrupt the fundamental patterns. You are simultaneously insignificant and essential. Insignificant because you are one person in an endless chain. Your individual life a brief moment in a much longer story. Essential because the chain depends on each link. Without you, the knowledge you carry would not pass forward. The work you do today will need doing again tomorrow. This could feel futile, but does not. The repetition is the point. Each day's gathering feeds today's people. Each day's repairs maintain today's tools. The work is complete in itself, not building towards some distant goal. You experience satisfaction in the immediate and the tangible. A basket successfully repaired. A child soothed to sleep. A meal shared. These small completions are what life is made of. There is no larger narrative required. Evening arrives again. You return to the fire. The flames are as hypnotic as always. People settle around you in familiar positions. Children lean heavily, their eyes already closing. The day ends as days end, quietly and without ceremony. You lie down in your usual place. The hide covers you. The ground beneath is known and comfortable. Your body arranges itself automatically. Sleep begins its gentle approach. Tomorrow will bring gathering again. The same plants in the same places, changed only by season. Your hands will move through familiar motions. Your feet will walk familiar paths. This repetition is not a burden. It is structure. It is security. It is the deep continuity that connects you to all who came before and all who will come after. The story has no ending, because it is not a story in the traditional sense. It is simply life, continuing as it has continued, one day following another in patterns worn smooth by time. The fire burns low. Breathing around you deepens into sleep. The night settles over everything, warm and dark and safe. You're exactly where you have always been. You're doing exactly what has always been done. In this deep sameness, there is profound peace. Your eyes close. Your breathing slows. The day releases you into sleep. Tomorrow, when light returns, you will wake and begin again. The cycles will continue. The patterns will hold. The quiet continuity will remain unbroken, carrying forward into a future that looks remarkably like the past, which looks remarkably like now. And in that endless, gentle repetition, humanity has always found its rhythm, its meaning, and its rest. Imagine stepping outside your front door right now and having absolutely no streetlights, no porch lights from neighbouring houses, and no glow from distant shopping centres or office buildings. Now multiply that darkness by about 1,000, add the fact that your own home has maybe 1 or 2 candles burning if you're lucky, and you're starting to understand what nighttime actually meant in medieval Europe. The medieval night wasn't just darker than anything most of us have experienced. It was a different kind of darkness altogether. It was the sort of darkness that felt physical, like something you could touch. When the sun set, which happened much earlier in practical terms because people actually paid attention to it, the world transformed into something unfamiliar and potentially dangerous. Your own village, which you'd walk through countless times during the day, became a maze of shadows and uncertain footsteps. This darkness shaped everything about how medieval people approached sleep. You couldn't just decide to stay up late binge-watching your favourite show or scrolling through social media until your eyes hurt. Once darkness fell, your options were basically to sit in the dark doing nothing, burn expensive candles or oil that you'd need for more important things, or go to bed. Most people chose bed, which meant that medieval sleeping patterns were dramatically different from ours. The typical medieval person went to bed shortly after sunset. We're talking about 7 or 8 in the evening during winter months. But here's where it gets interesting. They didn't sleep straight through the night the way we try to. Instead, most people practiced what historians call segmented sleep, or first and second sleep. You'd go to bed at dusk, sleep for 3 or 4 hours, then wake up naturally in the middle of the night for an hour or 2. What did people do during this middle of the night wake period? Well, they'd pray, think about their dreams, talk quietly with their spouse if they had one, maybe tend to the fire, or engage in activities that led to medieval Europe's impressive population growth. Then they'd settle back down for a second sleep that lasted until dawn. This wasn't considered insomnia or a sleep disorder. It was just how human sleep naturally worked before artificial lighting convinced our bodies to consolidate everything into one chunk. The darkness also meant that bedtime wasn't a precise moment you could check on your phone. People judged time by church bells if they lived near a church, or by the position of stars if they could see them, or more often by simply feeling tired when their bodies had been awake since dawn. Time was less about exact hours and more about natural rhythms. When you could no longer see well enough to work, it was time to start thinking about sleep. This relationship with darkness shaped medieval sleep in ways we barely understand today. Going to bed wasn't about optimal sleep hygiene, or making sure you got your full 8 hours. It was about surviving the cold, staying safe from both real and imagined dangers, and making the best use of expensive lighting resources. The night was something to be gotten through, not enjoyed, and sleep was your primary tool for doing exactly that. The quality of your sleep in medieval times was directly connected to your social status, in ways that might seem strange to us now. A noble in a castle had access to private chambers, good fires, and plenty of candles or rushlights. A peasant in a one-room cottage shared sleeping space with their entire family. The fire had to be carefully managed to last until morning, and lighting was a luxury saved for emergencies. But regardless of whether you were a duke or a ditch digger, the darkness was still the darkness, and it still defined your entire relationship with nighttime. Let's talk about medieval bedrooms. Except for most people, the word bedroom would have been a completely foreign concept. Separate rooms dedicated solely to sleeping? That was a luxury so extreme that even many wealthy people didn't have it. For the majority of medieval Europeans, the question wasn't, "Where's your bedroom?" but rather, Where in your living space are you going to sleep tonight? Picture a typical peasant cottage, and by typical, we mean the homes where about 90% of medieval people lived. You'd have one room, maybe two if you were doing pretty well for yourself. This single room served as kitchen, dining room, living room, workshop, and yes, bedroom. The whole family slept there, often in the same bed or on adjacent sleeping platforms. Privacy was not a medieval value, mainly because privacy was simply not possible for most people. The bed itself, if you could call it that, often consisted of a wooden frame with rope or leather straps stretched across it to create a flexible sleeping surface. This is where the phrase "sleep tight" supposedly comes from. You'd need to tighten those ropes periodically to keep the sleeping surface from sagging too much. Though historians debate whether that's the real origin of the phrase, it makes a nice story and captures something true about medieval sleeping arrangements. They required maintenance. Now, if you were a peasant without even a proper bed frame, you might sleep on what was essentially a large sack filled with straw, placed directly on the dirt floor or on a raised platform to avoid the worst of the cold and damp rising from the ground. These straw mattresses were called pallets, and they were about as comfortable as they sound, which is to say, not very, but considerably better than sleeping directly on cold earth. The straw in these mattresses needed regular replacement because, well, imagine sleeping on the same pile of dried grass for months on end. It would compress, accumulate moisture, attract various forms of wildlife you didn't particularly want sharing your bed, and generally become less pleasant over time. Replacing the straw was a regular household task, like changing your sheets, except you were changing the entire mattress. Moving up the social ladder, things got marginally better. Wealthier peasants and merchants might have actual wooden bed frames, possibly even with some basic decoration if they were showing off. The mattress might be stuffed with wool instead of straw, which was warmer, more comfortable, and less likely to poke you with sharp bits throughout the night. Some even had feather mattresses, though these were expensive enough that they often appeared in wills as valuable property to be inherited. The nobility slept in what we'd recognise as actual beds, though even these were different from what you might expect. A noble's bed was often a major piece of furniture and a significant status symbol. It would have a wooden frame, but more importantly it would have curtains, heavy fabric hangings that could be drawn around the bed to create a smaller, warmer space within the already cold chamber. These bed curtains were crucial technology that doesn't get enough credit. Think about it. You're in a stone castle where the walls are thick, but not particularly good at keeping out cold. The windows have shutters but no glass, or only expensive, poor quality glass if you're very wealthy. And the only heat source is a fireplace that's basically warming one corner of a large room. By drawing curtains around your bed, you created a much smaller space that your body heat could actually warm. It was like having a tent inside your room, and it made the difference between being cold all night and being reasonably comfortable. The grandest beds were architectural features that could be disassembled and moved, but required considerable effort to do so. They had posts, canopies, elaborate carvings, and expensive fabrics. A great bed was a place for sleeping, certainly, but also for receiving important visitors, conducting business and displaying wealth. When medieval nobles or royalty were seriously ill, they often held court from their beds, because the bed was the most prestigious piece of furniture in the household. But here's something that might surprise you. Even in castles, even among the nobility, most people didn't sleep alone. Servants often slept in the same rooms as their masters, either on smaller beds or on pallets on the floor. Children shared beds with siblings. Extended family members bunked together. The concept of everyone in a household having their own private sleeping space was almost unheard of, even among the very wealthy. There were practical reasons for this crowding beyond just limited space. Multiple bodies in a room meant more warmth. Having servants sleep in your chamber meant you had someone to tend the fire during the night, to help you if you needed something, and to provide security against intruders. Privacy might be nice, but warmth, service, and safety were necessities. For travellers, and medieval people travelled more than you might think, whether for trade, pilgrimage, or military service. Sleeping arrangements were even more variable. Inns existed, but they were sparse, and sleeping at an inn usually meant sharing a bed with complete strangers. This wasn't considered particularly strange. It was simply the most efficient use of limited space and bedding. You'd climb into bed with whoever else had paid for a spot, hopefully claiming the side closer to the wall if you got there first. and try to sleep while ignoring the snoring, smells and movements of your temporary bed partners. Monasteries and convents had their own sleeping arrangements. Monks and nuns often slept in dormitories, sometimes in individual cells barely large enough for a narrow bed, sometimes in communal spaces with rows of beds. The strictest religious orders required sleeping on bare boards as a form of mortification of the flesh, which is about as comfortable as it sounds and was meant to be that way. Now that you're mentally curled up in your medieval sleeping space, whether that's a pile of straw on a cottage floor or a curtained bed in a drafty castle, let's talk about what you'd pull over yourself to keep from turning into a medieval popsicle during the night. Your modern comforter, with its synthetic fill and machine-washable cover, is a technological marvel that medieval people would have traded a good sheep for. What they had instead was whatever they could make, buy or inherit. And the quality varied so wildly that a peasant's bedding and a noble's bedding were barely the same category of object. Starting at the bottom of the social ladder, a peasant family's blankets were likely made of wool, because sheep were everywhere in medieval Europe, and wool was the go-to fabric for anything that needed to be warm. But not all wool is created equal. The coarse wool from the family's own sheep, woven at home or by a local weaver, resulted in blankets that were warm, yes, but also heavy, scratchy, and nowhere near as soft as the wool products you'd find in a modern bedding store. These homespun wool blankets were valuable enough that families took care of them, mended them repeatedly, and passed them down through generations. When a blanket wore out in one spot, you didn't throw it away. You patched it, turned it, repurposed it, or eventually cut it down into smaller pieces for other uses. Waste wasn't a medieval concept when it came to textiles, because making cloth was incredibly labour-intensive. For padding between you and those rope bed supports, you'd have your straw or wool mattress, but some people added additional layers. A coarse cloth covering over the straw helped keep the pointy bits from poking through quite so aggressively. Some people used animal skins. Sheepskins were particularly popular because they were warm, relatively soft and naturally water-resistant. Moving up the economic ladder, the bedding got progressively finer. Wealthier merchants might have wool blankets made from better quality wool, perhaps even dyed in attractive colours using expensive dyes. They might have linen sheets. Yes, medieval people who could afford it used sheets, though not everyone changed them as frequently as we might hope. Linen was prized because, unlike wool, it could be washed in hot water and wouldn't shrink, though it was considerably more expensive than wool. The nobility took bedding to another level entirely. Their wool might be felted or fulled to make it softer and denser. They'd have multiple layers, linen sheets against the skin, wool blankets for warmth, and possibly fur or silk covers on top for display as much as function. The wealthiest individuals had feather beds, not just mattresses stuffed with feathers, but also feather-filled coverlets that were the medieval equivalent of a down comforter. These feather beds were luxury items that appeared in inventories and wills alongside jewellery and valuable household items. Getting enough feathers to stuff a good-sized coverlet required a lot of geese or other waterfowl, and someone had to pluck them all, clean them, and stuff them into tightly woven fabric that wouldn't let the feathers escape. It was skilled, time-consuming work, which meant it was expensive. But here's the thing about medieval bedding that really matters. It was all about layering. You didn't have one perfect blanket that regulated your temperature throughout the night. Instead, you had multiple layers of different materials, and you managed your temperature by adding or removing layers, opening or closing bed curtains, and adjusting how close you were to other people in your bed. The fabrics themselves had properties that medieval people understood through experience, even if they couldn't explain the science. Wool stays warm even when damp, which mattered in drafty, moisture-prone buildings. Linen absorbs moisture and dries relatively quickly, which was important for sheets that would absorb sweat and body oils. Furs provided excellent insulation and had the added benefit of being a visible display of wealth. Medieval people also used what we might call sleeping costumes. You didn't just strip down to your underwear and hop into bed, partly because underwear in the modern sense didn't really exist, and partly because it was too cold for that nonsense. Instead, most people slept in a long linen garment called a nightshirt or night shift. This wasn't decorative sleepwear. It was a practical layer that absorbed body oils and sweat, keeping your outer garments cleaner since those were difficult to wash. Wealthier folks might have specific nightshirts set aside just for sleeping, while poorer people might sleep in their undertunic, essentially the same linen garment they wore during the day under their outer clothing. Either way, you were sleeping in something substantial, not naked or nearly naked the way many people do today in their climate-controlled homes. Some people also wore nightcaps, and not just as a quaint medieval fashion statement. A huge amount of body heat escapes through your head, and in a cold room, keeping your head covered while sleeping was just practical. These caps might be simple linen affairs for everyday use or more elaborate for the wealthy, but the principle was the same: trap heat and stay comfortable. The bed itself might also have additional insulation built in. Those curtains around a noble's bed weren't just fabric hanging loosely. They were often made of heavy wool, sometimes lined, creating a thick barrier between the cold chamber and the sleeping space. Opening or closing these curtains was how you adjusted your temperature, like medieval climate control. For extra warmth on particularly cold nights, people used bed warmers, long-handled metal pans filled with hot coals that you'd run between the sheets before getting into bed. This was the medieval version of an electric blanket preheat setting, and it actually worked pretty well, though you had to be careful not to set your straw mattress on fire. More than one medieval house burned down because someone got careless with bedtime heating arrangements. Let's talk about the single most important piece of medieval bedroom equipment, even though it wasn't technically part of the bed: the fire. If medieval sleep comfort had a foundation, it was the ability to keep a fire burning through the night without dying, burning down your house or asphyxiating everyone with smoke. In a peasant cottage, the fire was literally the centre of the home. We're not speaking metaphorically here. The hearth was often in the middle of the single room, with smoke rising up to escape through a hole in the roof or through gaps in the thatched roofing. This seems primitive until you realise the genius of it. The smoke from the fire would rise through the thatch, helping to preserve it and kill off insects, while also providing a sort of fumigation for the whole house. The downside, of course, was that everyone in the house was breathing some amount of smoke all the time. Medieval lungs probably looked like they belonged to modern cigarette smokers, and respiratory problems were common. But the alternative was freezing to death, so most people considered it an acceptable trade-off. Keeping this central fire going overnight was a serious responsibility, usually given to whoever was considered most reliable in the household. The fire couldn't be allowed to go completely out because relighting it was a genuine hassle. Without matches or lighters, you had to use a flint and steel to create sparks, then catch those sparks on tinder, then carefully nurse that tiny ember into an actual flame. It could take considerable time and effort, and on a cold morning, you really didn't want to be starting from scratch. So the technique was to bank the fire for overnight, essentially covering the glowing coals with ash to slow down combustion while keeping the coals alive. Done correctly, you'd wake up to a fire that just needed some stirring, fresh fuel and gentle blowing to spring back to life. Done incorrectly, you'd wake up to cold ashes and face the prospect of starting over, which would make you very unpopular with everyone else in the cold house. The fuel for these fires varied by region and availability. Wood was the obvious choice where forests were accessible, but not all wood burns equally well. Dense hardwoods like oak burn longer and hotter, but are harder to ignite. Softwoods like pine catch quickly but burn fast and produce more smoke. Medieval people knew these properties intimately and chose their firewood accordingly. In areas where wood was scarce, and by the late medieval period, many areas of Europe had been substantially deforested, people burned whatever they could get. Peat was common in boggy regions, cut into blocks and dried for fuel. It burns slowly and produces a distinctive smell that people either love or hate. Dried animal dung was another option in areas where even peat wasn't available. Yes, medieval people sometimes heated their homes by burning manure. It wasn't ideal, but it worked, and when your alternative is freezing, you burn what you have. For the nobility in their castles, the situation was somewhat different. They had actual fireplaces with chimneys, a luxury that became more common from the 12th century onward and represented a huge improvement in indoor air quality. A proper fireplace with a chimney pulled smoke up and out rather than letting it disperse through the room, meaning you could breathe without inhaling quite so much particulate matter. But even castle fireplaces had their challenges. The chimney might draw well when the wind was right, but poorly when conditions weren't optimal, leading to rooms that filled with smoke. Stone castles were notoriously difficult to heat. All that stone absorbed heat without warming up much, and the high ceilings meant warm air rose far above where people were trying to sleep. The solution was multiple smaller fires rather than one large one. A castle might have fireplaces in several chambers, each creating a small zone of warmth in an otherwise cold building. The best chambers had fireplaces, and access to those chambers was a privilege of rank. Lesser members of the household slept in rooms without direct heat, relying on warmer clothing and more bedding to make up the difference. Fire safety was a constant concern in a world where everything was made of combustible materials, and fire suppression technology consisted of buckets of water and prayers. Medieval towns and cities had devastating fires with disturbing regularity. Everyone knew someone who had lost their home to fire, and most people knew someone who had died in one. So sleeping with a fire burning nearby required careful management. The fire had to be far enough from bedding and other flammable materials to be safe but close enough to provide warmth. The floor around the hearth needed to be clear. Candles and rushlights had to be extinguished or placed where they couldn't fall, and start a fire if someone bumped into them during a middle-of-the-night trip outside to relieve themselves. Speaking of which, nighttime bathroom trips were another challenge. You'd wake up in the middle of the night needing to use the privy, which in a peasant cottage meant either using a chamber pot kept near the bed or, more commonly, going outside to the designated spot. In winter, this was miserable enough that many people tried to minimise nighttime liquid intake, though that created its own problems. The very wealthy had indoor privies, rooms with seats positioned over shafts that dropped waist down into moats, pits, or outside the castle walls. These were cold, smelly places that weren't exactly pleasant to visit, but they beat stumbling outside in the dark and cold. Still, even with indoor plumbing of sorts, the trip from your warm bed to the cold privy chamber and back was an adventure in temperature shock. The fire also provided the only nighttime light that didn't require burning expensive candles or oil. If you woke during that traditional middle-of-the-night interval between first and second sleep, you might sit near the fire watching the flames while your thoughts wandered. This quiet time, with just the firelight and the sleeping sounds of your household, was often described as peaceful, a meditative period that our modern compressed sleep schedules have eliminated. Now we're going to talk about something that medieval people took as seriously as physical warmth, spiritual protection during the vulnerable hours of sleep. Because in the medieval mind, nighttime wasn't just physically dangerous, it was spiritually dangerous too. You have to understand that medieval Europeans lived in a world absolutely teeming with supernatural beings. Not in the way we might casually talk about believing in ghosts or checking our horoscope, but in a visceral, constant awareness that the spiritual world was just as real as the physical one, and considerably more dangerous. And nighttime was when the boundary between these worlds grew thinner. Before going to bed, most medieval people performed some form of protective ritual. At minimum, this meant prayers. You'd cross yourself, recite a prayer asking for God's protection through the night, and possibly say specific prayers against particular dangers. The Catholic Church encouraged nightly prayers and provided specific devotions for nighttime use. These weren't just abstract spiritual exercises. People genuinely believed that prayers could protect them from very real dangers. Demons, they believed, wandered during the night looking for unprotected souls to torment. Evil spirits might press down on your chest while you sleep, causing nightmares or worse. The devil himself was particularly active during the dark hours, and a soul without proper spiritual protection was vulnerable. Many people made the sign of the cross over their bed before getting in and over their doors and windows. Some marked these thresholds with holy water or blessed salt. These weren't superstitions in the medieval mind. They were practical precautions like locking your doors today. Except you weren't just protecting against human intruders, you were warding off spiritual ones. The physical arrangement of the sleeping space often had spiritual significance. Many people positioned their beds so they could face east, toward Jerusalem and the rising sun, believing this orientation offered additional protection. Religious imagery, crosses, icons or symbols, might be placed near the bed or hung on walls. These weren't decorations, they were spiritual security systems. Nightmares were understood completely differently than we understand them today. When you had a bad dream, it wasn't just your subconscious processing daily stress. It might be a demon literally assaulting you during sleep, or a dead person trying to communicate, or a prophetic vision sent by God or intercepted by Satan. Dreams were taken very seriously and often discussed with priests who could help interpret their meaning and advise on protective measures. Some dreams were considered so significant that they were recorded and reported to church authorities. If you dreamed of something that might relate to heresy or had visions that seemed prophetic, these were matters that could have serious consequences. Dream interpretation was a recognized spiritual skill, and people paid attention to the messages they believed were being sent to them during sleep. The phenomenon of sleep paralysis, that terrifying experience where you're conscious but can't move, often accompanied by a sense of pressure on your chest in the presence of a threatening entity, was universally interpreted as a demonic attack or visitation by a malevolent supernatural being. Different cultures had different names for the entity that caused this. The night hag or old hag in some traditions, the mare in others, which is where our word nightmare comes from. Protection against these entities involved both physical and spiritual measures. You might place iron near your bed, as iron was believed to repel fairies and evil spirits. You might wear a blessed amulet or keep a piece of a holy relic nearby. Some people slept with their hands arranged in the shape of a cross to maintain protection, even while unconscious. Children were considered especially vulnerable to spiritual dangers during sleep, partly because they were thought to be more spiritually open, and partly because their souls were so valuable to demonic forces. Parents might perform elaborate bedtime rituals over their children, including blessings, prayers, and the arrangement of protective objects around the sleeping child. The church had mixed feelings about some of these protective practices. Official church doctrine approved of prayers and blessed objects, but frowned on practices that seemed too similar to pre-Christian magic or pagan beliefs. This created a grey area where people practiced a blend of approved Christian devotion and traditional folk protection that made church authorities uncomfortable, but was too widespread to effectively suppress. Interestingly, some of these folk practices did have practical benefits, even if the spiritual reasoning behind them was questionable. Keeping certain herbs near your bed, blessed by the church for spiritual protection, might actually help repel insects or improve air quality. Maintaining evening prayer routines provided psychological comfort and helped mark the transition from waking to sleeping. The ritualization of bedtime created structure and predictability in a chaotic, dangerous world. The fear of nocturnal spiritual dangers also reinforced social structures and behaviours. Going to bed properly with appropriate prayers and protections was seen as morally correct. Someone who neglected these spiritual duties was not just being careless, but was committing a minor sin and inviting danger. This religious framework around sleep made it a moral issue, as well as a practical one. So far we've been talking about sleeping indoors, but let's address the elephant in the room, or rather the absence of a room, because plenty of medieval people regularly slept outside, not by choice but by necessity, and they managed not to freeze to death doing it. How? First, let's talk about who was sleeping outdoors. Shepherds, for one, spent nights out with their flocks during warmer months, protecting sheep from predators and thieves. Travellers caught between towns might find themselves sleeping rough rather than risk travelling after dark. Soldiers on campaign spent more nights under the sky than under roofs. Harvest workers during peak season sometimes slept in fields rather than waste time walking back to town each night. And the poor, particularly in cities, often had no choice but to find what shelter they could under bridges, in doorways, or in other semi-protected spots. The first rule of outdoor medieval sleeping was, don't do it in winter if you have any choice whatsoever. Medieval people understood that sleeping outside in deep winter was an excellent way to die of exposure. They didn't have magical cold weather techniques we've lost. They just tried very hard not to be outside overnight when it was truly cold. But during the rest of the year, outdoor sleeping was manageable with the right approach. Location was everything. You didn't just lie down anywhere. You looked for natural windbreaks like large rocks, earthen banks, or thick hedges. You positioned yourself to take advantage of any available shelter while staying away from obviously dangerous locations like avalanche paths, flooding risks, or places where animals had established roots. Ground insulation was critical. Sleeping directly on cold earth would suck the heat right out of your body, so medieval outdoor sleepers would gather whatever materials they could find to create a barrier. Dry leaves, bracken, heather, pine needles and grass, all of these could be piled up to create an insulating layer between you and the ground. The deeper the pile, the warmer you'd be. Some travellers carried their own portable bedding. A shepherd might have a wool cloak that could double as both clothing and a blanket. Wealthier travellers might have an actual blanket roll. Pilgrims, and medieval Europe saw a lot of pilgrimage traffic, often travelled with a cloak designed to serve multiple purposes. Wear it during the day and sleep under it at night. The medieval cloak was an underappreciated piece of technology. Made of wool, often with a hood, it could be worn loose for ventilation during the day, or wrapped tight for warmth. At night, You could wrap yourself in it like a burrito, pull the hood over your head, and have a surprising amount of warmth. The wealthier you were, the better quality wool you had, which meant warmer, denser fabric that provided better insulation. Fire was even more important when sleeping outdoors than when sleeping inside. A shepherd spending the night in the hills with his flock would build a fire and sleep near it, waking periodically to add fuel. This wasn't comfortable sleep. You'd be too hot on the side facing the fire and too cold on the other side, but it beat freezing. The skill was in building a fire that would last. You wanted substantial fuel that would burn slowly rather than small twigs that would flame out quickly. You'd build up a good bed of coals, then add larger pieces of wood. Some experienced outdoor sleepers would arrange large logs to create a long burning fire that didn't need constant tending. If sleeping alone outdoors, you'd want your back against something, a rock, a tree, or an earthen bank, so that you were protected from one side and could keep the fire on the other. This also provided psychological comfort because you knew nothing could sneak up behind you. Medieval nights were full of real dangers: wolves, bears, and human bandits, and sleeping in the open meant staying alert to these threats. Groups sleeping outdoors had an advantage: body heat. Shepherds might sleep huddled together with their dogs for warmth. Soldiers on campaign would crowd into tents or under temporary shelters, with the warmth of multiple bodies making up for the lack of other heating. This also meant someone could stand watch while others slept, providing security in a dangerous world. Military campaigns involved a lot of outdoor sleeping, and armies developed systems for managing this. Common soldiers often had basic tents, simple cloth or leather stretched over frames, that provided wind protection even if they didn't offer much insulation. The tent kept off rain and blocked wind, which were the two biggest threats to maintaining body heat. Inside the tent, soldiers would sleep in their cloaks, possibly with additional blankets if they were lucky, packed together for warmth. Officers had better tents, sometimes elaborate pavilions that could be quite comfortable with the right furnishings. A knight on campaign might travel with a tent that included a folding bed, proper bedding, and even portable furniture. But even the best tent wasn't as warm as a proper building, so everyone, regardless of rank, had to deal with being colder than they'd be at home. The reality of outdoor sleeping meant that medieval people were simply tougher about cold and discomfort than most of us are today. They didn't have the option of adjusting a thermostat or adding another electric blanket. They dealt with being cold, being uncomfortable, and sleeping poorly because those were the conditions of life. This doesn't mean they enjoyed it. Medieval sources are full of complaints about miserable nights sleeping rough, but they endured it because they had no choice. Interestingly, some people seem to sleep outdoors by preference, at least during warmer months. Hermits and some extremely devout religious individuals deliberately chose to sleep under the sky as a form of spiritual discipline. They'd find a cave or build a simple shelter and live there, enduring hardship as a way of growing closer to God. This was considered admirable and holy, though also slightly crazy even by medieval standards. For the urban poor, sleeping outdoors was less about spiritual growth and more about having nowhere else to go. Medieval cities had populations of homeless people who slept in doorways, under market stalls, or anywhere they could find a bit of shelter. This was dangerous and uncomfortable, but it was survival. Cities sometimes provided limited charity in the form of hospitality houses or spaces where the poor could sleep indoors, but there was never enough space for everyone who needed it. As dawn approaches in our medieval night, let's talk about waking up and what that morning experience tells us about how different medieval sleep really was from our modern experience. The medieval morning started early, very early by modern standards. Dawn was the natural wake-up time, not because people set alarms, but because light itself was the alarm. Without curtains blocking the sunrise, without artificial light that disrupted natural circadian rhythms, your body simply woke when the sun came up. This meant that wake-up times varied dramatically by season. You might rise at 5 a.m. in summer and 8 a.m. in winter, and everyone considered this completely normal. The first sensations of waking were probably not pleasant. You'd be stiff from sleeping on a surface that ranged from not very comfortable to actively painful. Your body would be cold because the fire had burned low during the night. If you'd slept in a room with other people, which most people did, you'd be surrounded by the sounds and smells of other humans who had spent the night in a room with limited ventilation. Medieval people didn't wake up and immediately jump into their day. They'd lie there for a bit, possibly dozing through that transition between first and second sleep if they'd woken during the night interval. When they finally roused themselves fully, the first order of business was getting the fire going properly again if it had been banked overnight. Then you'd dress, which was less complicated than you might think because you'd slept in much of your clothing. You'd add outer layers, maybe splash some water on your face if water was available, and you were unusually concerned with cleanliness, and basically prepare to start another day of medieval life. Morning prayers were standard for most people, a quick thanks to God for surviving the night, because in a world where disease and accident could kill you suddenly, surviving the night wasn't something to take for granted. These prayers served both spiritual and practical purposes, marking the transition from sleep to waking, and helping orient your mind toward the day ahead. But here's what's fascinating when you really think about medieval sleep. It worked. Despite all the discomfort, despite the cold, despite sharing sleeping spaces with multiple people and various forms of wildlife, despite the smoke and the danger and the spiritual anxiety, medieval people got enough sleep to function. They built cathedrals, fought wars, created art, raised families, and developed complex societies. They did this all while sleeping in conditions that would have most modern people calling a contractor and investing in better insulation. This tells us something important about human adaptability. Our bodies and minds are remarkably good at adjusting to conditions that seem unbearable at first. Medieval people weren't superhuman, they were just adapted to their circumstances. They found their cold rooms normal because they'd never known anything else. They slept well in crowded conditions because privacy was never an option. They dealt with discomfort because comfort wasn't really on the menu. It also tells us something about what sleep actually requires. We modern people have convinced ourselves that we need perfect conditions. The right temperature, the right mattress, the right pillows, complete darkness, absolute silence, maybe a white noise machine or a specially designed sleep app. Medieval people had none of these things and slept anyway, because fundamentally, human sleep is robust enough to work under surprisingly difficult conditions. The legacy of medieval sleep patterns has left traces in our language and culture that we barely notice. When we talk about having a good night's sleep, we're using a phrase that dates back centuries. The expression, burning the midnight oil, refers to a time when staying up late actually meant consuming expensive resources. Making your bed comes from an era when this was a genuine daily task that involved tightening ropes and fluffing straw. Even our architecture carries echoes of medieval sleeping arrangements. The four-poster bed design originated in medieval attempts to create warmer sleeping spaces through curtains. The canopy over a bed, now purely decorative, once served the practical purpose of catching falling debris from thatched roofs or crumbling plaster. These functional designs became status symbols and eventually decorative traditions that persist, even though we no longer need them. The medieval approach to sleep also influenced later developments in housing and heating. The recognition that separate bedrooms provided better rest and privacy, even when they weren't strictly necessary for warmth, led to architectural changes as wealth increased. The development of better chimney technology, improved glass making for windows, and more efficient heating systems all emerged partly from centuries of experience with cold, smoky medieval sleeping conditions. Medieval sleep patterns, specifically that segmented sleep with a wakeful period in the middle of the night, might actually have been more natural for human biology than our modern compressed schedule. Some sleep researchers argue that the medieval pattern matched our circadian rhythms better than forcing ourselves to sleep in one solid block. That middle-of-the-night wakeful period was used for prayer, intimacy, reflection, and dreaming, activities we've lost in our rush to maximize sleep efficiency. There's also something to be said for the medieval acceptance of seasonal variation in sleep patterns. We modern people try to maintain the same schedule year-round, going to bed at the same time whether it's June or December, regardless of what our bodies might prefer. Medieval people slept more in winter and less in summer, following natural light cycles, and this might have been healthier than our artificial consistency. The communal nature of medieval sleep also has lessons for us. While we value privacy and personal space, and there's nothing wrong with that, there was something to be said for the security and comfort of never sleeping truly alone. The presence of family members and the sounds of other people breathing and sleeping nearby provided reassurance in a way that our isolated modern bedrooms don't. Medieval people's relationship with fire teaches us about resource management and sustainability in ways we've forgotten. They used fire carefully because fuel was precious, banked fires to maintain them efficiently, and understood that waste in heating was waste they couldn't afford. Our modern ability to heat entire homes to comfortable temperatures year-round is wonderful, but it's come at environmental costs that medieval people would have found incomprehensible. The spiritual dimension of medieval sleep reminds us that sleep has always been more than just physical rest. It's a vulnerable state that requires not just physical safety, but psychological and spiritual security. Medieval prayers and protective rituals served the same function that our modern bedtime routines serve, creating a mental transition from waking concerns to sleep's release. Whether you're crossing yourself and praying to saints or doing relaxation exercises and meditation, you're performing the same basic function of creating a psychological boundary around sleep time. As you lie there in your comfortable bed, with your temperature-controlled room and your supportive mattress, it's worth considering what lessons medieval sleep might offer for our modern rest problems. Because for all our advances in sleep technology, many of us struggle to sleep well, while medieval people, despite their objectively terrible sleeping conditions, generally managed just fine. First, there's the lesson of darkness. Medieval people lived in genuine darkness, and their sleep cycles aligned naturally with it. We modern folks flood our evenings with artificial light, then wonder why we have trouble falling asleep. The blue light from our phones and tablets is particularly disruptive, signalling to our brains that it's still daytime when we're trying to convince our bodies it's bedtime. Medieval people didn't have to actively create darkness. It was the default setting, and their bodies responded accordingly. If you're struggling with sleep, one medieval lesson is simple. Make your evenings darker. Dim your lights as bedtime approaches. Avoid screens for an hour before sleep, and use blackout curtains to eliminate light pollution from streetlights. Create an approximation of that medieval darkness, and your body might remember how it's supposed to respond. Second, there's the temperature factor. Medieval people slept in cold rooms and used bedding for warmth, rather than heating the entire space. Modern research actually supports this approach. We sleep better in cooler rooms, ideally between 60 and 67 degrees Fahrenheit. Your body temperature naturally drops when you sleep, and a cool environment facilitates this process. Medieval people stumbled onto this truth through necessity. We've had to rediscover it through sleep research. The medieval practice of layering for warmth rather than ambient heating also makes sense. Being slightly cool but buried under warm blankets seems to promote better sleep than being in a warm room with light covers. There's something psychologically comforting about burrowing into blankets, creating your own warm microclimate the way medieval bed curtains once did. Third, consider the medieval approach to bedtime routines. Modern sleep experts constantly advise establishing consistent bedtime rituals, and medieval people did exactly this with their evening prayers, their fire banking, and their protective rituals. These activities served the practical purpose of preparing for bed, while also signalling to the mind and body that sleep was coming. The specific content of the ritual mattered less than its consistency, and its role in marking the transition from day to night. You might not want to start crossing yourself and reciting prayers to ward off demons, though if that works for you, go right ahead. But creating your own bedtime ritual serves the same purpose. Making tea, reading a few pages of an actual book, doing some gentle stretching, or even just putting on specific sleepwear, these activities signal to your brain that sleep time is approaching. Fourth, there's something to learn from segmented sleep. While we can't fully recreate medieval sleep patterns in our electric world, there's value in not panicking if you wake up in the middle of the night. Medieval people expected this wakeful period and used it productively and calmly. When we wake at 3 a.m. and immediately start stressing about how we should be asleep, we make the problem worse. If you wake in the night, try adopting a medieval approach. Accept it. Lie there quietly, think calm thoughts, pray if you're inclined that way, or just rest peacefully. Don't look at your phone, don't turn on bright lights, and don't start your day. Just exist calmly in the darkness for a while, and you'll likely drift back to sleep naturally. Fighting the wakefulness creates anxiety that prevents sleep. Accepting it often allows it to pass. Fifth, medieval people's physical exhaustion from daily labour meant they fell asleep easily, despite uncomfortable conditions. Most of us aren't doing the kind of physical work that left medieval people genuinely tired by bedtime. We're mentally exhausted but physically under-exercised, which is exactly the wrong combination for good sleep. Our brains are wired from screen time and stress, but our bodies haven't done enough to earn physical tiredness. The medieval lesson here is straightforward. Physical activity during the day promotes better sleep at night. You don't need to plough fields or walk 20 miles, but you do need to move your body enough that it's ready for rest. Medieval people didn't need sleep podcasts or meditation apps, because their bodies were genuinely ready to shut down at bedtime. Sixth, there's the matter of expectations. Medieval people didn't expect perfect comfort, complete silence, or ideal conditions. They expected sleep to be somewhat challenging and uncomfortable, and they slept anyway. We modern people have such high expectations for our sleep that we create anxiety around it, and that anxiety itself disrupts our rest. Sometimes the medieval approach of just accepting less than perfect conditions and sleeping anyway is the healthiest response. Your mattress might not be perfectly suited to your body, your room might not be absolutely silent, and your schedule might not align perfectly with your natural rhythms. And that's okay. Sleep doesn't require perfection, it just requires good enough conditions and a willingness to rest despite minor imperfections. Finally, medieval sleep reminds us that community and connection matter for good rest. Sleeping completely alone in isolated rooms is actually a very modern phenomenon, and it's not necessarily optimal for everyone. The presence of family members, pets, or partners can provide comfort and security that promotes better sleep, even if it also means occasional disruptions. Obviously, we don't need to return to medieval communal sleeping arrangements. Privacy and personal space are valuable, but there's something to be said for not sleeping in complete isolation if it makes you anxious or uncomfortable. That dog on your bed, that partner beside you, that baby monitor connecting you to your children, these connections serve some of the same reassuring functions that communal medieval sleeping once did. Let's take a moment to imagine that you could somehow transport your modern bedroom back to medieval times, or bring a medieval sleeping space into the present. The contrast would be startling, but so would the similarities. A medieval person visiting your bedroom would probably be most amazed by the consistent temperature. The idea that you could keep an entire room warm all night, every night, without anyone tending a fire, would seem like sorcery. They'd be fascinated by your light switches. The ability to banish darkness with a simple gesture would be mind-boggling. Your mattress would feel incredibly soft and supportive, your sheets impossibly smooth and clean. But they might also find your bedroom somewhat puzzling. Why is it so isolated from the rest of the house? Why do you sleep alone when having others nearby would be warmer, safer, and more comforting? Why do you have so much space dedicated solely to sleeping when that space could serve multiple functions? And why are you struggling to fall asleep in these perfect conditions when they could sleep fine on a pile of straw? Conversely, if you were transported to a medieval bedchamber, you'd immediately notice the cold. Not just cool, but genuinely cold, in a way that makes you want to keep all your clothes on, which is exactly what you'd do. The smell would be your next observation. Wood smoke, unwashed bodies, old straw, cooking odours, and various other scents that we've trained ourselves not to tolerate. Your modern nose, accustomed to air fresheners and frequent laundering, would find the medieval bedroom environment challenging. The lack of privacy would probably bother you more than it bothered medieval people. Knowing that you're sharing sleeping space with family members, servants, or even strangers at an inn would feel intrusive. You'd miss your ability to retreat into your own space, close the door, and have genuine solitude. This privacy that we take for granted was a luxury almost unknown in medieval times. You'd also notice the darkness in a way medieval people didn't because they never knew anything else. When the sun set and candles were extinguished, it would be darker than almost anywhere you've experienced in modern life. That darkness would feel oppressive at first, maybe even frightening, until you adjusted to it the way medieval people lived with it every day. The sounds would be different too. Instead of the white noise of HVAC systems, refrigerators humming, or distant traffic, you'd hear the sounds of other people sleeping, breathing, snoring, shifting position, getting up to tend the fire or use the chamber pot. You'd hear animals both inside and outside the dwelling. You'd hear weather more directly because buildings weren't as well sealed. These organic sounds might actually be more soothing than modern mechanical noises, or they might keep you awake all night. People's responses would vary. The physical discomfort would be real and unavoidable. That straw mattress, or even a better wool-stuffed one, would feel lumpy, uneven, and unsupportive compared to your modern mattress with its carefully engineered layers. The blankets would be heavy and scratchy. You'd be cold on one side and too warm on the other. Your body would hurt from the poor support and awkward sleeping position. You'd contort yourself into trying to get comfortable. Yet after a few nights, assuming you survived the adjustment period, you'd probably start to adapt. Your body would get used to the temperature variations, the firm sleeping surface, and the various discomforts. You'd find positions that worked reasonably well. You'd develop calluses, both physical and mental, against the conditions. And you'd sleep, because fundamentally humans are designed to sleep even in difficult circumstances. This thought experiment reveals something important. Comfort is relative and adaptive. What feels unbearably uncomfortable initially becomes tolerable, and eventually normal through repeated exposure. Medieval people weren't tougher than us in any genetic sense. They were just adapted to different conditions. Similarly, we're adapted to our comfortable modern conditions, which is why we find even minor deviations from optimal sleep environments so disturbing. It also highlights how much of sleep quality is mental, rather than purely physical. Medieval people slept in objectively terrible conditions, but didn't lie awake stressing about whether they'd get enough rest, or whether their sleep environment was optimized. They just went to bed and slept. We have objectively excellent sleeping conditions, but often struggle because we've created psychological barriers around sleep, expectations, anxieties and beliefs about what we need that may or may not be accurate. The technological advances we've made in sleep comfort are genuine improvements. Let's not romanticize medieval sleeping conditions, which were often genuinely miserable. But we've also lost some resilience in the process. We've become so dependent on perfect conditions that minor disruptions can ruin our sleep entirely. Medieval people's ability to sleep despite imperfect conditions is worth remembering when our own sleep environment isn't quite ideal. As we near the end of our journey through medieval nights, and as you prepare to drift off in your own comfortable bed, let's reflect on what this exploration of medieval sleep reveals about the human experience of rest across time. Sleep is one of the most fundamental human experiences, something we share with our medieval ancestors and will share with future generations. The specific conditions change dramatically. The materials, the technology, the social arrangements, but the basic human need for rest, safety and renewal remains constant. A medieval person and a modern person both close their eyes at night, both drift into dreams, and both wake to face a new day. There's something oddly comforting about this continuity. For all the ways our world has changed, for all the technology we've developed, and the social structures we've built, we still need sleep just as much as medieval peasants did. We're not so different from them in this fundamental way. Their struggles to stay warm through cold nights, to feel safe in darkness, to find rest despite discomfort. These are struggles we can understand even across 800 years of history. Medieval people solved their sleep problems with the resources they had: wool and straw, fire and faith, community and resilience. We solve ours with temperature control and memory foam, sleep apps and weighted blankets. The solutions are different, but the underlying needs are the same. We both seek warmth, safety, comfort, and rest. We both create rituals and routines to ease the transition from waking to sleeping. We both worry about not getting enough sleep, though we probably worry more about it than they did. The medieval relationship with sleep was more pragmatic and less anxious than ours. They didn't have sleep specialists or studies on optimal sleep positions. They just went to bed when it got dark and got up when it got light, with that interesting middle-of-the-night interval that we've lost. Their approach was less scientific, but possibly less stressful. They didn't lie awake worrying about whether they were sleeping correctly, but they also dealt with genuine hardships that we can barely imagine. The cold that seeped into your bones on winter nights, the discomfort of sleeping surfaces that would fail any modern ergonomic test, the smoke that irritated your lungs every day of your life, and the genuine dangers from fire, disease and violence that made every night's rest somewhat precarious. We shouldn't romanticize these difficulties just because medieval people endured them. What we can take from medieval sleep is a sense of proportion. Yes, good sleep conditions matter and are worth pursuing, but perfect conditions aren't necessary for adequate rest, and obsessing over optimization can create more problems than it solves. Medieval people's ability to rest, despite imperfection, is a useful counterpoint to our modern anxiety about getting every detail of our sleep environment exactly right. We can also learn from their acceptance of natural rhythms and seasonal variations. The idea that you might sleep differently in winter than in summer, that you might wake naturally in the middle of the night and that's okay, and that sleep is influenced by natural cycles rather than being a fixed requirement. You must meet precisely every night. These ideas offer a gentler, more flexible approach to rest. The medieval practice of preparing for sleep through ritual, whether prayers, fire banking or other regular activities, reminds us that sleep doesn't just happen. It's something we prepare for and enter into deliberately. Creating that transition period, marking the boundary between day and night, helps our minds and bodies recognize when it's time to let go of waking concerns and enter into rest. And perhaps most importantly, medieval sleep reminds us that humans are remarkably adaptable. We can sleep in difficult conditions, adjust to different arrangements, and find rest even when circumstances aren't ideal. This resilience is still in us, even if we don't need to use it as often. When we face disrupted sleep, travel, stress, illness, life changes, remembering that humans have slept successfully under far more challenging conditions can help us maintain perspective. As you lie there now, warm under your covers, in your quiet room with its controlled temperature and comfortable mattress, you're experiencing a level of sleep comfort that medieval people couldn't have imagined. Appreciate it because it's genuinely wonderful. But also know that if circumstances ever required you to sleep less comfortably, you could adapt, just as humans have adapted to sleeping conditions throughout history. The medieval person struggling to stay warm under scratchy wool blankets in a smoky cottage, and you in your climate-controlled bedroom, are connected by that fundamental human need for rest. You both close your eyes against the darkness, let consciousness fade, and trust that sleep will restore you for another day. The specifics differ wildly, but the essential experience is the same. So tonight, as you drift off, you're participating in a ritual that connects you to countless generations of humans who have sought rest in the darkness. Some of them slept in castles, and some in cottages, some on feather beds, and some on piles of straw. But all of them closed their eyes and slept and woke and lived their lives and passed into history. Their medieval nights are long over, but the human need for sleep continues. The fire they tended so carefully has been replaced by your central heating, their prayers for protection by your locked doors and alarm systems, and their rough blankets by your engineered bedding. But the sleep itself, that nightly letting go of consciousness, that trust in tomorrow's waking, that universal human vulnerability and renewal, remains unchanged. Sleep well tonight, knowing you're part of this long human tradition of finding rest in darkness, safety in vulnerability, and renewal in that mysterious daily death and rebirth we call sleep. Medieval people did it with cruder tools but equal success. You'll do it with better tools but face the same fundamental challenge, to let go of today and trust in tomorrow. The medieval night has ended, but yours continues. Let the warmth of your bed surround you, let the comfort of safety embrace you, and let the quiet darkness welcome you. You don't need to bank fires or recite protective prayers. You don't need to worry about wolves or demons or whether the thatch will hold against the rain. You just need to close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let yourself drift into that ancient, universal human experience of sleep. Medieval people did it, your parents and grandparents did it, and you can do it too. Sweet dreams, and may you wake refreshed just as countless humans have done across the centuries, from those cold medieval mornings to your comfortable modern one. You're stepping into the everyday world of late 16th century and early 17th century England, away from the theatres and printed folios. Here, in the regular rhythms of streets, lodgings and households, William Shakespeare lived a life shaped by work, travel and quiet observation. This is the story of his ordinary days. You wake in a room where light filters through small windows. The air smells of wood and wool. Whether you're in Stratford-upon-Avon or in London, mornings begin with simple tasks. You pull on clothes that have been worn before and will be worn again. Shoes are practical. The floor is cool beneath your feet. In Stratford, the house on Henley Street holds the familiar sounds of family. Doors open and close, voices carry from room to room. Your wife, Anne, manages the household. Your children move through their own routines. You spend time here between stretches of work in London, returning to a place where the streets are known and the faces are constant. The house itself is substantial. Timber frames support the walls. The rooms are divided by function. There is a hall for gathering, chambers for sleeping, and a kitchen for cooking. The structure has stood for years. It will stand for years more. You know every corner of it. Your daughters, Susanna and Judith, have their own lives within the household. Susanna is the elder, serious and capable. Judith is quieter and more reserved. You see them when you return from London. The time between visits means you notice their growth in sudden jumps rather than gradual changes. Anne is practical. She manages the property, oversees the servants and handles daily necessities. Your marriage is not passionate, but it is functional. You respect each other. You fulfill your roles. When you're home, you share meals and discuss household matters. When you are away, she continues without you. The town of Stratford is small enough that everyone knows everyone. You walk through the streets and greet neighbours, the baker, the smith, the tailor. These are people you have known since childhood. They know your family. They know your business. There is comfort in this familiarity. The River Avon runs through the town. You walk along it sometimes, watching the water move. The sound is constant and soothing. In summer, the banks are green. In winter, they are bare. The river marks the seasons more clearly than the calendar. London is different. The city is larger, louder, and more crowded. You lodge in rooms near the Thames or in neighbourhoods where theatre workers gather. The buildings lean close together. Smoke rises from chimneys. The river moves steadily, carrying boats and barges. You walk the same routes often enough that your feet know the turns. Your lodgings in London change over the years. You move from one set of rooms to another. Sometimes you stay with other theatre people. Sometimes you rent a space above a shop. The accommodations are temporary. You do not invest in making them comfortable. They are places to sleep and work, nothing more. The city streets are busy from the early morning until late evening. Carts rumble over cobblestones. Vendors call out their wares. Apprentices hurry to complete errands. You navigate through the crowd without much thought. The motion is automatic. You pass the same landmarks daily. Certain churches, certain bridges, certain corners where streets meet. These markers help you orient yourself. Even on foggy mornings or dark evenings, you know where you are by the shape of buildings and the sounds around you. Mornings in London begin with the sounds of carts and voices. You leave your lodging and step into streets already busy with work. Bakers, brewers, merchants and labourers move through their own schedules. You pass them without much notice. The rhythm of the city is constant and you are part of it. The smell of the city is distinctive, smoke from fires. The tang of the river, horse dung in the streets, cooking food, unwashed bodies. You stop noticing after a while. It becomes background, like the noise. You walk to the theatre. The Globe stands south of the river, a round wooden structure visible from a distance. You cross the Thames by boat or bridge, depending on the weather and the time. The water is cold in winter and calm in summer. Boatmen call out to passengers. You pay your fare and step aboard. The boat ride is brief. You sit or stand among other passengers. Some are going to the theatre as workers or patrons. Others have different destinations. The boat rocks gently. The boatman works the oars with practised efficiency. You watch the water or the far bank. The walk from the bridge to the theatre takes you through streets lined with workshops and homes. You see the same buildings, the same signs, and the same corners. The route becomes automatic. Your mind wanders while your feet carry you forward. You think about the work ahead, a scene that needs revision, a line that felt awkward in yesterday's rehearsal, a conversation you need to have with an actor. These thoughts occupy you as you walk. Inside the theatre, the day's work begins. The space is open to the sky in the centre. Wooden benches and galleries surround the stage. The smell of sawdust and costumes fills the air. Actors arrive and prepare. You speak with them about the day's performance or the next rehearsal. The conversations are practical. Lines are reviewed. Blocking is adjusted. Costumes are checked. The stage itself is a raised platform. Trapdoors allow actors to enter from below. The balcony above serves as battlements, bedrooms, or upper windows depending on the play. The architecture is simple but versatile. You write with these physical constraints in mind. The backstage area is cramped. Costumes hang on pegs. Props are stacked in corners. Actors change quickly, pulling on robes or armour. The space is organised chaos. Everyone knows where things are supposed to be, even if they are not always there. You write in the mornings or afternoons, depending on the schedule. A table, a chair, paper, and ink. The tools are simple. You sit and work through scenes, revising lines that felt rough the day before. The process is slow. You cross out words, rewrite phrases, and test rhythm aloud to yourself. Writing is not magical. It is work that requires focus and repetition. The ink you use is black and thin. It flows from the quill easily when the quill is sharp. When the point dulls, the writing becomes scratchy. You sharpen the quill with a small knife. The motion is familiar. You have done it thousands of times. Paper is expensive, but not prohibitively so. You use it carefully. Margins are filled with notes. Crossed out lines remain visible beneath new ones. Each sheet represents money, so waste is minimized. You read what you've written aloud. Hearing the words reveals problems that reading silently does not. A rhythm that seemed fine on the page sounds awkward when spoken. A line that felt clever feels forced. You adjust accordingly. Between rehearsals and performances, there are hours to fill. You walk, you observe, you listen to conversations in markets and taverns. People speak about their work, their families, and their complaints. You remember fragments of speech, turns of phrase, and the way anger or humour sounds in different voices. These pieces find their way into your writing later. The marketplace is particularly rich with material. Arguments over prices, flirtations between vendors and customers, complaints about the weather or the quality of goods. You watch and listen without seeming to. People do not perform when they think they are unobserved. Their natural behaviour is more interesting than any performance. You notice physical details, how a merchant shifts his weight when lying, how a woman adjusts her shawl when cold, how a child tugs at a parent's sleeve for attention. These small gestures reveal character. You file them away. In Stratford, the pace is slower. You walk through the town and into the countryside. Fields stretch out in all directions. The air is quieter. You visit family, handle business matters, and attend to property. There are documents to sign, rents to collect, and agreements to make. These tasks are necessary and unremarkable. You own property in and around Stratford. Some of it produces income. Some of it is for your family's use. You check on these properties when you are home. You speak with tenants. You inspect buildings for needed repairs. The work is mundane but important. The countryside around Stratford offers space and silence. You walk along paths you have known since childhood. The landscape changes with the seasons but remains fundamentally the same. Hills in the distance, fields divided by hedgerows, sheep grazing. The occasional farmhouse. You think while walking, not focused thoughts but a kind of mental wandering. Ideas for scenes, memories, observations about people you have seen. The walking itself helps the thinking. Movement and thought are connected. You eat midday meals wherever you happen to be. In London, this might mean a tavern near the theatre or a stall selling bread and cheese. In Stratford, meals are taken at home. The food is plain and filling. Bread, meat, vegetables, and ale. You eat without ceremony and return to your work. Taverns in London vary in quality. Some are clean and well kept. Others are dark and smell of old beer. You choose based on location and familiarity rather than quality. As long as the food is edible and the ale is drinkable, the tavern serves its purpose. You sit at communal tables. Strangers sit beside you. Sometimes conversation starts. Sometimes everyone eats in silence. You are comfortable with both. You can be social when it serves you. You can be invisible when you prefer. The bread is coarse and dense. It fills your stomach. The meat is whatever is available that day. Beef, mutton, pork, and chicken. It is cooked simply, roasted or boiled. Vegetables are mostly roots, turnips, carrots and onions. They are soft from long cooking. Afternoons bring performances or more writing. If a play is being staged, you watch from the side or assist with last-minute changes. The actors perform the same lines you wrote, but they add their own interpretations. You notice what works and what does not. You make mental notes for future revisions. The audience is varied. Groundlings stand in the yard, close to the stage. They are loud and active. They heckle, laugh, and gasp. Their reactions are immediate. The wealthier patrons sit in the galleries. They are quieter but no less engaged. You gauge the audience's response. When do they lean forward? When do they shift restlessly? When do they laugh? When do they fall silent? These reactions tell you what is working. A joke that lands in rehearsal might fall flat in performance. A serious moment might get an unexpected laugh. You adjust future performances based on what you learn. If a scene drags, you tighten it. If a joke misses, you replace it. The plays are not fixed. They evolve with each performance. When there is no performance, the afternoon is open. You might read, walk, or visit someone. Time is not scarce, but it is not wasted. You move through the hours with purpose, even when the purpose is simply rest. Reading offers its own pleasures. You read histories, classical texts, and poetry by other writers. The reading informs your writing without direct imitation. You absorb styles, ideas, and structures. Later they emerge transformed in your own work. You read in your lodging or in quiet corners of the theatre. The light needs to be good. You cannot read by candlelight for long without your eyes tiring. Daylight is better. You position yourself near a window when possible. Some books are borrowed, some are purchased. Books are valuable. You treat them carefully. You do not mark the pages or bend the covers. When you finish, you return borrowed books promptly. Evenings approach gradually. The light changes. Shadows lengthen. The city begins to settle. In London, you return to your lodging or meet colleagues at a tavern. In Stratford, you remain at home. The transition from day to night is gentle. The quality of light in late afternoon is soft. The harsh brightness of midday fades. Colours become richer. Shadows are longer and more dramatic. You notice these changes. They affect your mood without you thinking about it consciously. In summer, the days are long. Evening seems delayed. You work later because the light permits it. In winter, darkness comes early. You adjust your schedule accordingly. The seasons dictate rhythms. You do not live a life of constant excitement. The days are built from routine. You walk the same streets, see the same faces, and perform the same tasks. This repetition is not dull. It provides structure. It allows you to notice small changes, to refine your observations, and to build a life that supports your work. The routine is comforting. You know what each day will bring. There are variations, but the overall pattern remains consistent. This predictability allows you to focus on the work rather than on logistics. You develop habits. You wake at the same time. You eat at the same times. You work during the same hours. These habits create efficiency. You do not waste energy deciding what to do next. You simply follow the pattern. Your relationship with both cities is practical. London offers work, income, and connection to the theatre world. Stratford offers family, property, and a slower pace. You move between them regularly, adjusting to each place as needed. Neither feels more real than the other. Both are part of your life. The journey between the cities takes 2 or 3 days depending on conditions. You travel on horseback or by coach. The roads are rough in places, smooth in others. Rain makes them muddy. Dry weather makes them dusty. You stop at the same inns along the way. The innkeepers recognise you. They know your preferences. A room that is quiet. A meal that is simple. Ale that is fresh. These small familiarities make travel easier. You carry very little with you when you travel. A few clothes, papers, and money. The journey between Stratford and London takes time, but it is familiar. You know the roads, the inns along the way, and the rhythms of travel. You do not rush. You arrive when you arrive. The landscape changes as you travel. Flat fields give way to rolling hills. Villages appear and disappear. You watch the scenery without much interest. It is pleasant, but not captivating. The real interest is in arriving, not in the journey itself. Other travellers share the roads. Merchants, messengers, and farmers bringing goods to market. You exchange greetings or nods. Sometimes you ride alongside someone for a stretch. Sometimes you travel alone. At night, you settle into whichever space you occupy. The room is dark or lit by a single candle. You prepare for sleep by setting aside the day's concerns. Tomorrow will bring more of the same work, the same streets, and the same routines. This predictability is comforting. You know what to expect. The transition from waking to sleeping is gradual. You do not fight it. You let tiredness overtake you. The day ends. The night begins. Sleep will restore you for whatever tomorrow brings. You earn your living by writing. This is not a romantic pursuit. It is a job that requires discipline, skill, and attention to deadlines. The theatre company depends on new material. Audiences expect variety. You provide both. Your writing process is methodical. You sit with paper and ink. You begin with an idea, a character, or a situation. The first draft is rough. Words come quickly, but they are not always the right words. You write through scenes, testing dialogue, building conflicts, and moving characters from one moment to the next. The initial inspiration for a play can come from anywhere. A story you heard, a historical event, an old play you want to improve, a character type you want to explore. The source matters less than what you do with it. You often work from existing stories. Histories of English kings, Italian tales, Roman biographies. These provide frameworks. You adapt them, change them, and reshape them to suit your purposes. The bones of the story come from elsewhere. The flesh is your own. Revision is where the real work happens. You read what you have written, you cross out lines that feel false, you rewrite speeches that lack rhythm, you tighten scenes that drag. The process is slow and repetitive. You might spend days on a single act, adjusting until it feels right. You read passages aloud to yourself. The sound matters. A line that looks good on paper might not sound right when spoken. The rhythm needs to match the meaning. Stressed syllables need to fall in the right places. You count beats. 5 beats per line for most speeches. 10 syllables. The pattern is flexible, not rigid. You break it when breaking it serves the meaning. But the underlying rhythm provides structure. You revise dialogue to sound like speech, not like writing. People interrupt each other. They leave sentences unfinished. They repeat themselves. They use contractions. Your written dialogue needs to capture this naturalness while remaining clear enough for an audience to follow. The plays are written for performance, not publication. You write with the voices of specific actors in mind. You know their strengths, their ranges, and the types of roles they perform best. This knowledge shapes your characters. You give certain actors the roles that suit them. The writing is collaborative in this way, even when you are alone at the table. Richard Burbage gets the leading tragic roles. He has the voice and presence for them. Will Kempe and later Robert Armin get the comic roles. They can improvise, and you write space for them to do so. The boy actors play the women. You write female roles that suit their voices and abilities. You know who will be available for each production. If a key actor is ill or away, you adjust. You rewrite roles. You redistribute lines. The play must go on, so you make it work. You also write poetry. Sonnets are longer narrative poems. These are different from plays. The structure is tighter. The language is denser. You write them for patrons, for publication, and for your own satisfaction. The income from poetry is less predictable than the income from plays, but it adds variety to your work. The sonnets follow a strict form, 14 lines, a particular rhyme scheme, specific metre. The constraints are part of the appeal. You find freedom within the restrictions. The form forces you to be precise. You write narrative poems on commission. A patron requests a poem on a particular subject. You research, plan, draft, and revise. The work is similar to writing plays, but with different technical demands. The language can be more elaborate. There is no need to consider how it will sound on stage. The theatre business is not just writing. You're part of a company. You attend meetings. You discuss which plays to stage, which roles to cast, and which costumes to commission. You help manage finances, divide profits, and handle disputes. The work is administrative and necessary. The company is organised as a partnership. Several members own shares. You are one of them. This gives you a say in decisions and a share of the profits. It also means you share the risks. If a play fails, everyone loses money. Meetings can be contentious. Different shareholders have different priorities. Someone wants to stage a particular type of play. Someone else disagrees. You argue. You compromise. Eventually decisions are made. Financial matters are complex. Ticket sales, cost for costumes and props, rent for the theatre space, and payments to actors and musicians. The accounts must be kept carefully. Errors can lead to losses or disputes. Rehearsals fill many hours. You sit with actors and read through scenes. You clarify intentions. You suggest line readings. You adjust blocking when something feels off. The actors offer their own ideas. You listen. Sometimes their suggestions improve the work. Sometimes you hold firm to your original vision. Blocking is the physical movement on stage. Who enters from where? Who stands where during a conversation? Who moves when? These decisions affect how the audience understands relationships and intentions. You work with the actors to find natural movements. An actor might instinctively turn away during a particular line. This reveals something about the character. You notice and incorporate it. Some actors need more direction than others. Experienced actors bring their own interpretations. Younger actors need guidance. You adjust your approach based on who you are working with. Props and costumes are discussed during rehearsals. Does this character need a sword? Should this character wear a cloak? These are practical questions with artistic implications. The visual elements support the story. Performances are the culmination of weeks or months of work. You watch from backstage or from the galleries. The audience responds in real time. They laugh, gasp, grow silent, or lose interest. Their reactions tell you what works. You take note. Future plays will reflect what you learn here. The groundlings are the most vocal. They shout comments. They boo villains. They cheer heroes. Their energy affects the performance. Actors feed off it. The galleries are quieter, but you can still gauge their engagement. Do they lean forward during tense moments? Do they whisper to each other during boring stretches? You watch and learn. Some performances go better than others. The actors might be particularly sharp one day. The audience might be particularly receptive. Everything clicks. Other days, the performance is flat. The actors miss cues. The audience is restless. You accept both. The theatre is a commercial enterprise. Success is measured in ticket sales and repeat performances. You write plays that people want to see. This does not mean you write only for popularity, but you are aware of audience preferences. You balance your own interests with what will draw a crowd. Comedies generally draw larger crowds than tragedies. People want to laugh. They want entertainment. But tragedies have their audience too. The key is variety. You write different types of plays to appeal to different moods. Historical plays are popular. English audiences want to see stories about their own kings and battles. You give them these stories, shaped to emphasise themes you find interesting. You write quickly when needed. A play can be completed in weeks if the company requires it. Other times, you take longer. You revise old plays for new productions. You adapt stories from history, from Italian sources, and from English legends. The source material is a starting point. The finished play is your own. Speed does not necessarily mean lower quality. Some of your best work comes quickly. The ideas are clear. The execution is smooth. Other plays labour along, requiring extensive revision. You keep old drafts. Sometimes you return to a play you wrote years ago and see ways to improve it. You revise, and the company stages the new version. The play is renewed. Your income comes from several streams. The theatre company pays you for new plays. You receive a share of profits from performances. Patrons commission poems. You invest in property. The combination provides stability. You're not wealthy, but you are secure. The share of profits varies depending on how well the play performs and how many performances are staged. A popular play brings in significant money. A play that closes after a few performances brings in little. Patronage is less reliable, but potentially more lucrative. A wealthy patron might pay handsomely for a poem, but patrons are unpredictable. Their favour can shift. You do not depend on patronage alone. Property investment is your long-term security. You buy land and buildings in Stratford. These provide rental income. They will support your family after you stop working. The investments are practical, not speculative. Writing is solitary, but it exists within a social structure. You rely on actors, stagehands, musicians, and managers. They rely on you. The work is interdependent. A play is not complete until it is performed, and it cannot be performed without all these parts working together. The musicians provide interludes and accompaniment. They play before the performance, during scene changes, and sometimes during scenes. Their music sets the mood. You consult with them about what is needed. Stagehands manage the physical elements. They move props. They operate the trapdoors. They handle the curtains. Their work is invisible to the audience but essential to the performance. The theatre manager handles business matters, scheduling, ticket sales, negotiations with authorities. You work with him to ensure the company operates smoothly. You keep notebooks, small observations, fragments of dialogue and ideas for scenes. You write things down when they occur to you. Later you return to these notes. Some become plays, others remain notes. The process of collecting and refining is ongoing. The notebooks are small enough to carry with you. You pull them out when something strikes you. A phrase overheard in the market, an interesting face in the crowd, a situation that could become a scene. You do not organise the notebook systematically. Ideas are recorded as they come. When you need something, you page through until you find it. The disorder does not bother you. The notes are for you alone. The work has its frustrations. Lines you laboured over fall flat in performance. Actors forget cues. Audiences are distracted. Weather affects attendance. The roof leaks during rain. These are practical problems with practical solutions. You adjust and continue. Rain drives away the groundlings. They will not stand in the yard getting soaked. The galleries stay fuller, but the energy is different. You might cut the performance short or cancel entirely. Actors forget lines. It happens. They improvise. They get back on track. If the problem is severe, you add extra rehearsals. You work with the actor individually. You also experience moments of satisfaction. A scene lands exactly as you hoped. An actor delivers a line with perfect timing. The audience is silent during a tense moment, then erupts in laughter or applause. These moments are gratifying, but they do not change the nature of the work. Tomorrow you will return to the table and write again. The satisfaction is brief. You enjoy it in the moment, then move on. There is always more work to do. The next play is already forming in your mind. You do not think of yourself as exceptional. You're a working playwright in a city full of working playwrights. Some are more successful, some are less. You're somewhere in the middle, producing work that is reliable and occasionally excellent. This is enough. Christopher Marlowe was exceptional before his death. Ben Jonson is talented and ambitious. Thomas Dekker writes prolifically. You are one among several. The competition is healthy. It pushes you to improve. The rhythm of writing, rehearsing and performing becomes second nature. You know how long it takes to complete a draft. You know how much time actors need to learn their lines. You know when to push for changes and when to accept what has been done. Experience teaches you these things. You can estimate accurately now. You know a 5-act play will take 6 to 8 weeks to write if you work steadily. You know rehearsals will take 2 to 3 weeks. You know a successful play will run for a dozen performances or more. You write in different moods. Sometimes the work flows easily. Other times it is slow and difficult. You do not wait for inspiration. You sit down and write regardless of how you feel. Discipline is more important than mood. On difficult days, you produce fewer pages. The words do not come easily. You force them anyway. The forced work can be revised later. The important thing is to keep moving forward. On good days, you write more than you expected. The ideas flow. The dialogue sounds right on the first try. You ride the momentum as long as it lasts. Your relationship with your own work is practical. You do not romanticize the process. You do not agonize over every word. You do what is required and move forward. This approach allows you to produce a large body of work over many years. You're proud of some plays more than others. Some represent your best thinking and your finest language. Others are competent but not exceptional. You accept this range. Not everything can be your best work. At the end of the day, you set aside the papers. The ink dries. The words remain on the page. Tomorrow, you will return to them. This is the pattern. Writing is not an event. It is a habit. The papers stack up. Pages of dialogue, notes and revisions. The physical accumulation represents hours of work. You keep the drafts organised well enough to find what you need. You waste paper when necessary. If a page is so heavily revised that it is illegible, you copy it fresh. The time spent copying is worth the clarity. The work continues. There is always another play to write, another performance to attend, and another revision to make. The cycle repeats. This repetition is not tedious. It is the structure of your life. You spend time with other people. The theatre world is small, and the same faces appear regularly. Actors, playwrights, managers, and musicians. You know them by name. You know their habits, their skills, and their temperaments. Richard Burbage is serious about his craft. He prepares thoroughly for roles. He thinks deeply about character. Conversations with him are focused on the work. You respect his dedication. Will Kempy is boisterous. He jokes constantly. His energy fills a room. He can also be difficult. His improvisations sometimes go too far. You have learned to write roles that channel his energy productively. Robert Armin, who replaces Kempe, is more subtle. His humour is verbal rather than physical. You write different types of fools for him. The shift changes the tone of your comedies. Taverns are common gathering places. After a performance or rehearsal, the company goes to a nearby tavern. You sit at a long table with others. Ale is poured. Bread and cheese are shared. Conversations overlap. Someone tells a story. Someone else argues a point. You listen more than you speak, but you contribute when it feels natural. The tavern is warm and noisy. The smell of ale and bodies is strong. The space is crowded. You sit shoulder to shoulder with others. The proximity is comfortable after years of it. You have your preferred seat. Near the end of the table, close enough to hear but not at the centre, this position allows you to participate or withdraw as you choose. The talk is often about work. Which plays are drawing crowds? Which actors are improving? What other companies are staging? The theatre world is competitive but not hostile. People share information. They offer advice. They complain about shared frustrations. You learn about other companies through these conversations. The Admiral's Men are staging a new play by Decker. The children of the chapel are performing at court. This information helps you understand the landscape. It informs your own decisions. You also talk about other things. Politics, gossip, and family matters. The conversations are ordinary. You learn about someone's sick child, someone's new lodging, and someone's dispute with a landlord. These details do not affect you directly, but they are part of the fabric of social life. Politics are discussed cautiously. The authorities monitor public discourse. Saying the wrong thing can lead to trouble. You listen to political talk but contribute little. You are aware of the risks. Gossip is safer and more entertaining. Who is feuding with whom? Who is courting whom? Who has fallen out of favour with a patron? The stories are repeated and embellished. You take them with scepticism. Friendships form slowly. You work with the same people for years. Trust builds through repeated interactions. You rely on certain actors to deliver difficult roles. They rely on you to write parts that suit them. This mutual dependence creates a bond that is professional and personal. You have friends you do not work with often, writers you respect, actors who have moved to other companies. The friendships persist even when work does not connect you. You see each other in taverns, on the street and at gatherings. You have friends outside the theatre, people from Stratford, neighbours in London, merchants you deal with regularly. These relationships are less intense but still meaningful. You exchange greetings. You help each other with small tasks. You maintain a presence in each other's lives without constant contact. Your family in Stratford is a separate world. Anne manages the household. Your daughters grow older. Your son, Hamnet, is buried in Stratford. This loss is part of your life, but you do not speak of it often. Grief is private, you carry it quietly. Hamnet died in 1596. He was 11. The loss was sudden and painful. You were in London when it happened. By the time you returned to Stratford, he was already buried. The grief did not diminish over time. It simply became part of you. You do not write about the grief directly, but it seeps into your work. Fathers losing sons, children dying young. The themes appear in plays written after his death. The connection is unconscious but real. When you are in Stratford, you participate in local life. You attend church. You visit neighbours. You handle business matters. People know you as a local man who works in London. Your fame as a playwright is secondary to your role as a property owner and family man. Church attendance is required. You go to Holy Trinity Church most Sundays when you're in Stratford. The service is familiar. The same prayers, the same psalms. You sit with your family. The ritual is comforting. You know the vicar. You contribute to church repairs and maintenance. These are expected responsibilities for someone of your standing. You fulfill them without complaint. In London, you are more anonymous. The city is large enough that you can move through it without constant recognition. You are known within the theatre community, but outside it, you are just another man on the street. This anonymity is useful. It allows you to observe without being observed. You can sit in a tavern and listen without people performing for you. You can walk through markets and watch people interact naturally. This freedom to observe is valuable. It feeds your work. You watch people. You notice how they walk, how they speak, and how they react to each other. Markets, streets, taverns, churches. Every space offers examples of human behaviour. You collect these observations. They inform your writing without you thinking about it consciously. A woman haggling over fish, the way she gestures, the tone of her voice when she feels cheated, the expression on the fishmonger's face. You file these details away. A child crying in the street, the parent's response. Impatient, comforting, angry. The interaction reveals the relationship. You remember it. Two men arguing, their postures, their volume, the moment one backs down, the dynamics of power and submission. You note it all. Social gatherings are informal. Someone invites a few people to their lodging. You sit and talk. There is no formal agenda. The conversation drifts from topic to topic. You might discuss a recent play, a piece of news, or a shared acquaintance. The atmosphere is relaxed. The gatherings happen spontaneously. Someone mentions an idea in passing. Others express interest. By evening, a group is assembled. Ale is shared. Stories are told. Laughter fills the room. You enjoy these moments. The easy companionship. The lack of pressure. No one is performing. No one is trying to impress. People are simply present with each other. You do not seek the company of the wealthy or powerful. Your patrons are part of your professional life, but not your social life. You maintain a respectful distance. You fulfill commissions. You express gratitude. You do not pretend to be something you are not. The Earl of Southampton was an early patron. He commissioned your narrative poems. You dedicated Venus and Adonis and the Rape of Lucrece to him. The relationship was cordial but formal. You understand the difference between patron and friend. Patrons provide money. Friends provide companionship. The two are not the same. Your relationships are built on practical foundations. You help people. They help you. You share resources, information, and time. These exchanges are not calculated. They are simply how things work. An actor needs a place to stay. You know someone with a room. You make the introduction. Later, that actor returns the favour in some way. The reciprocity is natural. A playwright needs information about a historical event. You lend him your book. He lends you something later. The exchanges build goodwill. You see the same people in the same places. The predictability is comforting. You know where to find someone if you need them. You know who will be at the tavern after a performance. You know who to ask for help with a particular task. The theatre community has its regular spots. Certain taverns, certain streets, certain shops. You move through these spaces and encounter familiar faces. The rhythm is steady. Conflicts arise occasionally. Someone feels slighted. Someone disagrees with a decision. These disputes are resolved through conversation, compromise, or simply letting time pass. You do not hold grudges. Neither do most of the people you know. The community is too small for long-term enmity. An actor feels he was given a role beneath his abilities. He complains. You explain your reasoning. He accepts it, or he does not. Either way, the work continues. A disagreement about profit sharing. Numbers are reviewed. The accounts are checked. A resolution is reached. The dispute is forgotten. You also spend time alone. Between social engagements, you walk or sit in your lodging. Solitude is necessary. It allows you to process what you've seen and heard. It gives you space to think without distraction. You need solitude to write. Conversation fills your mind with other people's words. Alone, you can hear your own thoughts. The characters can speak. You need solitude to rest. Social interaction, even pleasant interaction, requires energy. Alone, you can simply be. Your social life is neither vibrant nor dull. It is consistent. You see people regularly. You maintain connections. You contribute to shared activities. You receive support when needed. This network of relationships is part of the structure that supports your work and your life. The network is invisible most of the time. You take it for granted. But when you need help, it is there. Someone knows someone who can solve a problem. Information is passed along. Favours are exchanged. At the end of the evening, you part ways with friends and colleagues. You walk back to your lodging. The streets are quieter at night. You move through them without hurry. Tomorrow, you will see many of the same people again. The continuity is reassuring. The familiar faces are comforting. You do not have to explain yourself. You do not have to establish your identity. You are known. You are part of the community. This belonging is simple and deep. Rest is woven into your days. It is not separate from work. It is part of the pattern. You take breaks during writing. After an hour or two at the table, you stand and stretch. You walk to the window. You look out at the street or the river. The movement helps. It clears your mind. When you sit back down, the words come a little easier. Your body grows stiff from sitting. Your back aches. Your shoulders tighten. Standing and moving releases the tension. You roll your neck. You flex your fingers. The relief is immediate. The view from your window changes depending on where you're lodging. Sometimes you see the river. Sometimes you see a narrow street. Sometimes you see a courtyard. The view does not matter much. Looking at something distant, rest your eyes. Afternoons often include pauses. If there is no performance scheduled, you might sit in the theatre courtyard. Other company members do the same. You talk quietly or simply sit in silence. The sun is warm. The breeze is cool. These moments are unhurried. The courtyard is paved with stone. Benches line the walls. In summer, the space is pleasant. In winter, it is too cold for lingering. The seasonal rhythm affects how you rest. You watch clouds move across the sky. You notice the angle of the sun. You feel the warmth on your face. These sensations are simple and restorative. Travel between Stratford and London includes rest. The journey takes time. You stop at inns along the way. You eat a meal. You sleep in an unfamiliar bed. The next morning, you continue. The rhythm of travel has its own slowness. The forced rest of travel is different from chosen rest. You cannot work while travelling. You cannot write effectively on horseback or in a jolting coach. You must simply be present in the journey. You watch the landscape. You think. You sometimes drowse in the saddle. The horse knows the road even when your attention wanders. In Stratford, rest looks different. The town is quieter than London. There are fewer demands on your time. You walk through fields. You sit in your garden. You spend time with family without the pressure of performance schedules or writing deadlines. The garden behind your house is modest. Vegetables, herbs, and a few flowers. You sit on a bench and watch things grow. The pace of plant growth is slower than any human activity. Watching it is calming. You pull a few weeds. You inspect the vegetables. These small tasks are restful because they are simple and tangible. The results are immediate and visible. You do not think of rest as indulgence. It is necessary. Your mind needs time to recover from the focus of writing. Your body needs time to recover from the physical demands of travel and city life. Rest is practical. Without rest, your thinking becomes muddy. Words do not come. Ideas feel forced. Rest clears the fog. It restores clarity. Without rest, your body protests. Headaches, stiff joints, exhaustion that sleep alone cannot fix. Rest prevents these problems. You nap occasionally. In the middle of the afternoon, you lie down and close your eyes. The nap is short, not deep. When you wake, you feel refreshed enough to continue the day's work. You do not undress for these naps. You simply lie on the bed or on a bench. You close your eyes. You drift for a quarter hour or half an hour. The rest is light but effective. The room is quiet during these naps. The city sounds fade to the background. Your breathing slows. Your thoughts scatter and dissolve. Waiting is also a form of rest. You wait for actors to arrive at rehearsal. You wait for performances to begin. You wait for the weather to clear before travelling. During these times, you are still. You let your thoughts wander. You notice details around you. Waiting used to frustrate you. Now you accept it. The time will pass whether you are impatient or not. Better to be calm. You observe while waiting. The way light falls on a wall. The sound of someone's footsteps. The smell of bread baking nearby. Waiting becomes observation. Evenings bring a natural slowing. The light fades. Work becomes harder. You accept this and shift your focus. You might read instead of write. You might sit with others instead of sitting alone. The transition is gentle. The transition happens without decision. Your body knows when the working day is ending. Your mind begins to release its focus. You do not fight this. You allow the shift. You rest your eyes by looking at distant things. After hours of reading or writing, you look out the window. You watch people move on the street. You watch clouds or birds. The shift in focus is soothing. Close work strains the eyes. The small letters blur. Your eyes water. Looking at distant objects relaxes the muscles. The blur clears. Physical rest matters. You walk regularly, which keeps your body active, but you also know when to sit or lie down. You do not push yourself to exhaustion. You recognize the signs of fatigue and respond to them. Exhaustion makes you stupid. Your judgment fails. Your patience thins. Rest prevents this deterioration. You protect your capacity to think by protecting your energy. Rest is not always silent. Sometimes you rest by talking with others. The conversation is light. No one is performing or making arguments. You simply exchange words. The social connection itself is restful. Talk about nothing important. The weather, a meal someone enjoyed, a minor inconvenience. The topics do not matter. The companionship is the point. Laughter is restful. A good joke. a funny story. The release of laughter eases tension. You feel lighter afterward. You rest in familiar places. Your lodging in London, your home in Stratford, the theatre when it is empty. These spaces are known. You do not have to navigate or adjust. You can simply be. Familiar spaces require no thought. You know where everything is. You do not have to orient yourself. The mental ease is part of the rest. You have favourite spots, a particular chair, a certain bench in the garden, a corner of the theatre. These places hold associations with rest. Sitting in them triggers relaxation. Sleep is the deepest rest, but it is preceded by smaller forms of rest throughout the day. These pauses accumulate. They prevent the kind of exhaustion that makes work impossible. They sustain you over long periods. The small rests are invisible. You do not think of them as rest, but they add up. They maintain your capacity to work. You do not schedule rest rigidly. It happens naturally. When you are tired, you stop. When you are refreshed, you continue. The rhythm is intuitive. Your body tells you when to rest. Heaviness in the limbs, difficulty concentrating. These signals are reliable. You listen to them. Sometimes rest is interrupted. An urgent matter arises. A performance is scheduled unexpectedly. You adjust. You rest when you can, not always when you prefer. Interruptions are part of life. You do not resent them. You handle what needs handling, then return to rest when possible. The quality of rest varies. Some days a short break is enough. Other days you need more. You listen to your body and mind. You respond accordingly. Deep fatigue requires deep rest. A full night's sleep, a day without work. You recognize when you need this and try to provide it. Light fatigue requires less. A brief pause, a walk, a change of activity. You calibrate your response to your need. Rest is not dramatic. It is not an escape or a reward. It is simply part of living. You work, you rest, and you work again. The cycle is steady. The steadiness is reliable. You trust the rhythm. You know rest will come. This trust allows you to work fully because you know restoration is built into the pattern. At the end of the day, rest prepares you for sleep. You slow down gradually. You complete final tasks. You settle your thoughts. By the time you lie down, your body is ready. The evening wind down is deliberate. You do not work until the moment you collapse into bed. You create space between work and sleep. This space eases the transition. You eat simple food. Bread is a constant. It is fresh in the morning and harder by evening. You eat it with butter or cheese. Sometimes you dip it in ale or broth. Bread is the foundation of every meal. When bread is scarce, hunger feels more urgent. When bread is abundant, even a plain meal feels adequate. The bread varies in quality. Sometimes it is light and well risen, sometimes it is dense and coarse. The grain used affects the taste and texture. Wheat bread is preferable, but rye or barley is more common. You develop preferences. Bread from a particular baker, the right degree of doneness. You notice these things without being particular about them. Meals in London are often taken at taverns. You order what is available. Meat pies, roasted fowl and vegetables boiled or baked. The food is hot and filling. You eat without ceremony. The plate is emptied. You return to work. Tavern food is reliable in its mediocrity. It is rarely excellent. It is rarely terrible. It serves its purpose, which is to fuel your body for more work. Meat pies are convenient. The crust holds the filling. You can eat while walking if needed. The filling is usually mutton or pork with some gravy. Roasted fowl is chicken or capon, sometimes duck. The meat is cooked until tender. The skin is crisp. You eat it with your fingers, tearing pieces from the carcass. In Stratford, meals are prepared at home. Anne and the household staff cook over the fire. You eat at the table with family. The food is familiar. Mutton, pork, root vegetables and bread. Meals are served at regular times. You know what to expect. The predictability of home-cooked meals is comforting. You know the cook's habits. You know what will be served on particular days. The food is simple but carefully prepared. Anne manages the household accounts and ensures nothing is wasted. Meals are planned around what is available and affordable. You eat together when possible. The family gathers at the table. You say grace. Food is passed. Conversation happens naturally. The meal is a point of connection. Ale is the common drink. Water is less reliable. You drink ale with meals and between meals. It is mild, not strong. It quenches thirst without affecting your ability to work. Ale is brewed locally. The quality varies by brewer. You know which alehouses serve better ale. You prefer them when you have a choice. The ale is slightly sweet and slightly bitter. It has substance. It is more nourishing than water. You drink from wooden or pewter cups. The cups are refilled as needed. Drinking is continuous throughout the day. Wine is occasional. When you have extra money or when a patron offers it, you drink wine. It is richer than ale. You drink it slowly. It accompanies special occasions, not daily routines. Wine is imported and expensive. Red wine from France or Spain. White wine from the Rhine. The taste is complex and unfamiliar to your everyday palate. You appreciate wine when it is offered. You savour it, but you do not crave it. Ale suits you fine. You eat fruit when it is in season. Apples, pears and berries. The fruit is fresh for a brief time, then gone. You enjoy it while it lasts. In winter, you eat dried fruit or none at all. Fresh fruit is a summer pleasure. Berries picked from hedgerows. Apples from the orchard. The sweetness and juice are welcome after the heavier foods of winter. Dried fruit keeps through winter. Apples and pears sliced thin and dried. Raisins and currants. They are sweet and chewy. Cheese and eggs are reliable. You eat them often. Cheese is packed for travel. Eggs are cooked in various ways. Both provide nourishment without much preparation. Cheese is hard and keeps well. You cut slices from the wheel. You eat it with bread. The flavour is sharp and salty. Eggs are boiled, fried or scrambled. They are filling and quick to prepare. You eat them for breakfast often. Meals with colleagues are social. You sit together at a long table. Food is passed around. People serve themselves. The conversation continues while you eat. The meal is not the focus, but it creates a shared space. Eating together builds camaraderie. The act of sharing food is bonding. You talk and eat simultaneously. The informality is pleasant. You learn about people over meals, their appetites, their manners, their preferences. These details add to your understanding of them. You do not overeat. Portions are moderate. You eat enough to feel satisfied, not stuffed. Excess is rare and unpleasant. Overeating makes you sluggish. Your mind dulls. Your body feels heavy. You avoid this when possible. You eat until the hunger is gone, then stop. The discipline is automatic. You do not need to think about it. Inns along the road between Stratford and London offer predictable meals. You order the stew or the roast. You drink ale. You eat bread. The quality varies, but the format does not. You know what you are getting. Inn food is utilitarian. It fills the stomach. It provides energy for the next day's travel. You do not expect pleasure from it. Some inns are better than others. You remember which ones. You plan your stops accordingly when possible. Comfort comes from warmth and routine. A hot meal on a cold day. A familiar dish after a long journey. The taste of bread baked the same way your family has always baked it. These small consistencies matter. Hot food on a cold day warms you from the inside. The heat spreads through your body, you feel restored. Familiar food connects you to home, to childhood, to continuity. The taste is memory made tangible. You do not spend much time thinking about food. It is fuel. It is comfort. It is part of the day. You eat when you are hungry. You stop when you are full. Food serves a function. It does not need to be more than adequate. When it is better than adequate, you notice and appreciate it. But you do not require it. Special occasions bring different food. A feast at a patron's house, a celebration with the theatre company. The food is richer and more varied. You enjoy it, but you do not crave it regularly. Feasts include dishes you never eat otherwise. Elaborate roasts, rich sauces, imported delicacies. The abundance is impressive and slightly overwhelming. You eat more at feasts than usual. The social expectation is to partake generously. You do so, though it makes you uncomfortable afterward. You appreciate good cooking. When a meal is well prepared, you notice. You might comment on it. You might ask how something was made, but you do not require excellence. Adequacy is enough. A well-cooked meal is a pleasure. The flavours are balanced. The textures are right. You notice the care that went into it. But most meals are not well cooked. They are adequately cooked. This is acceptable. You do not complain. Hunger is not constant. You eat regularly enough to avoid it. But when hunger does come, it is simple. You find food. You eat. The problem is solved. True hunger is rare. Your income is sufficient to keep you fed. The hunger you feel is usually just the body's signal that it is time to eat again. When you do feel hunger, it sharpens your focus on food. The simplest meal tastes better. Your body's need makes the food more satisfying. Some foods remind you of childhood, certain breads, certain stews. You eat them and remember other times. The memories are not sharp. They are soft and vague, like the comfort the food provides. The bread your mother baked, the stew from feast days. These tastes carry associations. They are pleasant in a way that has nothing to do with the food itself. You eat alone sometimes, in your lodging with a plate and a cup. You chew slowly. You think about the day or about nothing. The solitude is peaceful. Eating alone requires no performance, no conversation, no manners beyond basic cleanliness. You can simply eat. The quiet is meditative, chewing, tasting, swallowing. The actions are simple and grounding. You eat with family in Stratford. The table is full. Conversations happen around you. You participate or you listen. The meal anchors the day. It gathers everyone in one place. Family meals have their own rhythm. Anne serves. The children talk. You listen and occasionally contribute. The structure is familiar and comforting. Meals mark time. Breakfast, dinner, supper. The day is punctuated by these gatherings. You do not waste food. What is left is saved. Bread becomes crumbs for thickening soup. Bones are boiled for broth. Nothing is thrown away lightly. Food costs money and effort. Wasting it is careless. You are raised to value what you have. Leftovers are used creatively. Yesterday's roast becomes today's pie. Stale bread becomes pudding. Drink provides its own comfort. A cup of ale at the end of a long day. A shared drink with a friend. The warmth of it. The taste. The ritual of lifting the cup and drinking. Drinking is social. You toast. You clink cups. You drink together. The act creates connection. A drink at day's end signals transition. Work is done. Rest begins. The drink marks the boundary. You do not drink to excess. You have seen what that does to people. You drink enough to relax, not enough to lose control. Moderation is natural to you. Drunkenness is ugly. Slurred speech, poor judgment, loss of dignity. You avoid this state. 2 or 3 cups of ale are enough. You know your limits. You recognize when you have had enough. You stop before you become impaired. Food and drink are part of the rhythm of life. They mark time. Breakfast, midday meal, and evening supper. They provide structure. They offer comfort. They sustain you. The daily rhythm of eating is one of the reliable patterns. No matter what else happens, you will eat. This regularity is reassuring. Food and drink are shared experiences. They connect you to others. They connect you to place. They connect you to yourself. Evenings begin when the light fades. If there has been a performance, it is over. The audience has left. The actors have changed out of their costumes. The theatre is quiet. The theatre after a performance has a particular quality. The energy is dissipated. The space feels larger and emptier. Voices echo differently. Props and costumes are put away. The stage is swept. The work of preparation for tomorrow begins quietly. You leave the theatre and walk back to your lodging. The streets are less crowded than during the day. Shops are closing. People are heading home. You move with the flow of the crowd, then break away to your own path. The evening streets have a different character. The urgency of the day is gone. People walk more slowly. Conversations are quieter. You know the route so well you could walk it in complete darkness. Your feet find the familiar turns without thought. Your lodging is modest. A room with a bed, a table, and a chair. Sometimes a small hearth. The space is functional. You do not need more. You light a candle. The room becomes visible in the soft glow. The candle is tallow, not beeswax. The smell is slightly unpleasant. The flame flickers and smokes. But it provides light, which is what matters. The room is cold in winter. The walls are thin. You light a fire if there is wood. If not, you wrap yourself in a blanket. In summer, the room is stuffy. You open the window if there is one. The air from outside is only slightly fresher than the air inside. You sit at the table. You might read. Books are not abundant, but you have a few. Histories, poetry, and classical texts. You read slowly, absorbing the words. Reading is different from writing. It is receptive rather than active. You own Holinshed's Chronicles, Plutarch's Lives, and Ovid's Metamorphoses. These books are resources for your work and also pleasures in themselves. You read passages you have read before. Familiarity does not diminish the enjoyment. You notice new things in familiar texts. Reading by candlelight is difficult. The light is dim and flickering. You hold the book close. Your eyes tire quickly. Sometimes you do not read. You simply sit. Your mind is still active, but it is not focused on a task. Thoughts drift. You think about a scene you are writing. You think about a conversation from earlier. You think about nothing in particular. The drifting mind finds its own paths. Ideas connect without your direction. This mental wandering is productive in ways that focused thought is not. You might solve a problem that has been troubling you. The solution arrives without effort, emerging from the drifting thoughts. If you are in Stratford, the evening is spent with family. You sit near the fire. Anne might sew or manage household accounts. Your daughters might be nearby. The presence of others is comforting, even when there is little conversation. The fire crackles. The light shifts and moves. The warmth radiates outward. You sit within range of it. Anne works quietly. Her needle moves steadily. She's comfortable with silence. You appreciate this about her. Susanna reads if there's enough light. Judith might prepare something for the next day. Everyone is occupied but together. In London, you sometimes visit a tavern in the evening. Not the same tavern as after a performance. A quieter one. You sit in a corner. You drink ale slowly. You listen to the murmur of other conversations without participating. The quieter taverns attract older patrons. The energy is subdued. People drink and talk, but without the rowdiness of the afternoon taverns. You choose a spot away from the door, away from the fire, somewhere you can observe without being central. The conversations around you are fragments. You hear pieces of stories, bits of arguments and laughter. You are present but separate. Writing can happen in the evening, but it is less common. Your mind is tired from the day. The focus required for writing is harder to summon. If you do write, it is often revision rather than new material. Crossing out a word, adding a phrase, small adjustments. Evening writing is finicky work, correcting errors, smoothing rough lines. It does not require the creative energy of drafting new material. The light is poor for writing. You squint at the page. The letters blur. You work slowly. You might copy a clean version of a heavily revised page. The copying requires attention, but not creativity. It is meditative work. Lamplight or candlelight creates a different atmosphere than daylight. The shadows are deeper. The room feels smaller, more contained. The world outside the circle of light seems distant. This isolation is not uncomfortable. It is simply a fact of evening. The lit space becomes your entire world. What exists beyond the light is irrelevant. The intimacy is focusing. Shadows move as the flame moves. The walls seem to breathe. The effect is hypnotic. You prepare for the next day. You set out clothes. You check that you have paper and ink for writing. You plan your route if you need to go somewhere. These small preparations make mornings easier. Laying out clothes saves time in the morning. You do not have to search or decide. The choices are already made. Checking your supplies prevents frustration. Running out of ink mid-sentence is annoying. Preventing it is simple. Mental preparation is also part of this. You review what tomorrow requires. You set intentions. The planning is light, not burdensome. You think about the work ahead. Not with anxiety, but with awareness. There is a play to finish. There is a rehearsal to attend. There are meetings to hold. The tasks are clear. You do not need to solve them now. You simply acknowledge them. Acknowledging tomorrow's work prevents it from intruding on rest. You have named it. You have noted it. Now you can set it aside. The tasks do not overwhelm you. They are simply what comes next. You have done similar work many times before. Evenings are also when you feel the separation between London and Stratford most acutely. In London, you're alone, or with colleagues. In Stratford, you're with family. Neither is better. They are different. Both are part of your life. The separation creates a kind of doubling. You have two lives, two selves, the London self and the Stratford self. They overlap but are not identical. You miss your family when in London. You miss the work when in Stratford. The longing is mild and manageable. You stretch your body. Writing and sitting leave you stiff. Your back aches. Your shoulders tighten. Standing and moving releases the tension. You roll your shoulders. You flex your fingers. The movement is small but necessary. Your body protests the day's stillness. Joints creak. Muscles are tight. Movement reminds them they can still move. You walk around the room. You touch your toes. You reach overhead. The stretches are simple. The relief is immediate. Your body softens. Blood flows. The discomfort eases. Sometimes you pray. Not long or formal prayers. Just a moment of quiet reflection. You think about the day. You express gratitude for what went well. You ask for strength for what comes next. The practice is private and brief. Prayer is a habit from childhood. The words are familiar. They provide structure for reflection. You do not pray for specific outcomes. You pray for the ability to do your work well, for the health of your family, for peace. The prayer is between you and God. No one else is involved. The intimacy is complete. You hear the sounds of the city or town settling, fewer voices, the occasional call of a night watchman, the creak of a building. These sounds are familiar. They mark the transition to night. The night watchman calls the hour. His voice carries through the quiet streets. The sound is reassuring. Someone is watching. Buildings settle as temperatures drop. Wood contracts. Joints shift. The sounds are gentle and constant. If you're tired, you feel it in the evening. Your eyes are heavy. Your thoughts slow. You accept this. There is no point in fighting fatigue. You prepare for sleep instead. Tiredness is a signal. Your body needs rest. You honour the signal rather than pushing through. Fighting fatigue only delays the inevitable. Better to surrender to it and get the rest you need. You might write a letter, to a friend, to family, to a business associate. The letter is practical. You share news, ask questions, and convey information. You write clearly and simply. When the letter is finished, you seal it. It will be sent tomorrow. Letters maintain connections across distance. You write to people in Stratford when you're in London. You write to London contacts when you're in Stratford. The letters are brief. You're not verbose in correspondence. You state what needs stating and finish. Sealing the letter with wax makes it official. The seal is a small mark of completion. You tidy the room before bed. You put away papers. You close books. You bank the fire or extinguish the candle. The space is ready for sleep. Order brings calm. Tidying is a transition ritual. It signals the end of the day's activities. The room is reset for tomorrow. Finding things is easier when the room is orderly. Morning, you will appreciate evening use organisation. The act of tidying is calming in itself. The simple motions are meditative. Evenings are not eventful. They are the space between the work of the day and the rest of the night. They allow you to transition. They give you time to settle your mind and body. The transition is necessary. You cannot go directly from work to sleep. The gap allows decompression. Your mind needs time to stop churning. Your body needs time to relax. Evening provides this time. You do not rush through the evening. There is no deadline. You move at your own pace. When you're ready, you go to bed. Until then, you occupy the quiet hours without pressure. The lack of pressure is itself restful. No one expects anything. No one is waiting. You are free to simply be. The evening is yours. It is not dictated by performance schedules or writing deadlines. It is time that belongs to you alone, or to you and your family, or to you and a quiet room. This time is valuable in its simplicity. Owning your time is a luxury. Most people's time belongs to others. In the evening, yours is your own. The simplicity is the value. Nothing complex, nothing demanding, just time passing gently. You prepare for bed when the evening winds down. You change into a nightshirt. The fabric is worn and soft. You set aside the clothes you wore during the day. They will be there in the morning. The nightshirt is comfortable. It has been washed many times. The fabric is thin but warm enough. Changing clothes signals the final transition. Work clothes come off, sleep clothes go on. The boundary is marked. You fold the day's clothes or hang them on a peg. This small act of care maintains order. The bed is simple. A wooden frame, a mattress stuffed with straw or feathers, blankets, and a coverlet. In winter, you add more blankets. In summer, you use fewer. The bed is not luxurious, but it is adequate. The mattress in London lodgings is usually straw. It rustles when you move. It flattens over time and needs restuffing. The mattress in Stratford is feathers. It is softer and quieter. It shapes to your body more comfortably. Blankets are wool. They are heavy and warm. They smell slightly of lanolin. You lie down. The mattress yields beneath you. Your body relaxes into it. The day's tensions begin to release. Your muscles loosen. Your breathing slows. The horizontal position itself is a relief. Your spine releases. Your muscles do not have to hold you upright. You feel the weight of your body against the mattress. The pressure is grounding. You are supported. Your breathing naturally slows. The rhythm becomes steady. The regularity is soothing. The room is dark. If there is a moon, faint light comes through the window. If not, the darkness is complete. You do not mind. Darkness is restful. Complete darkness is rare in the city. There is always some ambient light, but it is dark enough. Moonlight creates shapes and shadows. You can see the outline of furniture. The effect is soft. Darkness removes visual stimulation. Your eyes can finally rest. They do not have to focus. You hear the sounds of night. In London, there are distant voices, footsteps, and the occasional cart. In Stratford, there is wind, animals, and the creak of the house. These sounds do not disturb you. They are part of the background. London night sounds are human. People moving through the streets, doors closing, voices calling. Stratford night sounds are natural. Wind in trees, an owl calling, a dog barking in the distance. The sounds form a kind of music. They rise and fall, they overlap and separate. They mark time passing. Your thoughts slow. The concerns of the day fade. You do not try to solve problems or plan ahead. You simply let your mind drift. Images and fragments pass through your awareness. They do not form coherent narratives. They are just thoughts dissolving into rest. The mind empties gradually. Thoughts become less frequent, less insistent. Images appear and fade. A face from the day, a line from a play, a memory with no context. The dissolution is pleasant. Conscious thought gives way to something quieter. Sleep comes gradually. You do not notice the exact moment. Your breathing deepens, your consciousness dims, you slip from waking into sleep without effort. The boundary between waking and sleeping is invisible. You cross it without knowing. Your body knows before your mind. Muscles twitch. Breathing changes rhythm. The transition is smooth. No struggle, no resistance, just a gentle falling away. The night passes. You sleep deeply at first, then more lightly toward morning. You might wake once or twice. You shift position. You adjust the blankets. You fall back asleep quickly. Deep sleep is dreamless, or dreams are not remembered. Your body does its restorative work. Light sleep brings more awareness. You hear sounds. You notice temperature. But you remain mostly asleep. Waking briefly in the night is normal. You register it and return to sleep. It does not disturb the overall rest. Dreams occur, but you do not remember most of them. Occasionally a dream lingers after waking. It is strange or vivid. You think about it briefly, then let it go. Dreams are not significant. They are just the mind working through the day's impressions. Dreams are ephemeral. They fade quickly after waking. Details slip away as you try to hold them. A vivid dream might stay with you through the morning. You puzzle over it. Then it loses its power, and you forget. You don't look for meaning in dreams. They are random firings of a sleeping mind. In winter, the cold wakes you. You pull the blankets tighter. You curl into a smaller shape to conserve warmth. The cold is uncomfortable but not unbearable. You wait for morning. Winter nights are long and dark. The cold is invasive. It finds gaps in the blankets. You pile every available blanket on the bed. Still, your nose and the tips of your ears are cold. Sometimes you get up and add a layer of clothing under the nightshirt. Then you return to bed and sleep better. In summer, warmth can be oppressive. You push the blankets aside. You lie still, trying to catch any breeze. The discomfort passes. You sleep again. Summer nights are short. The heat persists even after dark. The air is still and heavy. You remove blankets until only a sheet remains. You kick that aside too if the heat demands it. Any movement generates warmth. You lie as still as possible. Eventually sleep comes despite the discomfort. Your body rests, muscles repair, your mind processes. Sleep is restorative. You do not think about this consciously, but you feel it when you wake. The rest has done its work. Your body heals itself during sleep. Small injuries mend, strained muscles relax. Your mind sorts and stores the day's experiences. What is important is kept. What is not is discarded. You wake feeling different than you felt when you went to bed. The change is subtle, but real. You're restored. You share a bed with Anne in Stratford. She sleeps on one side and you on the other. You're aware of her presence without it interrupting your rest. The shared warmth is comforting. Two bodies in a bed generate more heat than one. In winter, this is welcome. You know the rhythm of her breathing. The sound is familiar and comforting. Sometimes she wakes when you wake. Sometimes she sleeps through. The companionship exists even in sleep. In London, you sleep alone. The bed is entirely yours. You spread out or curl up as you choose. There is freedom in this, but also a kind of loneliness. You do not dwell on it. Sleeping alone, you can move without consideration. You can sprawl. You can take all the blankets. The freedom is pleasant, but the bed feels larger, emptier. You miss the companionship sometimes. Other times you appreciate the solitude. Both are valid. The quality of sleep varies. Some nights, you sleep soundly from dark to dawn. Other nights, sleep is broken. You wake repeatedly. You lie awake for stretches. By morning you are less rested. You accept this. Not every night is perfect. Good sleep is a gift. You wake feeling strong and clear. The day ahead seems manageable. Poor sleep leaves you fuzzy. Your thoughts are slower. Your patience is thinner. You do what needs doing anyway. You cannot control the quality of sleep. You can only create conditions that favour it. The rest is beyond your power. Morning comes with light. You wake slowly. You lie still for a moment, orienting yourself. You remember where you are. You think about the day ahead. Then you rise. The first light of dawn is grey and soft. It grows brighter gradually. You hear morning sounds. Birds. People beginning their work. The city or town is waking. You stretch in bed before rising. Your body protests the transition from horizontal to vertical. Then it adjusts. You dress. You step into the day. The night is behind you. Sleep has done what it can. You're ready to begin again. Dressing is automatic. The clothes you laid out are there. You put them on without thought. The day begins. Work waits. People wait. The routine continues. Sleep is not dramatic. It is not an escape or an adventure. It is simply rest. Your body requires it. Your mind requires it. You give yourself over to it each night, trusting that it will restore you. Sleep is fundamental. Without it, nothing else functions properly. You trust sleep. You surrender to it. It has never failed to restore you. The routine of sleep is steady. You go to bed around the same time. You wake around the same time. The consistency helps. Your body knows what to expect. Regularity aids sleep. Your body develops a rhythm. The rhythm supports rest. When travel or work disrupts the rhythm, sleep is harder. You notice the difference. You do not fight sleep. When you're tired, you sleep. When you're rested, you wake. The rhythm is natural. You follow it without resistance. Resistance is futile. The body's need for sleep is non-negotiable. You have learned to listen to your body's signals. When it says sleep, you sleep. When it says wake, you wake. Sleep connects the days. It marks the end of one and the beginning of the next. It provides a pause, a reset. When you wake, you're the same person, but the day is new. Sleep is the boundary between yesterday and today. It separates and connects them. The new day brings new possibilities. The problems of yesterday might look different. The work continues fresh. You're continuous across days, but sleep renews you. Each morning is a small rebirth. Your life is not shaped by grand events. It is shaped by repetition. The same streets walked again and again. The same tasks performed day after day. The same people are seen over and over. This continuity is the foundation of everything. The grand narrative of your life is actually composed of tiny repeated moments. Walking to the theatre, sitting to write, eating bread, sleeping. The repetition creates depth. Each time you walk a street, you know it better. Each time you write, the process is smoother. Continuity is underrated. People seek novelty and drama, but life is built on the ordinary. You write many plays over many years. Each one is created through the same process. Sitting, writing, revising, rehearsing, performing. The process does not change. The plays do. But the work remains constant. By now, you have written dozens of plays. The number is less important than the accumulated practice. Each play is different. Different characters, different conflicts, different language. But the making of them is the same. The constancy of process allows variety of product. Because you know how to make a play, you can make many kinds of plays. You observe the world around you. You see how people speak, how they move, and how they react. These observations accumulate. They become the material of your writing. The process is slow and unconscious. You do not set out to collect material. It simply happens as you live. Every interaction is potential material. Every conversation, every gesture, every conflict. The accumulation is invisible until you need it. Then the material is there, stored without your knowing. Living and writing are not separate. One feeds the other continuously. Your influence grows, but you do not notice it happening. People begin to quote your lines. Your plays are performed more frequently. Your name becomes known. But to you the work is the same. You write, revise, rehearse, and perform. The external recognition does not change the internal routine. Success creeps up slowly. There is no single moment of arrival. You hear your lines quoted in taverns. You see other playwrights imitating your techniques. These are signs, but you do not dwell on them. The work matters more than the recognition. You focus on the work. You maintain your commitments to the theatre company, to your family, to your patrons. These commitments require steady effort. You show up. You do the work. You fulfill your obligations. This reliability is what sustains your career. Reliability is more valuable than brilliance. People depend on you to deliver. You meet deadlines. You honour agreements. You show up when expected. This builds trust. Trust compounds over time. Your reputation is built on consistency. Your legacy is built in moments that are not recorded. The conversation in a tavern that inspires a character. The walk through London that shapes a setting. The quiet hour of revision that turns a weak scene into a strong one. These moments are ordinary. They are also essential. The important moments do not feel important when they happen. They feel like ordinary moments. A stranger's phrase becomes Hamlet's line. A gesture you noticed becomes Lady Macbeth's movement. The legacy is built from invisible pieces. No one knows where the ideas came from. Only you know, and even you forget most of them. You grow older, the work continues. You do not slow down dramatically. You simply keep going. The rhythm of writing and performing does not stop because you age. It continues as long as you are able. Your body ages. Your eyes weaken. Your joints ache. But your mind remains sharp. The work adapts to your changing body. You write less when your hand tires. You rest more. But you do not stop. Age brings perspective. You see patterns you could not see when younger. The work benefits from this. You invest in property. You secure your family's future. These decisions are practical. They are not about glory or fame. They are about ensuring that your wife and children are cared for. The work is necessary and unglamorous. You buy New Place, one of the largest houses in Stratford. You buy land. You make investments. These purchases are insurance. If the theatre fails, your family will still have income and shelter. The business of securing a future is tedious. Contracts, negotiations, legal documents. You do it anyway. You return to Stratford more often as you age. The pull of home strengthens. You spend more time with family. You manage your property. You participate in local affairs. The transition from London to Stratford is gradual. It feels natural. London exhausts you more than it used to. The noise, the crowds, the constant activity. Stratford is quieter. The pace is slower. Your family is there. The pull is strong. You do not make a dramatic decision to retire. You simply spend more time at home and less time in London. The transition is organic. The theatre continues without you needing to be there constantly. Other playwrights write. Other actors perform. The company adapts. Your role shifts from central to supportive. You accept this. You have done your part. The company does not need you as much as it once did. This is success, not failure. Younger playwrights bring new energy. You support them. You offer guidance when asked. Stepping back feels right. You have earned rest. The company will continue. You look back on the work with satisfaction, not pride. The plays exist. They are performed. People enjoy them. That is enough. You do not need more than that. Pride would be inappropriate. You did your work. The work succeeded. That is all. Satisfaction is quieter than pride. It is contentment with effort made and tasks completed. The plays will outlast you. This is pleasant to consider, but not essential. You wrote them for now. What happens after is not your concern. Your habits remain. You walk, you write, you read, you sit with others, you eat simple meals, you sleep when tired. These patterns do not change. They are who you are. The habits have carried you through decades. They will carry you to the end. You are comfortable in your routines. They fit you like old clothes. Change is unnecessary. The patterns work. Why alter them? You think about the future rarely. You focus on the present. There is work to do today. There are people to see. There are tasks to complete. The future will arrive when it arrives. You do not rush toward it. The future is abstract. The present is real. Planning too much for the future distracts from living now. You handle what needs handling. You trust the rest to work itself out. Your relationships endure. The people you have known for years are still part of your life. Some have died, others have moved away, but many remain. The continuity of friendship is comforting. Richard Burbage is still acting. Your daughters are grown. Anne is still managing the household. The faces change over time, but some remain constant. These constants anchor you. Long friendships are deep. They require no explanation. The shared history speaks for itself. You do not seek legacy consciously. You do not write to be remembered. You write because it is your work. The plays are created for the present, for the audiences who come to see them now. What happens after is not your concern. Legacy is what others make of your work after you're gone. You have no control over it. You write for the audience in front of you, for the actors, for now. If the plays last, that is pleasant. If they do not, you will not know. Either way, you have done your work. Your life has been steady, not without hardship, but without catastrophe. You have worked, you have rested, you have maintained connections. You have fulfilled responsibilities. Life is ordinary in many ways, but it is also full. Hamlet's death was hard. Financial worries existed, conflicts arose. But overall, life has been stable. Stability allowed the work. Without it, you could not have produced so much. Fullness does not require drama. A life of steady work and care is full. The quiet moments matter. The walk through a field, the conversation with a friend, the hour was spent reading, the night was spent sleeping. These are not the moments that make history, but they are the moments that make a life. History records the extraordinary. Life is built from the ordinary. The small moments accumulate. Together, they are everything. You will not be remembered for walking through a field, but the walking shaped who you were. It shaped what you wrote. You have observed much. You have written much. You have lived a life of attention and care. The work reflects this. The characters feel real because they are drawn from real observation. The language feels alive because it comes from a mind that has listened carefully. Attention is the foundation of good writing. You have paid attention for decades. The care you take shows in the work, the precision, the nuance, the humanity. The life and the work are inseparable. The work grew from the life. The life was shaped by the work. You continue. Day follows day. Work follows rest. Seasons turn. You remain engaged with the world around you. You notice. You remember. You create. The pattern continues. It will continue until it cannot. Engagement is the key. You remain interested, curious, attentive. As long as you engage, you are alive in the way that matters most. Life is not extraordinary. It is simply lived with consistency and purpose. This is enough. This has always been enough. Extraordinary lives are rare and often tragic. Ordinary lives are common and often rich. You have lived consistently. You have lived with purpose. These are achievements. Enough is enough. You do not need to be more than you are. When the day ends, you prepare for sleep. You settle into bed. You let go of the day's concerns. Tomorrow will come. There will be more work, more walking, and more observations. But for now, you rest. The day ends. The night comes. Sleep arrives. Tomorrow is another day. The pattern will repeat. For now, you rest. The work is done. The day is complete. The rhythm continues. The life continues. The work continues. This is how it has always been. This is how it will remain. Continuity is the deepest truth. Everything changes slowly within an unchanging pattern. The rhythm is reliable. You trust it. It has carried you this far. It will carry you to the end. And beyond the end, the work will continue in other hands, other voices, other times. But that is not your concern. Your concern is now, this day, this moment, this breath. And so you rest. and so the world continues, and so the story goes on. You are settling into a story from thousands of years ago, when people first began to stay in one place long enough to plant seeds and store grain. In those early villages, warmth and shelter drew not only people together, but also small animals who noticed the steady routines and learned that nearness could mean safety. This is the story of how cats made that choice, quietly and on their own terms. You wake in a settlement built along a river valley where the soil holds water and the sun warms clay walls by mid-morning. The air smells of dust and dry grass. People move through familiar patterns, carrying baskets of barley, sweeping dirt floors and stacking bundles of reeds against low stone walls. Everything happens slowly, shaped by heat and habit. Grain stores sit in ceramic jars with flat lids, stacked in shaded corners of courtyards. The jars hold enough to last through seasons when nothing grows. People check them daily, brushing away insects and tilting the lids to peer inside. The grain shifts with a soft whisper when disturbed. Mice notice this abundance. They arrive in the cool hours before dawn, slipping through gaps in woven fences, following the scent of stored seeds. Cats notice the mice. They move into the edges of the settlement without ceremony, stepping lightly along the perimeter where walls meet open ground. They do not announce themselves. They find places to rest in the shade of overhangs, behind stacks of clay bricks, and under benches where the ground stays cool. They watch the movement of people and animals with calm attention, learning the rhythm of the day. Mornings begin with the scrape of wooden tools against stone, the rustle of baskets being filled, and the low hum of voices discussing tasks. People work steadily, pausing to drink water from shallow bowls, wiping sweat from their foreheads. The settlement feels orderly and predictable. Courtyards fill with sunlight. Shadows shrink toward midday. Cats settle into spots where they can see without being seen. A ledge above a doorway, a gap between two storage jars. The top of a wall warmed by morning sun. They rest with eyes half closed and tails curled around their bodies, breathing slowly. They do not seek attention. They simply occupy space that offers both comfort and vantage. Children scatter grain for chickens in the courtyard. The birds peck and flutter, kicking up small clouds of dust. Cats watch this activity from a distance, noting the movement, the sound, and the predictable timing. They learn when the courtyard fills and when it empties. They learn which paths people take most often and which corners remain undisturbed. By midday, the heat presses down and movement slows. People retreat indoors or into the deepest shade. The settlement grows quiet. Even the chickens settle into dust baths, fluffing their feathers and closing their eyes. Cats remain still, conserving energy, letting the hours pass without effort. There is no urgency here. Time moves in long, unhurried stretches. Late afternoon brings a shift in temperature. Breezes begin to move through the spaces between buildings. People emerge to continue their work. They grind grain with heavy stones, the sound rhythmic and steady. They weave mats from reeds, their hands moving in practice patterns. They mend baskets, repair tools, and tend small fires for evening meals. Cats stretch and shift positions, following the retreating patches of sunlight. They groom themselves with careful attention, smoothing fur and cleaning paws. They yawn widely, showing sharp teeth, then settle again. Their presence becomes part of the landscape, unremarkable and accepted. Mice venture out as shadows lengthen, emboldened by the approaching dusk. They move quickly, darting from one hiding spot to another, always alert. Cats track this movement with focused stillness, bodies low, ears forward. Sometimes they move, sometimes they simply watch. The settlement provides more than enough opportunity. There is no need to rush. People notice the cats in passing, a shape on a wall, a flicker of movement in peripheral vision. No one reacts with surprise or concern. The cats are simply there, as the chickens are there, as the insects are there. They belong to the rhythm of the place without requiring acknowledgement. Evening approaches and the quality of light changes, turning golden and soft. Cooking fires begin to glow in hearths. The smell of baking bread drifts through the settlement. People gather near doorways, sitting on low stools, talking quietly as they eat. Cats remain at a distance, observing. They do not approach the fires or the food. They maintain their own routines, independent but aware. As darkness settles, the settlement grows quieter still. People move indoors, fires burn lower. The sounds of the day fade into the sounds of night. Distant animal calls, the rustle of wind through reeds, and the occasional crack of settling wood. Cats navigate this darkness with ease, their eyes catching faint light, their movements silent and assured. The daily life of the settlement continues this way, day after day, season after season. Patterns repeat. Cats learn them thoroughly. They understand when grain is poured, when courtyards are swept, when people rest, and when they work. This knowledge allows them to exist comfortably within the human world without disrupting it or being disrupted by it. The relationship begins not through intention, but through simple proximity and the gradual recognition of mutual benefit. You watch as people build and repair the structures that define their lives. Walls rise from mud bricks dried in the sun, stacked carefully and mortared with clay. Roofs are formed from wooden beams layered with reeds and packed earth. Each structure takes shape through repetition, lifting, placing, smoothing, and waiting for materials to set and harden. Cats observe this construction from nearby vantage points. They note the appearance of new walls that create shade, new overhangs that block rain, and new corners that hold warmth. As people work, cats test these spaces, stepping carefully onto fresh surfaces, sniffing at new materials and deciding which spots suit them. A beam positioned at just the right height becomes a resting place. A gap between two walls becomes a passage. The cats adapt to the changing landscape as it develops. People sweep courtyards daily using bundles of twigs tied with cord. They push dust and debris toward the edges, clearing paths and gathering areas. This sweeping creates clean, open spaces where movement is easy and visibility is clear. Cats move through these swept areas with confidence, their paws finding smooth ground, their approach unhindered by clutter. The maintenance of order serves both species without either one planning for the other. Storage areas require constant attention. Baskets need mending when reeds crack and split. Clay jars develop hairline fractures that must be sealed with fresh clay. Wooden lids warp in the heat and must be replaced. People work steadily to keep these containers functional, knowing that grain left exposed attracts more than just mice. Insects swarm, birds descend, larger animals investigate. The effort to maintain sealed storage becomes a daily priority. Cats benefit from this vigilance. Sealed storage means concentrated populations of mice and rats drawn to the few accessible points of entry. The cats learn these points. They position themselves near the bases of storage jars, near the seams of woven baskets, and near the gaps where wooden platforms meet walls. They wait with extraordinary patience, bodies still, breathing slow. When movement occurs, they respond with sudden precision. Then they settle again, waiting for the next opportunity. Pathways develop through repeated use. People walk the same routes between buildings, between work areas and water sources, and between homes and fields. Their footsteps wear the ground smooth, creating defined trails. Cats use these same paths, finding them easier to navigate than rough terrain. The shared routes become familiar to both, marked by mutual passage, though never by agreement. Repairs happen constantly. A section of wall crumbles and must be rebuilt. A roof develops a leak and requires new layers of thatch. A doorway sags and needs reinforcement. People approach these tasks methodically, gathering materials, working in the cooler hours, and testing their repairs before considering them complete. Cats adjust to the temporary disruption, moving to adjacent spaces, watching the work with calm interest and returning once stability is restored. Courtyards become centres of activity. People gather there to work on tasks that require space, spreading grain to dry, sorting harvested crops, and preparing materials for building. The ground is packed hard from constant use. Low walls define the edges. Benches and platforms provide places to sit and rest. Cats navigate the margins of these spaces, staying clear of active work but remaining close enough to observe. Water channels require maintenance. Clay-lined trenches carry water from the river to the settlement. Sediment accumulates and must be cleared. Cracks develop and need patching. People wade into the shallow channels with tools, scraping away build-up, smoothing surfaces and ensuring steady flow. Cats watch from the banks, occasionally lapping water from the edges, taking advantage of the accessible moisture without venturing into the channels themselves. Building materials accumulate in designated areas. Stacks of reeds, piles of clay bricks, bundles of wooden poles. These collections create sheltered nooks and elevated platforms. Cats explore these spaces thoroughly, discovering which stacks are stable enough to climb, which gaps provide shelter from wind, and which heights offer the best view. The unintended architecture of stored materials becomes a landscape of opportunity. People build low walls to define property and create boundaries. These walls are not high, just enough to mark separation and provide modest privacy. Cats use the tops of these walls as highways, moving through the settlement with elevation and speed. The walls become connective tissue, linking different areas, allowing cats to travel without descending to ground level, where people and other animals move more densely. Hearths are built with care, using stones that can withstand heat, positioned to allow smoke to rise and escape through roof openings. Ashes accumulate and are removed regularly, carried away to be used in gardens or mixed with clay for building. Cats avoid active fires but appreciate the residual warmth of stones that have held heat through the day. They rest near these spots in the evening, absorbing warmth as temperatures drop. The act of maintaining shared spaces creates a rhythm that cats can anticipate. Morning sweeping, midday repairs, evening cooking. Each activity signals something about the state of the settlement, about where people will be and what they will be doing. Cats do not participate in this maintenance, but they benefit from its results. Clean paths, stable structures, concentrated resources and predictable patterns. The shared environment becomes gradually a truly shared space. You notice the way presence becomes acceptance without ever becoming partnership. People and cats occupy the same settlement, moving through the same days, yet maintaining separate rhythms that occasionally intersect without collision. A cat rests on a sun-warmed wall. A person walks past carrying a basket. Neither acknowledges the other directly. The person does not stop to observe the cat. The cat does not startle or flee. Both continue with their own concerns, their proximity unremarkable. This happens dozens of times each day, an accumulation of neutral encounters that builds familiarity through sheer repetition. Children are the first to show interest. They notice cats more readily than adults do, pointing them out, watching them groom or stretch or move along the tops of walls. Occasionally a child reaches out, attempting to touch a cat that ventures near. Most cats step away, maintaining distance, unwilling to engage. A few allow brief contact, tolerating a gentle hand before moving on. The children learn gradually which cats accept this attention and which do not. No one teaches them this. They learn through observation and minor disappointment. Adults focus on work and allow cats to exist without interference. A woman grinding grain notices a cat sleeping in the shade of her workspace. She continues grinding, the rhythmic sound unchanging. The cat continues sleeping, undisturbed by the noise. They share the space for hours without interaction. When the woman finishes and moves away, the cat remains. When the cat eventually wakes and leaves, the woman does not notice its absence. Tolerance becomes the foundation of coexistence. People tolerate cats in their storage areas because the cats reduce vermin. Cats tolerate people because the settlement provides resources and safety. Neither species seeks deeper connection. The relationship remains practical, grounded in mutual benefit that requires no affection or loyalty. Some cats become more visible than others. A particular individual might choose a favourite resting spot in a frequently travelled area, becoming a familiar sight. People begin to recognise this cat by its markings or behaviour. They do not name it or claim it, but they notice when it is present and when it is absent. This recognition is passive, a byproduct of routine rather than intention. Meals are eaten in courtyards or near doorways. People sit together, sharing food from common vessels. Small amounts fall to the ground. Crumbs of bread, fragments of cooked grain, bits of dried fish. Cats observe from a distance, waiting until people disperse before approaching to investigate what remains. They eat what interests them and ignore the rest. People do not set food out deliberately for cats, but they do not prevent cats from taking what has been dropped or discarded. Seasonal changes affect both humans and cats. When rains come, people seek shelter indoors and cats find dry spaces beneath overhangs or inside partially open structures. When heat intensifies, both species move more slowly, seeking shade and resting through the hottest hours. When cooler weather arrives, both become more active, working or hunting during longer portions of the day. The shared response to environmental conditions creates parallel patterns of behaviour. Boundaries develop naturally. Cats learn which buildings are occupied and which stand empty. They avoid entering active living spaces where people sleep and gather. They prefer storage areas, workshops and courtyards where human presence is intermittent and predictable. People in turn do not attempt to control where cats go or how they spend their time. The settlement is large enough to accommodate both without crowding or conflict. Illness and injury occur among cats as they do among all animals. A cat limps from a strained paw, moving more slowly for several days before recovering. A cat develops a wound that gradually heals. People notice these conditions in passing but do not intervene. Cats manage their health, resting when needed and continuing to hunt and explore when able. There is no expectation of care and no provision of it. New cats arrive occasionally, drawn by the same resources that sustain the existing population. These newcomers navigate the social landscape of the resident cats, finding their own territories and routines. People observe this process with mild interest but do not interfere. The cat population fluctuates naturally, shaped by available resources and the carrying capacity of the settlement, rather than by human management. Some cats leave. They wander beyond the settlement's boundaries and do not return. People do not search for them or wonder where they have gone. Other cats appear to replace them, and life continues without interruption. The fluidity of the cat population mirrors the fluidity of human life in the settlement, where people also come and go, arriving from other places or departing to establish new homes. The coexistence remains unmarked by ceremony or acknowledgement. There are no rituals celebrating the presence of cats, no stories told about particular individuals, and no attempts to formalise the relationship. Cats and humans simply live near one another, sharing space and resources in ways that require minimal effort from either side. This simplicity, this lack of complication, allows the arrangement to endure without strain or expectation. You feel the weight of midday heat settling over the settlement like a thick blanket. Movement slows until it nearly stops. People retreat to the coolest spaces they can find, sitting in deep shade or lying on floors inside buildings where walls block the sun. Their breathing deepens, their eyes close. Time stretches and softens. Cats respond to the same heat with the same instinct for stillness. They find their own cool spots, beneath carts where air circulates, in the shadow of walls that face away from the sun, and on stone floors inside empty storage rooms where the temperature stays even. They curl into compact shapes or sprawl with legs extended, whatever position offers the most comfort. Their bodies relax completely, muscles loose, tails motionless. The settlement enters a state of collective pause. Even the chickens stop their constant movement. settling into hollows they have scratched in the dirt, panting softly with beaks open. Dogs sprawl in the shade, tongues lolling, sides rising and falling with each breath. The entire community of creatures acknowledges the same need for rest, the same surrender to conditions that cannot be changed or hurried. Cats sleep in short cycles, waking briefly to shift position or groom before settling again. Their sleep is light enough that they remain aware of their surroundings, ears swivelling towards sounds, eyes opening to slits when something moves nearby. They do not dream in ways that show outwardly. They simply rest, allowing their bodies to recover from the energy spent hunting and exploring during cooler hours. People wake from their own rest more gradually. They sit up slowly, rubbing their faces, drinking water from clay vessels, and preparing to resume work as the day cools. Their movements are unhurried, still heavy with the remnants of sleep. They talk quietly if they talk at all, conserving energy for the tasks ahead. Late afternoon brings a shift in energy. Shadows lengthen and the air begins to move. People emerge from buildings, stretching, gathering tools and returning to interrupted work. Cats wake too, rising from their resting places, arching their backs and extending their legs one at a time. They groom thoroughly, attending to every part of their bodies with focused care. This grooming marks the transition from rest to activity. Evening approaches and both humans and cats become more animated. People work steadily, making progress while conditions allow. Cats begin to move through their territories, checking familiar spots, watching for signs of mice or other small animals. The settlement fills with purposeful activity, each creature following its own routine. As darkness falls, patterns of rest shift again. People gather near fires for evening meals, then gradually disperse to sleeping areas. They lie down on woven mats or simple beds of gathered reeds, pulling light coverings over themselves as air cools. Their breathing slows, conversations fade, the settlement quiets. Cats remain active longer, navigating darkness with ease. They move through the settlement on silent paws, their eyes reflecting any available light. They hunt when opportunity presents itself, and rest when it does not. As the night deepens, they find warm spots to settle, near hearths where coals still hold heat, in corners of buildings where warmth collects, and next to walls that radiate the day's absorbed sun. Some cats choose to rest near sleeping humans, drawn by warmth and the sense of safety that comes from proximity to larger creatures who pose no threat. They settle at a respectful distance, maintaining their independence even as they share space. People sleep unaware of this nearness, or aware but unconcerned, accepting the cat's presence as part of the night's stillness. The rhythm of rest becomes a shared language. Both species understand the necessity of pausing, the value of conserving energy, and the importance of responding to environmental cues that signal when to move and when to be still. This understanding requires no communication. It exists in the body's wisdom, in the instinct to rest when rest is needed, and to wake when conditions improve. Mornings begin with gradual stirring. People wake to the first light, rising slowly, moving quietly so as not to disturb others who still sleep. Cats wake too, stretching elaborately, yawning, and beginning to groom before setting out to explore. The settlement transitions from night stillness to day's activity, through a gentle progression that honours the need for both rest and wakefulness. Throughout seasons, the specific timing shifts, but the pattern remains. Summer days bring longer periods of midday rest and shorter, cooler periods of activity. Winter days allow more sustained work, with less need for heat-driven pauses. Cats and humans adjust their rhythms accordingly, both responding to the same environmental pressures, and both finding balance between effort and recuperation. Rest becomes a form of coexistence as meaningful as any other. In the shared need for stillness, in the parallel patterns of sleep and waking, humans and cats find common ground that requires no negotiation. They simply rest when rest is needed, side by side in the same settlement, under the same sun, part of the same rhythm that governs all life. You observe how nourishment shapes the daily patterns of both humans and cats. Food is not abundant, but it is reliable. The settlement stores hold grain harvested from nearby fields. People portion this grain carefully, grinding it as needed, baking it into bread, and cooking it into simple porridges. The work of preparing food happens daily, creating regular scraps and spillage. Grain scattered during processing attracts mice. They emerge at dawn and dusk, moving quickly through shadows, gathering fallen seeds, and retreating to hidden burrows between the settlement's walls. Their presence is constant, sustained by the same resources that feed the human population. The mice thrive wherever grain is stored or handled. Cats position themselves near these areas of activity. They learn the locations where grain is most often spilled, near grinding stones, around storage jars, and in corners where baskets are emptied and filled. They wait with focused patience, bodies low, eyes fixed on spaces where mice are likely to appear. Sometimes they wait for hours. Sometimes they wait through entire days. Their willingness to remain still makes their hunting possible. When a cat catches a mouse, it does so quickly. There is a brief moment of sudden movement, then stillness again. The cat carries its catch to a quiet spot, consumes it efficiently, and returns to waiting. This pattern repeats throughout the day and night, providing the cat with regular meals without requiring human intervention or provision. People prepare food outdoors when weather permits, working in courtyards where smoke from cooking fires can disperse. They gut fish caught from the river, trimming away parts they do not eat. They pluck birds, discarding feathers and offal. They shell nuts and legumes, leaving husks in piles. These byproducts accumulate in designated areas, and are later carried away to be buried or burned. Before these scraps are cleared, cats investigate them. They are drawn by the smell of fish entrails and the sight of discarded meat. They approach cautiously, aware that people are nearby, ready to retreat if necessary. Most often, people ignore the cats. Sometimes a person waves a hand to shoo a cat away from fresh scraps they still intend to use. The cat moves back a short distance and waits. When the person finishes and walks away, the cat returns. Certain foods interest cats more than others. Raw fish hold strong appeal. So do the organs and bones of birds. Cats show little interest in grain or bread, though they occasionally sniff at these items before turning away. Their diet remains primarily meat, obtained through hunting or scavenging, shaped by their own preferences and instincts. Opportunity appears in cycles tied to human activity. Morning food preparation creates one set of possibilities. Evening meals create another. Seasonal harvests bring temporary abundance when grain is threshed and winnowed, sending up clouds of chaff and scattering seeds widely. Cats do not eat this grain, but they hunt the mice drawn to it, benefiting indirectly from the harvest plenty. Water is available in the settlement's channels and collection vessels. Cats drink from these sources when they are thirsty, lapping from the edges of clay bowls or from shallow portions of the water channels. People do not prevent this. Water flows steadily enough that sharing it costs nothing. Some cats prove more skilled at hunting than others. A particularly adept cat might catch several mice in a day, eating what it needs and leaving the rest. Other cats hunt less successfully, going longer between meals, appearing thin and sharp-boned. The settlement supports a population of cats roughly proportional to the available prey, with natural fluctuations that balance availability against need. Birds nest in the settlement structures, tucking nests into crevices and overhangs. These nests sometimes hold eggs or fledglings. Cats occasionally discover and raid these nests, climbing to reach them and consuming the contents quickly. People do not intervene. Birds are not domesticated or protected. Their losses to cats are simply part of the ecosystem. Cats do not beg for food. They do not approach people with expectation or demand. Their entire relationship with nourishment remains independent, based on their own efforts, and the incidental bounty created by human activity. This independence preserves the essential nature of the relationship. Cats choose to stay because staying offers advantage, not because they depend on human generosity. Lean times affect both species. When harvests fail or stores run low, People ration grain more carefully, reducing spillage and guarding resources more closely. Fewer scraps appear. Mice populations decline with less available food. Cats find hunting more difficult. Some leave the settlement to search for opportunities elsewhere. Others persist, growing thinner, moving more carefully and conserving energy. When conditions improve, the cat population gradually recovers. The food relationship remains transactional but not contractual. Humans create conditions that produce prey and occasional scraps. Cats reduce vermin and ask for nothing else. Both sides benefit from this arrangement without obligation or expectation. Food provides the practical foundation for coexistence, but it does not create dependency or sentiment. Cats remain free to leave if resources disappear. They stay because most of the time resources continue to appear with reliable regularity. You watch as the sun descends toward the horizon, painting the settlement in amber light. The heat of the day gradually releases its grip. Air begins to move more freely, carrying the scent of cooking fires and distant fields. People's movements shift from the focused intensity of afternoon work to the gentler rhythms of evening preparation. Fires are lit in hearths and outdoor pits. Women and men tend these flames, adding wood carefully, adjusting the size of the fire to match the need for cooking. Clay pots are positioned over flames, filled with grain and water, and stirred occasionally as the contents soften and warm. The smell of cooking spreads through the settlement, a familiar marker of the day's progression. Children finish their tasks and begin to gather in open areas, their energy still present but channeled now into games and conversation rather than work. Their voices carry through the settling dusk, punctuated by laughter and the sounds of running feet. They are more relaxed now, released from the discipline of contributing to the household's labour. Cats emerge from their resting places, beginning their evening routines. They move along familiar paths, checking the spots where they have found food before, investigating any changes in the settlement's landscape. Their movements are purposeful but unhurried. Evening offers optimal hunting conditions, fading light that still allows vision, cooling air that brings mice out to forage, and the distraction of human activity that makes prey less cautious. People gather near their homes as meals finish cooking. They sit on stools or on the ground, arranging themselves in loose circles or facing doorways. Food is served from communal pots, ladled into individual bowls, and eaten with fingers or simple tools. Conversations happen in low voices, punctuated by comfortable silences. The day's work is discussed. Plans for tomorrow are mentioned, and news is shared about neighbours or family members in distant settlements. Cats observe these gatherings from the periphery. They rest on walls or under carts, watching the movement of people without approaching. They are not excluded, but neither are they invited. Their position remains that of witness, present but separate, sharing the space without sharing the activity. As people eat, small amounts of food inevitably fall. A child drops a piece of bread. An adult tips a bowl slightly and liquid spills. These small losses accumulate in the dust around the eating area. Cats note these occurrences, patient in their awareness that opportunity will come when people disperse. The light continues to fade, deepening from gold to rose to purple. Shadows merge and blend, losing their sharp edges. The settlement structures become silhouettes against the dimming sky. Fires grow brighter in contrast, their flames more visible as ambient light decreases. The visual world simplifies, defined now by points of warmth and light against gathering darkness. People begin to move towards sleep. They rise from their gathering places, bank fires to hold coals through the night, and carry empty vessels back into buildings. Children are called inside or guided towards sleeping areas. The sounds of the settlement change, fewer voices, more footsteps, and the rustle of mats being unrolled and blankets being arranged. Cats move into the spaces people have vacated. They investigate dropped food, consuming what appeals to them and ignoring the rest. They groom themselves in the residual warmth of the areas where people sat. They mark the evening's territory with their presence. claiming the night shift of the settlement's continuous occupation. Some people remain outside longer, sitting by dying fires, reluctant to end the day. They stare into the coals, their faces lit by the warm glow, their thoughts private and unspoken. Cats sometimes approach these solitary figures, settling nearby but not near enough for contact. The two species share the quiet in parallel, each absorbed in their own relationship with the approaching night. Stars appear overhead, first a few bright points, then countless more as darkness deepens. The sky transforms into a vast field of light, familiar to all who live without walls blocking their view. People glance upward occasionally, noting the positions of known constellations, using them to mark the season and passage of time. Cats navigate by different markers. They know the settlement by scent and touch and sound, by the memory of pathways and the location of shelter. They move confidently through darkness that would slow or stop human movement, their eyes gathering available light, their whiskers sensing obstacles, and their paws finding purchase on familiar surfaces. The settlement do not sleep all at once. It transitions gradually, with different households and individuals moving toward rest at their own pace. This staggered settling creates a long period of quiet transition, hours when some sleep while others remain wakeful, when the boundary between day and night stretches and blurs. Fires burn lower, the last voices fade, doorways darken as people move deeper into their dwellings. The settlement achieves a state of deep quiet, broken only by occasional sounds, the crack of a settling log in a banked fire, the call of a distant animal, and the soft footfalls of a cat on patrol. Evening becomes night. The day releases its hold. The settlement rests in the cool darkness, its inhabitants, human and feline, finding their own forms of rest, their own corners of peace. The bond between them remains unspoken, but it continues, woven into the fabric of daily life, as reliable as the sun setting and rising, as constant as the turning of seasons. You find yourself in the deepest part of night, when darkness is complete and the settlement rests in stillness. The moon may be present or absent, waxing or waning, its light transforming the landscape or leaving it to pure shadow. Either way, the night has its own quality distinct from day, governed by different rules and rhythms. People sleep inside their dwellings, lying on mats or simple beds, bodies relaxed in unconsciousness. Their breathing is deep and regular. Some snore softly, others shift position occasionally, turning to find comfort, but these movements are minimal and unconscious. Sleep claims them thoroughly, providing necessary restoration after the day's exertions. Cats remain more wakeful. Their biology suits them to nocturnal activity, though they have adapted to also move during daylight hours in response to the settlement's rhythms. At night they return to more ancient patterns, becoming alert and active, using senses honed for darkness to navigate and hunt. The settlement at night is not silent, but the sounds are different. No voices, no tools striking stone, no footsteps on swept paths. Instead, there are subtler sounds. The whisper of wind through reed roofs, the rustle of small animals in grain stores, the distant call of a night bird, and the settling of mud brick walls as they release the day's heat. Cats move through this soundscape with awareness and caution. Their paws make no noise on packed earth. Their bodies slip through shadows without disturbing them. They pause frequently to listen, heads tilted, ears rotating to capture sound from different directions. They process information constantly: wind direction, temperature changes, the presence of other animals, and the state of the night around them. Some cats hunt during these hours. They position themselves near grain stores, near animal pens, near anywhere mice might venture. They wait with the same patience they show during daylight, but now enhanced by the cover of darkness that makes them nearly invisible to prey. When they move, it is with sudden explosive speed, and then an immediate return to stillness. Other cats simply patrol their territories, walking the boundaries, marking their presence through scent, and checking familiar spots for changes or intrusions. This patrolling serves no obvious purpose beyond maintenance of familiarity, but it seems to satisfy some internal need for order and control. Fires still burn in some hearths, reduced to beds of glowing coals that pulse gently with residual heat. These coals provide the only light in many buildings, a soft red glow that barely illuminates the immediate space. Cats are drawn to this warmth, settling near hearths when their activity permits, absorbing heat into their bodies and resting in brief cycles before resuming movement. The settlement's buildings create complex shadows and sheltered spaces. Cats know all of these intimately. They know which wall has a gap that allows passage from one courtyard to another. They know which roof beam provides a route above ground level. They know which corner holds warmth longest and which drains heat most quickly. Safety at night comes from awareness rather than barriers. The settlement has no walls tall enough to prevent animals from entering, and no guards posted to watch for threats. Instead, safety comes from the collective presence of humans and animals together, from the fact that the settlement is occupied and active enough to discourage larger predators from approaching. Cats contribute to this sense of occupied presence. Their movement through the night, their watchfulness, and their responses to unusual sounds or smells all create an atmosphere of vigilance. They are not protecting the settlement deliberately, but their behaviour has that effect, adding to the web of awareness that makes the space feel defended. Sometimes a cat encounters another cat during nighttime wandering. They may approach each other with caution, touching noses briefly, or they may avoid contact entirely, each giving the other space. Their interactions are quiet and brief. There is no aggression, just acknowledgement and continuation of separate paths. Dogs sometimes stir in the night, lifting their heads to investigate sounds or movements. They notice cats passing nearby. Sometimes they watch with mild interest. Sometimes they ignore the cats completely. The two species have reached an understanding. Dogs guard the settlement more actively, responding to larger threats, while cats focus on smaller concerns. Their roles complement each other without overlapping. As night progresses toward dawn, the quality of darkness begins to change. The black sky softens almost imperceptibly toward deep blue. Stars remain visible but lose some of their intensity. The air grows slightly cooler in the hour before sunrise, the temperature dropping to its lowest point. Both humans and cats respond to this cooling. People pull coverings closer in their sleep. Cats seek the warmest spots available, curling tighter to conserve heat. The transition from night to day happens gradually but inevitably. Cats sense it before people wake. Their internal rhythms attune to the approaching change. Some settle into final resting spots, preparing to sleep through the morning. Others remain alert, ready to continue their activity into daylight hours depending on opportunity and inclination. Night provides a different dimension to the relationship between humans and cats. While people sleep, cats remain aware, moving through the shared space with familiarity and purpose. They do not guard the humans deliberately, but their presence adds to the sense that the settlement is not abandoned, not empty, and not vulnerable. Life continues through all hours, maintained by different actors at different times, creating continuity that requires no coordination or agreement. The settlement breathes through day and night, its pulse steady, its rhythm unchanged, its coexistence as natural in darkness as in light. You witness how patterns established over days extend into weeks, months, years, and eventually generations. The relationship between humans and cats does not deepen through dramatic moments or significant events. It simply continues, reinforced by repetition, shaped by practical benefit, and sustained by the absence of conflict. Children grow up seeing cats as part of the settlement's landscape. They do not remember a time before cats were present. To them, cats simply exist as chickens exist, as the river exists, as the sun exists. They learn through observation which cats tolerate approach and which prefer distance. This knowledge becomes part of their understanding of the world, unremarkable and assumed. These children become adults who maintain the same relationship their parents had with cats. They do not formalise it or change it. They allow cats to move through storage areas. They tolerate their presence in courtyards and on walls. They benefit from reduced vermin without acknowledging debt or gratitude. The pattern perpetuates through cultural transmission that requires no instruction because it involves no active teaching, only passive modelling. Cats produce new generations within the settlement. A female cat finds a sheltered spot away from heavy traffic, behind stacked grain jars, under a rarely used cart, or in a corner of an abandoned building. She gives birth to several kittens, nursing them through their first weeks, teaching them to hunt and navigate once they can walk steadily. These kittens grow up knowing the settlement as their home territory. Some of these young cats remain in the settlement throughout their lives. Others wander away, seeking new territories, following instincts toward dispersal and exploration. The settlement's cat population remains relatively stable despite this turnover, regulated by available resources and the carrying capacity of the environment. People notice when a familiar cat disappears and a new cat appears, but they make no attempt to track or control this turnover. The specific identity of individual cats matters little. What matters is the presence of cats generally, the continuation of their role in controlling vermin, and the maintenance of the established pattern. Seasonal cycles repeat, each bringing the same challenges and opportunities. Harvest times bring abundant mice and easier hunting. Lean winter months reduce prey populations and make survival more difficult. Cats endure these fluctuations through the same adaptations that allow wild cats to persist in variable environments: efficient hunting, opportunistic feeding, and the ability to reduce activity when resources are scarce. The settlement itself changes slowly. Buildings are repaired and eventually replaced. New structures are added as the population grows or needs shift. Storage methods improve. Tools become more refined. Through all these changes, the relationship with cats remains constant. New buildings provide new perches and shelters. Improved storage still requires protection from vermin. Better tools still create scraps and spillage. The fundamental dynamic persists despite surface changes. Generations of humans pass. Old people die and are buried. Children are born and grow into adults who have children of their own. The collective memory of the settlement shifts and evolves, but certain patterns remain so consistent they become invisible, part of the assumed background of life rather than notable features requiring attention. Cats live shorter lives than humans, their generations turning over more quickly. A human child might see dozens of individual cats come and go during their own lifespan. Yet despite this rapid turnover, cat behaviour remains remarkably consistent. Each new cat learns the same lessons, finds the same opportunities, and settles into the same patterns as those who came before. The relationship reproduces itself naturally without requiring teaching or enforcement. Other settlements develop similar relationships with cats. People travelling between communities observe cats living in the same way elsewhere: tolerated, useful, independent, present, but not possessed. This parallel development across different human groups suggests the arrangement serves fundamental needs for both species, needs that arise naturally wherever humans store grain and build permanent structures. The absence of formalization protects the relationship from the problems that plague more structured arrangements. There are no rules to break, no expectations to disappoint, and no obligations to resent. Cats and humans simply coexist in ways that benefit both. This flexibility allows the relationship to adapt to changing circumstances without requiring renegotiation or conscious adjustment. Stories begin to accumulate, not grand narratives but small observations passed between people. Someone mentions a cat that was particularly skilled at hunting. Another recalls a cat that preferred a specific sunny spot for years. These stories are brief and factual, told without embellishment, and forgotten as quickly as they are shared. They do not accumulate into mythology or meaning. They simply reflect the reality of shared space and accumulated observation. The settlement continues through generations, its basic character maintained even as specific details shift. Cats continue to move through its spaces, hunting its vermin, resting in its shade, and drinking from its water sources. People continue to build and repair, plant and harvest, raise children, and age into elders. The two species remain intertwined not through bonds of affection or formal agreement, but through the simple, durable logic of mutual benefit and peaceful coexistence. You see now how this relationship emerged and persisted, not through moments of decision or acts of will, but through the accumulation of small choices and repeated patterns. Cats chose to stay near humans because staying offered an advantage. Humans allowed cats to stay because their presence reduced problems. Neither species set out to create a partnership, yet a partnership formed nonetheless. One that would continue for thousands of years, changing in certain ways but remaining fundamentally unchanged in others. As evening settles over the settlement once more, fires glow in hearths, and cats settle into familiar resting places. The day ends as countless days have ended before, and as countless days will end in the future. The pattern holds, the relationship endures, the quiet companionship continues, asking nothing more than what it has always asked: proximity, tolerance, and the shared recognition that some of the best arrangements in life are those that require the least effort to maintain. You rest now in this knowledge, in the comfort of understanding how connection can exist without complication, how shared space can create shared benefit, and how the simplest relationships often prove the most enduring. The story ends here, but the pattern it describes continues, as reliable as sunrise, as constant as the turning of seasons, and as peaceful as sleep itself. You stand on the Southampton dock this crisp April morning, watching your breath form small clouds in the air. The year is 1912, and before you rises something that makes the nearby buildings look like children's toys. Titanic towers above the waterfront, her black hull stretching so far in both directions that you actually have to turn your head to see where she begins and ends. 4 massive funnels painted in buff yellow with black tops reach toward the sky, each one wide enough to drive 2 automobiles through side by side. The noise around you creates a peculiar symphony. Stevedores shout to each other in dock language you can barely decipher, their voices mixing with the grinding of loading cranes and the constant clatter of luggage carts on cobblestones. Somewhere nearby, a street vendor calls out about fresh pastries, his voice nearly lost in the general commotion. Yet despite all this activity, you keep looking back at the ship because nothing else seems quite real by comparison. Your first-class ticket feels substantial in your gloved hand, the paper thick and official. It cost you more than many people earn in a year, but looking at Titanic now, you understand why. This isn't merely a ship. It's a statement about what human beings can accomplish when they decide nothing is impossible. The white superstructure gleams in the morning light, and you count the decks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, stacked like a tiered wedding cake designed by someone with extraordinary ambition. A steward in a crisp white Star Line uniform approaches you with practiced efficiency. His jacket buttons shine like tiny suns, and his cap sits at precisely the correct angle. He touches the brim politely and asks to see your ticket, which he examines with the careful attention of someone who knows exactly what to look for. Satisfied, he gestures toward a covered gangway that leads up to C deck, reserved exclusively for first-class passengers like yourself. "Welcome aboard, sir," he says, and you notice he doesn't shout despite the noise around you. His voice carries a quiet confidence that suggests he's said these words hundreds of times today alone. The gangway slopes upward at an angle that's gentle enough to manage easily, even though you're wearing your travelling clothes and still feeling the effects of last night's farewell dinner. Other first-class passengers walk ahead of you, women in enormous hats that require them to tilt their heads carefully when passing through doorways, and men in dark suits carrying walking sticks they probably don't actually need. Everyone moves with the unhurried pace of people who've never had to rush for anything in their lives. Halfway up the gangway, you pause and look back at Southampton. The city spreads out behind the docks, church spires rising above rows of buildings, smoke from morning fires drifting lazily upward. In a few minutes, you'll leave this view behind, and something about that moment feels significant. You're not particularly superstitious, but boarding the Titanic feels like stepping across a threshold into something new. At the top of the gangway, you step onto the ship itself, and the sensation surprises you. You'd expected to feel movement immediately, some sense of being on water, but Titanic is so massive that she barely registers the gentle swells in the harbour. The deck beneath your feet feels as solid as any floor in any building you've ever entered. For a moment, you almost forget you're on a ship at all. The entrance area on sea deck opens before you, and your first impression is of warmth. The space glows with electrical lighting that doesn't flicker or smoke like gas lamps. Dark wood panelling covers the walls, polished to such a shine that you can almost see your reflection. The floor features intricate tilework in geometric patterns, and the ceiling rises high enough that the space feels open rather than confined. More stewards wait inside, directing passengers to all their accommodations. The air smells of fresh paint, new carpet, and something else. Maybe furniture polish or the particular scent of wood that hasn't yet absorbed the ocean's dampness. Everything looks so pristine that you wonder if you're the first person ever to walk here. A young steward with red hair and freckles steps forward, consulting a list. "Cabin number, sir?" You tell him, and he nods immediately, clearly having memorised the ship's layout. "B52, excellent. Just this way, please." He doesn't offer to carry your small travelling case because another crew member has already appeared to handle that task, moving with such efficiency that you barely noticed his approach. As you follow the steward deeper into the ship, you pass other passengers having their own first moments aboard. An elderly woman examines the light fixtures with evident approval. A businessman stands motionless in the middle of the corridor, apparently overwhelmed by the sheer grandeur. Two children press their faces against a window overlooking the harbour, their nanny trying unsuccessfully to encourage them toward their cabins. The corridors branch and turn, but your steward never hesitates. He knows every passage and stairway, guiding you through Titanic's interior with the confidence of someone who could do this blindfolded. You pass doorways marked smoking room and reading and writing room, catching glimpses of spaces furnished with overstuffed chairs and tables set with lamps. Then you're climbing a staircase, the main first-class grand staircase, though you don't know that yet. Your hand touches the balustrade, and the wood feels impossibly smooth under your gloves, worn to perfection by craftsmen who understood their trade. Above you, a glass dome lets in natural light that plays across every surface, creating an effect like being inside a kaleidoscope. At the top of the stairs, you pause again. This landing features a clock set into an ornate carved panel, showing two figures holding up the clock face. The detail in the carving catches your attention. Each fold of the figure's robes has been shaped with care, each expression thoughtfully rendered. Someone spent days, maybe weeks, creating this single decorative element. The clock shows honour and glory crowning time, your steward mentions, noticing your interest. Rather fitting for a maiden voyage, don't you think? You agree, though privately you're thinking that it's an ambitious motto for any ship, no matter how grand. Still, looking around at the perfection surrounding you, perhaps Titanic has earned the right to such confidence. The steward leads you along B-deck now, past more cabin doors with brass numbers gleaming in the electric light. Other passengers emerge from their own rooms, beginning to explore. You hear American accents, British inflections, and languages you don't immediately recognise. Titanic is carrying a cross-section of the world's wealthy, all drawn together by curiosity about this legendary vessel. Finally, you reach B-52. The steward produces a key and unlocks the door with a solid click that suggests quality hardware. He pushes it open and steps aside, allowing you to enter first. "Your luggage will arrive shortly," he says. If you need anything at all, simply press the call button and someone will attend to you immediately. Lunch is served at 1 o'clock in the dining saloon. Welcome aboard the Titanic, sir. He's gone before you can even think about tipping him, disappearing back into the corridor with practiced discretion. You stand in the doorway of your cabin, looking in at what will be your home for the next week, and realise that your understanding of luxury is about to be completely redefined. Your cabin is not what you expected. Somehow you'd imagined a ship's cabin would be small and cramped, a place to sleep between days spent on deck. But a B-52 opens before you like a comfortable hotel room that happens to be moving across the Atlantic. The sitting room, because this cabin has multiple rooms, measures perhaps 12 feet by 14, with genuine windows rather than portholes. Through the glass you can still see Southampton Harbour, the water choppy with morning wind. The walls wear a soft cream-coloured fabric above dark mahogany wainscoting. This isn't paint trying to look like fabric. You can see the actual weave when you look closely. The furniture includes a sofa upholstered in rose-coloured material, 2 armchairs, a writing desk with its own chair, and a coffee table displaying a small vase of fresh flowers. Real flowers. Someone placed fresh flowers in your cabin before you arrived. You walk to the desk and run your finger along its surface. Not a single rough spot, not one imperfection. The wood grain flows in patterns that suggest this piece was crafted from a single, yes, high-quality board, rather than assembled from scraps. A blotter sits ready with several sheets of white star-lined stationery, the paper so thick you could probably use it as cardstock. Next to it, someone has placed a fountain pen and a small brass bell for summoning the steward. The bedroom opens off the sitting room through a wide doorway. Here the colour scheme shifts to gentle greens and creams, creating an atmosphere of restfulness. The bed itself is larger than you'd thought possible on a ship. A full double bed with a brass frame and a mattress that, when you press it experimentally, feels as comfortable as any in a luxury hotel. The headboard features more of that intricate carving you're beginning to recognise as Titanic's signature detail. A wardrobe stands against one wall, already open to reveal hanging space that could accommodate several trunks worth of clothes. More drawers than you'll probably need occupy a dresser. Above it hangs a mirror in a gilded frame, and you catch a glimpse of yourself, still in travelling clothes, hair slightly mussed from the morning's activities, looking somewhat stunned by your surroundings. The bathroom makes you actually laugh out loud. You've stayed in expensive hotels that didn't have bathrooms this well appointed. A full-sized bathtub sits on decorative claw feet. The porcelain's so white it almost glows. Both hot and cold running water flow from taps that feel substantial in your hands. A sink with its own mirror occupies one corner. The toilet is modern and connected to a proper plumbing system. Thick towels hang from heated racks, and someone has provided soap that smells faintly of lavender. You turn on the hot water tap just to see what happens. After a moment's wait, steam begins rising from the stream, and you realise that you're going to be able to take a hot bath in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The absurdity of that luxury, the sheer improbability of it, strikes you as both wonderful and slightly ridiculous. Back in the sitting room, you discover more details. The electrical lighting can be adjusted with switches on the wall. No more fumbling with gas valves or oil lamps. A small bookshelf holds a selection of volumes, including what appears to be a ship's directory. You pull this out and flip through it, discovering maps of every deck, lists of facilities, and menus from various restaurants. Titanic isn't just large, she's complex. A floating city with more amenities than you could explore in a week. A knock at the door announces the arrival of your luggage. 2 stewards enter with your trunk and bags, moving with choreographed efficiency. They know exactly where things should go, placing your trunk at the foot of the bed, hanging your travelling coat in the wardrobe, and setting your smaller bags on the dresser. The whole operation takes perhaps 90 seconds, and then they're gone, one of them having somehow slipped a copy of the day's schedule onto your desk without you noticing. You pick up the schedule and scan it. Breakfast is served from 8 until 10:30. Bouillon in the cafe at 11. Lunch at 1. Tea at 4. Dinner at 7:30. Between meals, passengers can occupy themselves in the gymnasium, the swimming pool, the squash court, The libraries, the smoking rooms, the lounges, or simply walking the decks. The schedule reads more like a country house party than a sea voyage. Through your window, you watch the final preparations for departure. More passengers continue boarding via the second-class gangway further down the ship. Cargo nets swing loads into the holds. White uniformed crew members move along the decks, checking equipment, securing hatches, and performing the 1,000 small tasks required before a ship can leave port. You decide to unpack, though you're aware that this is something your personal valet would normally handle. But you didn't bring a valet on this trip, partly because you're travelling alone, and partly because you sometimes enjoy doing things yourself. You open your trunk and begin hanging suits in the wardrobe, placing shirts in drawers, and arranging your personal items on the dresser. Your neighbour in cabin B54 apparently has no such independence. Through the wall you hear voices, a gentleman giving instructions to what must be his valet, discussing which evening clothes to prepare for dinner tonight. The walls are thick enough that you can't make out individual words, just the rise and fall of conversation. But it reminds you that you're surrounded by people of means, folks accustomed to being served. The ship's horn sounds suddenly so deep and loud that you feel it in your chest rather than just hearing it. The departure signal. You abandon your unpacking and hurry to the window, watching as the gangways are pulled back and the mooring lines are cast off. For several minutes nothing seems to happen. Then, almost imperceptibly, the view through your window begins to change. Buildings start sliding past. The dock pulls away. Titanic is moving. You grab your coat and head for the deck, wanting to experience this moment in the open air. The corridors are full of other passengers with the same idea, all of us flowing toward the exits like water finding channels. Nobody runs. We're all too dignified for that, but everyone moves with purpose. On deck, the wind hits you immediately, cold and sharp with April chill. You should have brought a heavier coat, but you're too excited to care. Southampton spreads out to port now, the city growing smaller as Titanic makes her way down the channel toward open water. Other ships sound their horns in greeting. People on shore wave handkerchiefs and hats. You find yourself waving back, though you don't know any of them. Other first-class passengers line the railing with you. Nobody says much. We're all caught up in the moment, watching England recede, beginning this grand adventure. A woman next to you dabs at her eyes with a handkerchief. A man lights a cigar, the smoke whipping away instantly in the wind. Children point at seabirds wheeling overhead. The deck beneath your feet vibrates with engine power, a deep thrumming that you feel through your shoes. Titanic moves with surprising grace for something so enormous, cutting through the water as though it offers no resistance. Wakes spread behind the ship in wide white trails. The four funnels above release steam in controlled bursts. The sound is like giant sighs. You stay on deck for perhaps half an hour, watching until Southampton disappears from view and only open water surrounds the ship. Other passengers gradually drift away, heading back inside to warmth and comfort. Eventually you follow, your fingers numb from cold, but your spirits high. Back in your cabin, everything looks exactly as you left it, except that someone has been in to light a small fire in the electric heater. The room glows with warmth and welcome. You finish unpacking, hanging the last of your clothes, placing your books on the shelf, and arranging your personal items until the space feels like yours. Then you stretch out on the sofa, listening to the ship's sounds, the distant hum of engines, the creak of woodwork adjusting to motion, footsteps in the corridor outside, and the muffled conversations of other passengers settling into their own cabins. The window shows only ocean now, grey-green water stretching to the horizon under an overcast sky. You think about that clock on the grand staircase with honour and glory crowning time and smile. Perhaps that's exactly what this voyage is. A moment when human achievement reaches a pinnacle, when everything seems possible, when luxury and engineering combine to create something genuinely remarkable. Your eyes grow heavy. The gentle motion of the ship, the warmth of the cabin, and the comfort of the sofa all conspire to make you drowsy. You didn't sleep well last night, too excited about today's departure. Now that excitement is giving way to contentment, a deep satisfaction with your surroundings and circumstances. Outside your window, Titanic carries you toward America, moving through the Atlantic swells with power and grace. But in this moment, all of that seems distant. You're warm, comfortable, surrounded by luxury, and beginning an adventure that will become a story you'll tell for the rest of your life. You wake from your sofa nap to the sound of the bugle call for lunch, its notes floating through the corridors with cheerful insistence. Checking your pocket watch, you're surprised to find it's already past 12:30. The morning has vanished into unpacking and settling in, and now your stomach reminds you that breakfast was many hours ago. After refreshing yourself in that magnificent bathroom, splashing cold water on your face, straightening your collar, running a comb through your hair, you step out into the B-deck corridor. Other cabin doors are opening as well, passengers emerging like butterflies from chrysalises, everyone dressed appropriately for midday dining. The women wear afternoon dresses in soft colours. The men sport lounge suits rather than formal dinner attire. We're all finding our sea legs together, learning the rhythms of shipboard life. You follow the general flow of passengers toward the dining saloon, but take your time, wanting to see more of this remarkable ship. The corridors branch and connect in ways that will take days to fully understand. Every passage offers something worth noticing: a painting of ships at sea, a decorative mirror, or a carved panel depicting nautical themes. Nothing looks mass-produced or generic. Every detail suggests careful planning by people who care deeply about getting things right. You climb the grand staircase again, and this time you pause on each landing to examine the carved oak panelling. The wood grain flows like water frozen in mid-movement. Your hand on the balustrade feels the silky smoothness that comes only from patient craftsmanship. Above you, the glass dome filters the afternoon light into something soft and golden, making everyone look slightly better than they do in ordinary daylight. On a deck you discover the promenade, a covered walkway that runs the length of the ship, lined with windows on one side and cabin doors on the other. Deck chairs arranged in neat rows wait for passengers seeking fresh air, without the full force of Atlantic wind. You can see the ocean through those windows, watch the waves rolling past and observe the horizon line tilting gently as Titanic moves through the swells. A few hardy souls already occupy deck chairs, wrapped in blankets provided by attentive stewards. An elderly gentleman reads a newspaper, the pages snapping in the breeze each time a door opens. Two women sit close together, conversation animated, hands moving expressively. A young couple stands at the railing looking out at the water, standing close but not quite touching. That careful distance that suggests courtship rather than marriage. You continue exploring, discovering the reading and writing room with its white wicker furniture and delicate colour scheme clearly designed to appeal to female passengers. Next door, the lounge offers more masculine comfort, leather chairs, dark wood, and tables perfect for cards or conversation. The smoking room lies further forward, its stained glass windows and ornate ceiling creating an atmosphere of a gentleman's club transported to sea. But it's the general room, a spacious area near the entrance, that truly captures the ship's spirit. Here, passengers gather naturally, drawn by comfortable furniture arranged in conversational groupings. A piano sits in one corner, though nobody plays it at the moment. Potted palms add greenery, their leaves creating small private spaces within the larger public area. The ceiling rises 2 decks high, making the space feel more like a hotel lobby than part of a ship. You observe how people inhabit this space. Some sit alone, reading books or writing letters. Others form small groups, conversation flowing with the ease of travellers sharing common experience. A few children play a quiet game in one corner, supervised by nannies who chat among themselves. Everyone seems relaxed, comfortable, and already adapting to life aboard Titanic. The attention to comfort extends to temperature. The ship maintains perfect warmth throughout. Not the stuffy heat of over-fired rooms, but a gentle climate that makes you forget you're wearing your coat. Hidden vents circulate fresh air, and you never smell that stuffiness that accumulates in closed spaces. Someone engineered these systems with remarkable sophistication. Following your nose and the increasing number of passengers, you find your way to the dining saloon. The entrance takes your breath away. The room stretches the full width of the ship, with tables arranged in precise rows that could seat hundreds. Windows along both sides let in natural light. The ceiling arches overhead, cream-coloured with ornate moulding that draws the eye upward. Chairs upholstered in deep red provide splashes of colour against the neutral walls. White tablecloth cover every surface, so bright they almost hurt to look at directly. Crystal glassware catches and reflects light. Silver cutlery lines each place setting with mathematical precision. Fresh flowers bloom in vases on every table. The overall effect suggests a very fine restaurant that happens to be crossing the Atlantic. A steward in formal attire materialises at your elbow. "Table for one, sir?" You confirm, and he guides you to a small table near one of the windows. As you're seated, you notice how the room fills with passengers, families, couples, and solo travellers like yourself. The noise level rises, but never becomes overwhelming. People speak in modulated tones, maintaining that atmosphere of refined civilization, even as hundreds of conversations happen simultaneously. Your table settings include more pieces of silverware than you strictly need for any meal. Working from the outside in, you remember from some half-forgotten etiquette lesson. The menu, presented in an embossed folder, offers choices that would impress even the most demanding diner. For lunch, this is the selection available for a casual midday meal. You can choose from consommé or cream soup. Fish courses include salmon with mousseline sauce. Meat options range from chicken to lamb to beef, each with its own accompaniments. Vegetables come separately: asparagus, potatoes prepared 3 different ways, and fresh peas despite it being only April. Desserts take up an entire section of the menu. Even the cheese selection requires careful consideration. You order modestly: soup, fish, vegetables, perhaps a light dessert, aware that dinner will be a much more substantial affair. The steward nods approvingly and glides away, moving between tables with practiced efficiency. While waiting for your food, you observe your fellow diners. The diversity of the first-class passengers surprises you. Yes, there are obvious millionaires, men whose names you recognise from newspapers, and women dripping with jewellery even at lunch. But there are also middle-aged couples who might be successful merchants, younger people who could be inheriting family wealth, and older passengers who've clearly been rich long enough to wear it comfortably. The soup arrives in delicate china, steaming gently, and tastes exactly as good as it looks. The fish follows, perfectly cooked, flaking easily under your fork. Everything is served at the correct temperature, seasoned properly, and presented beautifully. You're eating better than you do in most restaurants ashore, and you're doing it while travelling at more than 20 knots across the Atlantic. Through the window beside your table, you watch the ocean roll past. The water today looks grey-green under cloudy skies, but you can see how it might turn brilliant blue under better weather. Waves rise and fall in patterns that never quite repeat. Occasionally the spray catches the wind and creates momentary rainbows before disappearing. After lunch you wander outside to the boat deck, the highest deck accessible to passengers. The wind up here blows stronger, carrying the salt smell of the ocean and the faint tang of smoke from the funnels. You walk toward the stern, passing ventilation equipment, past the entrance to the gymnasium, and around the base of those massive funnels that dominate the upper deck. Other passengers have the same idea. We stroll in informal groups, taking constitutional walks, getting exercise, and enjoying the fresh air despite the chill. Nobody rushes. There's nowhere to rush to, after all. The beauty of ocean travel lies partly in this enforced leisure, this necessary slowing down. You lean against the railing at the stern and look back at Titanic's wake. A wide white path stretching toward the horizon, evidence of the ship's passage through the Atlantic. The propellers churn beneath the surface, driving this enormous vessel forward with relentless power. Yet standing here, you barely feel any vibration. The engineers who designed these engines understood their craft. A steward appears with a tray of bouillon in cups, offering it to passengers on deck. You accept one gratefully, wrapping your cold hands around the warm cup, sipping the rich broth. This is what luxury means, not just comfortable cabins and excellent food. but someone anticipating your needs before you voice them, appearing with hot soup exactly when the April wind makes you wish for warmth. You spend the afternoon exploring more of the ship. The swimming pool, located deep in the ship's interior, echoes with the sound of water and voices. The Turkish bath offers heated rooms and massage facilities. The squash court provides exercise for those energetic enough to want it. The libraries stock books in multiple languages. Everywhere you go, you find evidence of careful planning, of designers who try to imagine every possible passenger need and meet it. The bugle call for dinner sounds at 7 o'clock, giving passengers 90 minutes to prepare for the evening meal. In your cabin, you've laid out your formal dinner clothes. White tie and tails, the uniform of first-class evening dining. The bow tie gives you trouble, as it always does. You fumble with it for several minutes before achieving something that looks approximately correct. The transformation of passengers between afternoon and evening remains one of shipboard life's small miracles. The same people who lounged in casual clothes at lunch now emerge from their cabins looking like they're attending an opera or palace ball. The women especially have undergone complete metamorphosis. Afternoon dresses replaced by evening gowns that showcase the latest Paris fashions. Jewellery that probably required safe deposit boxes in their cabins, and hair arranged in elaborate styles that must have taken their maids an hour to create. You join the general flow toward the dining saloon, but the experience differs dramatically from lunch. The evening crowd moves more slowly, with more awareness of being on display. Ladies adjust their gloves, gentlemen check their pocket watches. We're all performing the ritual of dressing for dinner, an ancient tradition of civilization asserting itself even in the middle of the Atlantic. The dining saloon has transformed as well. The natural light of afternoon has given way to electric chandeliers that hang from the ceiling like crystallized starlight. Every bulb blazes, creating an atmosphere of almost theatrical brilliance. The white tablecloths look even brighter against the evening darkness visible through the windows. Candles on each table add flickering warmth to the electric glow. Your table assignment tonight places you with several other passengers, a system designed to encourage social mixing. You introduce yourself to your table mates, a railroad investor from Philadelphia and his wife, a British wool merchant travelling home from business in America, and a young couple whose fortune apparently derives from timber. Everyone maintains that careful politeness of strangers thrown together by circumstance. The menu for dinner requires serious study. This isn't lunch's modest selection. This is a document that describes what might be 10 separate courses. You read through the options with growing amazement. Oysters, hors d'oeuvres, soup, 2 kinds, both available if you want them. Fish with the elaborate sauces, an entree of chicken or lamb or beef. A poultry course separate from the entree, cold asparagus with vinaigrette, roasted meat, duckling, beef sirloin, spring lamb, various vegetables, punch sorbet to cleanse the palate, puddings, ice cream, fresh fruit, cheese and coffee. They feed us like Roman emperors, the wool merchant observes, studying his own menu with evident approval. I've crossed the Atlantic a dozen times, and I've never seen a menu quite like this. His comment prompts discussion of other voyages, other ships. The railroad investor prefers German liners for their engineering. The British merchant swears by Cunard for reliability. The timber couple, this is their first ocean crossing, listens with the fascination of newcomers hearing experienced travellers compare notes. You order carefully, knowing you can't possibly eat everything offered but wanting to experience the range of kitchen capabilities. The first course arrives, oysters on ice, each one looking perfect, tasting of cold salt water and the sea. You squeeze lemon over them and experience that peculiar sensation of eating something that was alive in the ocean just hours ago. The courses continue with clockwork precision. Soup appears exactly when you finish the oysters. Fish follows soup. Each plate arrives at the perfect temperature, arranged with artistic attention. Sauces complement without overwhelming. Vegetables retain their colour and texture. Everything tastes as good as it looks, which is saying something because it looks spectacular. Between courses, conversation flows around the table. The railroad investor discusses investment opportunities in American infrastructure. new rail lines pushing west, electrification of existing routes, and the endless appetite for expansion. His wife talks about their daughter's upcoming wedding and the challenges of planning a society event while travelling. The wool merchant offers dry observations about British textile markets and the quality of Australian imports. You notice how the dining saloon is filled with life as dinner progresses. Individual conversations combine into a general hum of voices, punctuated by occasional laughter. Silverware clinks against china. Crystal glasses ring gently when toasts are made. Stewards move constantly between tables, replacing dishes, refilling glasses, and anticipating needs before they're voiced. The orchestra begins playing during the main course, stationed on a small balcony overlooking the dining saloon. They perform light classical pieces and popular tunes, nothing too demanding or intrusive. The music provides oral wallpaper, creating atmosphere without commanding attention. Occasionally someone hums along, but mostly we eat and talk and let the melodies wash over us. You order the beef for your main course, and when it arrives, you understand why people pay premium prices for first-class passage. The meat has been cooked precisely to your specifications, the exterior dark and caramelized, the interior still showing a hint of pink. It cuts with minimal resistance and tastes rich without being heavy. The accompanying vegetables, tiny potatoes, fresh beans and glazed carrots, provide perfect complements. The young couple at your table holds hands between courses, a gesture they probably think goes unnoticed. The railroad investor's wife catches your eye and smiles, both of us seeing and choosing to ignore this small intimacy. Young love on an ocean voyage carries its own sweetness, and we're all old enough to remember when the world felt new. Dessert offers yet more choices. You select the chocolate pudding, which arrives in an individual portion that looks almost too pretty to disturb. But disturb it you do, and discover that it tastes even better than it looks. Rich chocolate balanced by cream, sweet without being cloying, the perfect ending to an excessive meal. Coffee follows dessert served in delicate china cups with sugar cubes and cream. Someone at a nearby table requests brandy, and suddenly several of us are ordering the same. The steward produces a bottle and pours generous measures into snifters, the amber liquid catching the light. You warm the glass between your palms, inhaling the complex aroma, then take a small sip that burns pleasantly down your throat. The meal has stretched past 2 hours, but nobody seems hurried. This is what evenings are for aboard Titanic. Leisurely dining, good conversation, and the pleasure of excellent food and wine in beautiful surroundings. Through the windows you can see complete darkness now. The ocean has disappeared into night. Only Titanic exists, a pocket of light and civilization moving through the void. As dinner winds down, passengers begin departing in casual groups. The men drift toward the smoking room for cigars and further brandy. The women head to the lounges for conversation and perhaps cards. The young couple, predictably, escapes toward the deck for a romantic moment under the stars. You follow the men to the smoking room, curious about this male sanctuary. The space lives up to expectations, deeply masculine with all leather chairs and dark wood panelling. Stained glass windows depict maritime scenes. The ceiling features ornate plasterwork painted to resemble tooled leather. Every surface suggests wealth and permanence. Men settle into chairs with practiced comfort, loosening collar buttons and lighting cigars and cigarettes. The air quickly fills with smoke that hangs in blue-grey layers under the lights. Stewards circulate with trays of drinks. Someone calls for whiskey, another for port, and a third for more brandy. The bartender prepares each drink with professional efficiency. Conversation flows in the smoking room, but with a different quality than at dinner. Topics become more frank, opinions more freely stated. Someone discusses American politics with more heat than wisdom. Another passenger offers investment advice that might or might not be sound. A third tells a moderately scandalous story about a friend's business dealings that has everyone chuckling. You claim a leather chair near the window and nurse your brandy, content to listen rather than contribute. The chair embraces you with the comfort of expensive furniture, and the brandy creates a pleasant warmth in your chest. Outside, the ocean remains invisible, but you can hear waves against the hull, a rhythmic sound that becomes hypnotic if you pay attention. The railroad investor settles into the chair next to yours. "Remarkable ship," he says, more to himself than to you. You agree, because what else can you say? Titanic exceeds superlatives. "I've built things," he continues, staring at his glass. "Bridges, rail terminals, even a small dam once. But this..." He gestures vaguely at the room, the ship, and the entire enterprise. "This makes my accomplishments look like amateur efforts." You understand what he means. There's something about being aboard Titanic that makes you aware of human capability, of what we can achieve when we combine resources, knowledge, and ambition. This ship shouldn't exist. It's too large, too complex, and too luxurious. Yet here you sit, drinking brandy in a floating palace that moves across the Atlantic with the confidence of inevitability. The evening passes in a pleasant haze. More drinks arrive without being ordered, the steward somehow knowing when glasses are nearly empty. Conversation ebbs and flows. Some passengers depart for their cabins. Others settle deeper into their chairs, apparently planning to spend hours here. Eventually you decide you've had enough brandy and tobacco smoke. You excuse yourself and make your way back through corridors that have grown quiet. Most passengers have retired. The ship's night watch has taken over, maintaining Titanic's course while we sleep. Your cabin welcomes you with familiar comfort. Someone has been in to turn down your bed, leaving a small chocolate on the pillow, a detail so thoughtful you almost laugh. You prepare for bed, moving through the rituals of evening ablution in that magnificent bathroom. The ship rocks gently beneath you, a motion you're already beginning to find comforting rather than unsettling. In bed, you listen to Titanic's nighttime sounds. The engines maintain their steady thrumming. Water rushes along the hull. Somewhere distant, footsteps echo on metal stairs. Voices murmur in the corridor as late passengers return to their cabins. You think about dinner, about the food and wine and conversation. You think about the railroad investor's comment about human achievement and ambition. You think about being in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, surrounded by luxury that would have seemed impossible just a few decades ago. Sleep comes easily, pulling you down into dreams of light and motion, of endless dining tables and orchestras playing in the distance, of a ship moving through darkness toward tomorrow. Morning light through your cabin window wakes you gently, and for a moment you forget where you are. Then the ship's motion registers, that subtle rocking that has become familiar overnight, and memory returns. You're aboard the Titanic, somewhere in the Atlantic, with another day of the voyage ahead. After washing and dressing in casual clothes suitable for morning aboard ship, you make your way to the cafe for breakfast. This smaller dining area offers a more relaxed atmosphere than the grand dining saloon, with tables scattered informally and passengers coming and going at their own pace. You order eggs, toast, bacon and coffee, simple food, perfectly prepared. The day's programme, printed on fresh paper and delivered to your cabin while you slept, lists the morning's activities, gymnasium hours, swimming pool availability, divine service in the dining saloon at 10:30, inspection of the ship for interested passengers at 11. The schedule suggests possibilities without demanding participation, leaving you free to structure your day however you prefer. You decide to explore the gymnasium first, curious about this facility you've heard other passengers discussing. Located on the boat deck, the gym occupies a surprisingly large space fitted with equipment that looks both modern and slightly strange. Mechanical horses that simulate riding, rowing machines, something called an electric camel that apparently mimics desert travel, stationary bicycles, weight machines with pulleys and cables. The gymnasium instructor, a fit man in white flannels who introduces himself as Mr. Macaulay, demonstrates each machine with enthusiastic professionalism. He helps an elderly lady onto one of the mechanical horses, adjusting the settings for gentle motion. He shows a teenager how to use the rowing machine properly. He explains to you how the electric camel provides exercise without requiring actual camel ownership. "Rather marvellous, isn't it?" Mr. Macaulay says, patting the electric camel affectionately. "You can experience the exercise benefits of exotic travel without leaving the ship. Modern science is making the world smaller. You try several machines, finding them amusing more than challenging. The mechanical horse rocks back and forth with a steady rhythm, and you imagine you're cantering across some imaginary landscape. The rowing machine provides real resistance, and after 5 minutes your arms feel the effort. The electric camel lives up to its billing. It does indeed simulate the lurching motion of camel travel, though why anyone would want to simulate that particular experience remains unclear. After the gymnasium, you venture to the swimming pool located deep in the ship's interior. The descent takes you down several staircases, past machinery spaces and crew areas, until you reach a section clearly designed for passengers. The pool itself measures perhaps 30 feet long and 15 wide, filled with seawater that sloshes gently with the ship's motion. Tiles cover the walls in white and blue patterns. Changing rooms line one side. A few brave souls are actually swimming. A man doing determined laps. A young boy splashing near the shallow end under his mother's watchful eye. The water looks cold, and you decide to save swimming for another day. Instead, you explore the adjacent Turkish baths, a series of rooms decorated in Arabic style with colourful tiles and carved wooden screens. The baths offer gradual progression through increasingly warm rooms. The temperate room feels pleasant, like a sunny day. The hot room makes you start sweating within minutes. The steam room envelops you in vapour so thick you can barely see your hand in front of your face. Attendants in white robes move like ghosts through the steam, offering towels and glasses of cool water. You endure the heat for perhaps 20 minutes before retreating to the cooling room, where you wrap yourself in a thick robe and stretch out on a comfortable lounger. Your body feels loose and relaxed, and muscles you didn't know were tense are now releasing. Other passengers occupy nearby loungers, all of us looking slightly pink and very content. "First time in the baths?" asks a man with an impressive moustache on the next lounger. You confirm, and he nods knowingly. "Remarkable facility. I use Turkish baths regularly in London, and these rival the best I've experienced. Extraordinary that they've installed them on a ship." He's right, of course. The existence of Turkish baths aboard an ocean liner represents another example of Titanic's commitment to comprehensive luxury. Why should passengers sacrifice any comfort just because they're travelling? Why not bring every amenity of shore life to sea? After the baths, you return to your cabin for fresh clothes, then join the growing crowd gathering on the boat deck for the inspection tour. An officer in a crisp white uniform leads the group, explaining technical details as we walk. He shows us the bridge, where the captain and his officers navigate. He demonstrates the wireless equipment, those mysterious machines that can send messages through empty air. He explains the ship's watertight compartments, designed to keep Titanic afloat even if the hull suffers damage. "She's practically unsinkable," the officer says with understandable pride. "The designers thought of everything. These watertight doors can be closed instantly from the bridge, sealing off any flooding. Even if several compartments fill with water, the Titanic will remain afloat." The group murmurs appreciation. We're impressed by the engineering and reassured by the safety measures. Titanic represents the pinnacle of maritime technology, and standing on her deck, hearing these explanations, you feel confidence in the ship and the men who operate her. Lunch arrives with its usual variety and excellence. You eat lightly, saving your appetite for dinner. The afternoon stretches ahead with pleasant emptiness. Some passengers play cards in the lounges, others write letters in the library. A few brave souls walk the deck despite the April chill. You find yourself drawn to the reading and writing room, that feminine sanctuary done in delicate colours and white wicker furniture. Despite being designed for ladies, the room welcomes male visitors, and you claim a comfortable chair near the windows. Someone has left a book, a popular novel about adventure in Africa. You pick it up, intending to read just a chapter or two. The next time you check your pocket watch, 2 hours have passed. The story captured you completely, pulling you into fictional jungles and adventures that seem both exotic and slightly ridiculous. But that's what good entertainment does. It takes you somewhere else, and lets you forget your surroundings completely. Tea service begins at 4 o'clock, and you make your way to the cafe for this very British ritual. The servers have laid out impressive spreads, sandwiches with the crusts removed, small cakes, pastries, and scones with jam and cream. Tea arrives in proper pots, strong and hot. You prepare yours with milk and sugar, the way your grandmother taught you decades ago. Other passengers gather for tea, and the cafe fills with quiet conversation. This meal, really more of a snack, provides opportunity for social mixing without the formality of dinner. People move between tables, greeting friends made yesterday, striking up conversations with strangers. A sense of community is building among the first-class passengers, that peculiar bonding that happens when people share an adventure. After tea, you return to the deck for a constitutional walk. The wind has picked up since morning, and the ocean looks rougher, with waves showing white caps. Titanic handles the swells with barely noticeable motion, but you can see spray occasionally reaching high enough to catch sunlight. The air tastes strongly of salt, and your face feels windburned after just minutes outside. You complete several circuits of the promenade deck, walking briskly enough to elevate your heart rate. Other passengers have the same idea: exercise before dinner, working up an appetite for the evening's feast. We nod to each other as we pass, fellow travellers sharing space and purpose. Back in your cabin, you rest before beginning the evening's preparations. The sun is setting, visible through your window as a golden glow on the horizon. The ocean catches this light and transforms it into something magical. The water appearing to hold fire, the waves edged in gold. You stand at the window and watch until the sun disappears completely, leaving only afterglow and the approach of night. Evening returns you to formal dress, to white tie and tails, to the transformation into your most elegant self. Dinner tonight features different table mates. The assignments rotate, ensuring passengers meet various people during the voyage. Your new companions include a steel magnate from Pittsburgh, a British lord travelling with his sister, and a doctor returning from a medical conference in New York. The conversation flows toward more intellectual topics than last night. The doctor discusses advances in surgery. The steel magnate offers thoughts on industrial development. The British lord, surprisingly well read, quotes poetry and philosophy. His sister listens with patient attention, occasionally contributing observations that reveal sharp intelligence. After dinner, you skip the smoking room and instead wander to the lounge where someone is playing the piano. The musician performs with real skill, moving from classical pieces to popular songs to improvised melodies that might be original compositions. A small crowd gathers, some people singing along softly, others simply listening. The music creates an atmosphere of gentle melancholy, beautiful but tinged with something indefinable, perhaps awareness of time passing, of this voyage representing a brief moment outside ordinary life. Tomorrow Titanic will be further across the Atlantic, the day after, further still. Eventually this floating palace existence will end, returning us all to normal life ashore. But not tonight. Tonight you're here, listening to piano music in an elegant lounge surrounded by strangers becoming friends, carried across the ocean by this extraordinary ship. Tonight is enough. By the third day aboard, you've begun to recognise faces and remember names. The ship's social world has organised itself into loose groups based on shared interests and compatible personalities. You find yourself drawn to a particular cluster of passengers who gather in the lounge after breakfast. A mix of ages and backgrounds united by curiosity about fellow travellers and enjoyment of good conversation. The core group includes Margaret, a widow from Boston with sharp wit and bottomless energy. Thomas, a banker from Philadelphia who collects rare books and loves discussing literature. Edward, a British diplomat returning from posting in Washington. Sarah, a young woman travelling with her considerably older aunt, both heading to Italy for an extended stay. And you, the observer who sometimes becomes a participant. Your conversations range widely. Margaret tells stories about Boston society with humour that makes everyone laugh, while also revealing complex social dynamics. Thomas describes rare volumes he's acquired, his enthusiasm infectious even for those who don't share his passion for first editions. Edward offers insider perspectives on international relations, carefully avoiding anything too confidential. Sarah asks questions that reveal her intelligence and curiosity about the wider world. These morning gatherings become ritual. You claim the same area of the lounge, those comfortable chairs near the windows. Stewards learn your preferences and deliver coffee or tea without being asked. The conversations start casually, but often develop unexpected depth. Discussions of art, politics, philosophy, and the changing world of 19 to 12. Everything's accelerating, Thomas observes one morning, stirring sugar into his coffee. Technology, society, and even time itself seem to move faster. When I was young, life felt stable. Now each year brings dramatic changes. Progress, Edward says. Inevitable and mostly positive, though not without costs. I wonder if we're progressing towards something or just moving, Margaret muses. Speed doesn't necessarily indicate direction. These conversations make you think, challenge assumptions and open perspectives. You realise that one of luxury's true gifts is time. Time to think, to talk, to explore ideas without the pressure of schedules and obligations. Titanic provides space for intellectual leisure that modern life rarely permits. You also notice how the ship's environment encourages unexpected connections. One afternoon you strike up a conversation with an older gentleman on the promenade deck. He turns out to be a professor of history at Oxford, and you spend an hour discussing the fall of Rome while walking circles around the deck. His knowledge impresses you, but so does his ability to make ancient events feel relevant to contemporary life. Another time you end up playing bridge with three strangers, two sisters from New York and a mining engineer from Colorado. None of you play particularly well, but the game provides a framework for getting to know each other. You learn about their lives, their reasons for travelling, and their hopes and worries. By the end of the evening, you feel like you've made genuine friends, people you might actually stay in contact with after the voyage ends. The children aboard deserve special mention. Titanic carries perhaps 24 first-class children, ranging from infants to teenagers. They bring energy and spontaneity that contrast beautifully with adult formality. You often see them racing along corridors until their nannies call them back to decorum. They explore the ship with fearless curiosity, discovering spaces and perspectives that adults miss. One morning you encounter a small boy, perhaps 6 years old, standing at a window staring at the ocean with such intensity that you stop to see what he's watching. At first you see nothing unusual, just waves and horizon. Then you spot it, a distant whale, visible as a dark shape briefly surfacing before disappearing back into the depths. "Did you see?" the boy asks, turning to you with excitement that can't be contained. "A whale! An actual whale!" You confirm that yes, you saw it too, and the boy's face lights up with joy, which makes you smile for the rest of the day. That simple moment, a child's wonder at the natural world, provides more genuine pleasure than all of Titanic's manufactured luxuries. Social events punctuate the voyage's rhythm. One evening, the ship's officers host a reception, giving passengers the opportunity to meet the captain and crew who operate Titanic. Captain Smith appears exactly as you'd imagine a ship's captain should. White-bearded, dignified, and radiating calm competence. He moves through the crowd with practiced ease, spending a few minutes with each passenger, making everyone feel acknowledged. Another night features a concert by the ship's orchestra, transformed from background dinner music to featured performers. They play a full programme of classical and popular pieces, the musicians revealing skills that dinner service doesn't fully showcase. The lounge fills with passengers dressed in their evening finest, all of us enjoying culture in the middle of the Atlantic. You also observe the quiet romances developing aboard ship. That young couple from dinner the first night spends hours together on deck, talking and laughing, clearly falling deeper into love with each passing day. An older pair, he perhaps 60, she in her 50s, also seems to be discovering each other, their courtship more subtle but no less real. Ocean voyages apparently encourage romance, the enclosed world and temporary nature of the experience creating conditions where feelings develop quickly. Your own social experience includes several conversations with attractive women, encounters that might have developed into something more if circumstances were different. A charming widow invites you to walk the deck with her. A sophisticated woman your own age engages you in extended discussion about art and literature. In another context, these meetings might have led somewhere. But shipboard romance requires either quick development or acceptance of a temporary connection, and you find yourself preferring friendship to the complications of brief romance. The dining room continues providing theatre each evening. By now you've learned to recognise various personalities among the first-class passengers. The millionaire who always orders the most expensive wine, the British aristocrat who treats stewards with casual condescension. The nouveau riche couple is trying too hard to fit into high society. The genuinely wealthy who wear their money comfortably, without need for display. You also note how the stewards manage this diverse group with remarkable skill. They remember names, preferences and small details that make each passenger feel individually served. A steward might recall that you prefer your coffee very hot, or that you typically skip the soup course, or that you once mentioned enjoying a particular wine. These small acknowledgements of individual preference create the illusion of personal service, even within the industrial scale of Titanic's operations. One evening, Margaret organises an impromptu gathering in the lounge after dinner. Perhaps a dozen passengers attend, forming a loose circle of chairs. Someone suggests telling stories, and suddenly we're entertaining each other with tales from our lives. Margaret describes a disastrous dinner party where everything went wrong, but somehow became the most memorable evening of the season. Thomas tells about discovering a valuable book in a dusty shop where the owner had no idea what he possessed. Edward shares diplomatic anecdotes carefully edited to remove confidential details. When your turn comes, you tell about a business venture that succeeded far beyond expectations, the combination of planning and luck that made everything work perfectly. But as you talk, you realise the story's real point isn't the success. It's the journey, the uncertainty, the gradual realisation that things were going to work out. Your listeners seem to understand this, nodding at recognition of universal experiences dressed in individual circumstances. The gathering continues past midnight, passengers telling stories, laughing, and sharing moments of connection that make Titanic feel less like a ship and more like a floating community. Eventually people drift away to their cabins, but you linger in the lounge thinking about this evening, about these temporary friendships that feel surprisingly substantial. Walking back to your cabin through quiet corridors, you reflect on how ocean travel creates unique social conditions. Remove people from their normal contexts, put them in close proximity for several days, add comfort and leisure, and connections develop that might never form ashore. You'll probably never see most of these people again after the voyage ends. Yet right now, they feel like friends, companions on a shared adventure. In your cabin, you prepare for bed while thinking about tomorrow. The voyage is more than half finished. Titanic is crossing the Atlantic's middle sections now, the deepest waters, furthest from any land. Each day brings you closer to New York, to the end of this experience and to returning to normal life. But tonight, that seems distant and unimportant. Tonight you're here, surrounded by new friends, carried across the ocean in luxury, experiencing something you'll remember forever. The ship takes on a different character after midnight. You discover this one night when sleep eludes you, and you decide to explore rather than lie in bed wrestling with wakefulness. Putting on a robe over your pyjamas and slipping into shoes, you venture out into corridors that have transformed from daytime bustle into something quieter, almost meditative. Night lighting replaces the brilliant illumination of daytime. Softer bulbs cast gentle pools of light separated by stretches of shadow. The effect creates intimacy, making the huge ship feel smaller and more manageable. Your footsteps echo differently in these empty passages, each sound reaching further without daytime noise to absorb it. You climb the grand staircase, meeting no one. The carved oak panels look different in reduced lighting, the wood grain deeper and richer. That clock showing honour and glory crowning time reads 2:15. Somewhere in the ship, crew members maintain their watches, but here in the passenger areas, you have the world to yourself. On the boat deck, cold air hits immediately. You'd expected this, but the reality still takes your breath away. The April night temperature must be barely above freezing, and the wind makes it feel colder. Yet something about the cold appeals to you. It's honest, demanding attention, refusing to be ignored. The sky above Titanic overwhelms with its vastness. You've seen night skies before, but never like this. Never so far from any competing light. Stars pack the darkness in numbers that seem impossible. More stars than sky to hold them. The Milky Way stretches overhead like spilled milk frozen in place. Constellations you've known since childhood appear embedded in this great pattern, familiar markers in overwhelming abundance. You walk to the railing and look down at the ocean. The water appears black under starlight, invisible except where Titanic's lights reach it. Along the hull, portholes create pools of golden illumination on the surface, giving you glimpses of waves rolling past. Beyond that narrow band of visibility, darkness extends infinitely in all directions. The ship's engines maintain their constant rhythm, felt through your feet as much as heard. Somewhere forward, the watch officers stand on the bridge, monitoring instruments, maintaining course. In the engine rooms far below, crew members tend machinery that drives this enormous vessel forward. But up here, you're alone with the night and the stars and the vast ocean. You think about distance. How far Titanic has travelled from Southampton? How far remains to New York? How deep the water flows beneath the keel? The numbers become abstract at this scale. 3 miles to the ocean floor, hundreds of miles to the nearest land. Thousands of stars visible overhead. Measurements that dwarf human comprehension. The cold eventually drives you inside, but you're not ready to return to your cabin. Instead, you explore the ship's public rooms, finding them empty but still lit. The reading room maintains its quiet charm even without readers. The lounge looks almost mysterious in reduced lighting. Familiar furniture transformed into unfamiliar shapes and shadows. You discover you're not completely alone after all. In the smoking room, one other passenger occupies a leather chair, staring into the middle distance while nursing a glass of whiskey. He's older, perhaps 70, dressed in a robe similar to yours. He nods acknowledgement when you enter, but doesn't speak, and you respect his desire for solitude by claiming a chair on the opposite side of the room. For perhaps half an hour, you both sit there in comfortable silence. The smoking room's stained glass windows look black from inside, reflecting the room rather than showing anything beyond. The carved ceiling seems to press down slightly without crowds and conversation to push it back. Everything feels compressed, concentrated and essential. Eventually the older gentleman rises, nods again and departs. You remain thinking about nothing in particular, letting your mind drift like the Titanic across the water. Thoughts come and go without demanding attention. Worries that might keep you awake in your cabin feel distant here, manageable and small. Around 3 o'clock, you return to the promenade deck for another exposure to cold and stars. This time you notice the horizon, a line barely visible where starry sky meets dark ocean. The division between up and down, the edge between two infinities. Staring at that line, you feel both very small and somehow connected to something larger, though you couldn't articulate exactly what. A shooting star crosses the sky, there and gone in a breath, then another, then a third. You realise you're watching a meteor shower, pieces of cosmic debris burning up in the atmosphere far above. Each streak of light represents matter older than human civilization, material that's travelled through space for millions of years before ending its journey in a brief flash above the Atlantic. The beauty of it makes your chest tight. You're watching something that has nothing to do with human concerns, the universe simply being itself, indifferent to observers. Yet here you stand, observing, creating meaning from natural phenomena that carry no inherent meaning at all. Back inside again, you wander toward the stern, down staircases you haven't explored before, and through crew areas where signs indicate passengers shouldn't go. Nobody stops you. The night watch apparently assumes any passenger wandering around at this hour has good reason. You emerge onto a lower deck where you can hear the propellers more clearly and feel their vibration more strongly. Looking back along Titanic's length from this position, you see the ship's full scale in a way daytime viewing never quite captures. She rises above you like a cliff face, deck stacked upon deck, lights marking windows and passages. The 4 funnels tower against the stars. The whole structure seems impossible, too large to float and too complex to operate. Yet she moves through the water with grace, carrying hundreds of passengers in comfort while they sleep. You make your way back to familiar areas, climbing toward the boat deck again. The sky has begun showing the first hints of dawn, not light exactly, but a lessening of absolute darkness, a suggestion that day approaches. You're tired now in a pleasant way, the sort of exhaustion that promises deep sleep. One final circuit of the promenade deck serves as the conclusion to your nighttime exploration. The wind still blows cold, but you've adjusted to it, accepted it. The stars still fill the sky, though they seem less overwhelming now, more familiar. The ocean still stretches endlessly, but you've made peace with its vastness. Back in your cabin, finally, you remove your robe and shoes and climb into bed. The sheets feel warm and welcoming after the cold deck. The mattress embraces you. The gentle motion of the ship rocks you like a cradle. You think about the night just past, about stars and darkness and solitude. You think about being awake while others sleep, about seeing the ship in her nighttime aspect, and about discovering that Titanic contains layers of experience beyond daytime luxury. Sleep arrives like a friend you'd been expecting, pulling you down into dreams coloured by starlight and ocean depths, by the rhythm of engines and the whisper of waves along the hull. Tomorrow will bring another day of leisure and luxury, of meals and conversation and social ritual. But tonight belongs to something else, to quiet wonder, to connection with vastness, to moments of pure existence without purpose beyond being. The last thought before sleep claims you completely. You're glad you couldn't sleep earlier, glad you went exploring, and glad you discovered this secret version of Titanic that only reveals herself to the wakeful and the wandering. You wake late after your nighttime adventures, sunlight streaming through your cabin window. Checking your pocket watch, you're startled to find it's nearly 10 o'clock. You've slept through breakfast service, something you haven't done since boarding. But the extra rest feels deserved, and besides, the cafe will still serve lighter fare for late risers. After washing and dressing, you make your way to the cafe, finding it moderately populated with other passengers who've also slept late. You order coffee and toast and settle at a window table to watch the ocean while you eat. The sea looks calmer today, the waves gentler, and the water a deeper blue than you've seen yet on this voyage. Margaret appears with her own coffee and, spotting you, comes over to join. You look rested, she observes, settling into the chair across from yours. You tell her about your nighttime wandering, about stars and solitude and seeing the ship in darkness. She listens with evident interest, then shares her own similar experience from a previous voyage. Apparently many passengers eventually discover the appeal of nighttime exploration, drawn by restlessness or curiosity into seeing their floating home from different perspectives. It's like visiting a familiar house at an unfamiliar hour, Margaret says. Everything looks different. You notice details that daytime activity obscures. The conversation drifts to other topics, her plans once reaching Italy, your own upcoming business in New York, and the strange feeling that this voyage exists outside normal time. We're both aware that Titanic will reach New York in a few days, ending this interlude, returning us to regular life. I always feel slightly melancholy toward the end of ocean voyages, Margaret admits. All these connections we've made, the friendships that feel real despite their brevity. Most of them won't survive contact with shore life. We'll exchange addresses, promise to write, and maybe even mean it sincerely, but then regular life resumes, and this shipboard world fades into a pleasant memory. You recognise the truth in her words. Already you can feel this voyage becoming a story you'll tell, an experience you'll remember rather than something you're actively living. The present moment keeps sliding into past tense, each day adding to accumulated memory. After coffee, you decide to attend the church service being held in the dining saloon. You're not particularly religious, but the service provides an opportunity to see the passenger community gathered for something beyond meals and entertainment. The dining saloon has been transformed, with chairs arranged theatre-style facing a small lectern at the front. Captain Smith conducts the service with the same dignity he brings to ship operations. His voice carries authority but also warmth as he reads from the Book of Common Prayer. The hymns, familiar ones that most people know, rise from hundreds of voices, creating harmony that feels both solemn and uplifting. Looking around at your fellow passengers singing together, you feel connected to something older than Titanic, older than ocean travel, something about humans seeking meaning and community. The sermon, brief and non-controversial, focuses on gratitude and safe passage. Captain Smith thanks God for calm seas and favourable weather, asks for blessings for the remainder of the voyage, and reminds everyone to appreciate the remarkable vessel carrying us across the ocean. It's good pastoral care, appropriate for the setting, demanding nothing while offering comfort. After the service, passengers linger in small groups, conversation flowing naturally. You speak with Thomas about the music, with Edward about maritime traditions, and with several other passengers you've come to know during the voyage. The gathering feels like church fellowship anywhere, people connecting over shared experience, finding comfort in community. Lunch follows its usual pattern of excellence. You've stopped being amazed by the food quality, accepting it as normal rather than exceptional. This adaptation strikes you as interesting. How quickly luxury becomes expected, how standards adjust upward when exposed to consistently high quality. You'll probably find ordinary restaurants disappointing after this voyage. The afternoon brings you to the library, where you've spent minimal time so far. The room contains an impressive book selection: novels, histories, travel narratives, poetry, and reference works. You browse the shelves, pulling volumes at random, reading opening paragraphs and trying to decide what appeals to your current mood. Eventually you select a book about Arctic exploration and settle into a comfortable chair. The contrast appeals to you, reading about extreme cold while sitting in Titanic's perfect comfort, learning about dangerous expeditions while experiencing the safest possible ocean travel. The explorers in the book struggled against hostile nature, risked death regularly, and suffered incredible hardship. You're eating chocolates while reading about their frostbite and starvation. Yet you don't feel guilty about this contrast. Civilization's entire purpose is creating comfort from hostile nature, building systems that protect humans from environmental dangers. Titanic represents the culmination of that project. Nature completely tamed, ocean travel transformed from dangerous necessity into comfortable pleasure. An older woman sits near you also reading. Eventually she looks up and catches your eye. "Good book." You show her the cover and she nods in recognition. "I read that last year. Remarkable stories. Makes you grateful for modern technology, doesn't it?" You agree, and conversation develops naturally. She's a professor's widow, travelling to visit family in America. This is her third Atlantic crossing, and she's watched ships evolve from relatively basic vessels to modern marvels like Titanic. Her observations about maritime progress reveal sharp intelligence and genuine curiosity about technological change. "My late husband believed we were living through humanity's great age of advancement," she tells you. "He thought future generations would look back at our era the way we look back at the Renaissance, a time when human capability exploded, when we achieved things previously thought impossible." "Do you think he was right?" you ask. She considers carefully before answering. Yes, though perhaps not quite the way he imagined. Progress always comes with costs he didn't fully anticipate. But yes, this is a remarkable time to be alive. The conversation continues for perhaps an hour, ranging across topics with the freedom that comes from intelligent strangers meeting by chance. She's read widely, travelled extensively, and thought deeply about the world and humanity's place in it. Talking with her reminds you that education and intelligence aren't limited to any particular age or gender, that wisdom can appear anywhere if you're paying attention. Eventually she returns to her book, and you to yours. But the interaction leaves you feeling enriched, grateful for unexpected connections that ocean travel facilitates. Tea service at 4 o'clock brings you to the cafe again, where the usual crowd has gathered. Your core group sits together, and conversation flows with the ease of established friendship. We've shared enough meals and discussions that inside jokes have developed, references that wouldn't make sense to outsiders but send us into laughter, Sarah describes her aunt's reaction to the Turkish baths. Apparently the older woman found the heat shocking, but the massage afterward deeply satisfying. Thomas reports finishing an excellent novel from the library and offers recommendations for what others should read. Edward shares news from the ship's daily bulletin about events in the wider world. Though these reports feel distant and somewhat unreal from the middle of the Atlantic, you mention your nighttime exploration, and this prompts others to share similar experiences. We discover that several of us have been drawn to late-night wandering, each finding our own version of that peaceful solitude the ship offers after most passengers sleep. We compare favourite spots. Margaret likes the reading room at night, Thomas prefers the smoking room, and Sarah has discovered a quiet corner of the promenade deck. We're like ghosts haunting our own voyage, Edward observes, smiling at the metaphor. Moving through empty spaces while everyone else dreams, dinner that evening feels especially convivial. Your table includes several people you've come to know well, and conversation flows with unusual warmth. Someone proposes a toast to Titanic and Captain Smith, and we all raise our glasses, genuinely grateful for this experience. The meal itself, course after course of exquisite food, hardly registers now. You've become accustomed to culinary excellence, and while you still appreciate the quality, it no longer astonishes. What matters more is the fellowship, the shared experience, and the sense of being part of something special. After dinner, the group migrates to the lounge where the pianist plays and passengers gather for the evening's final social hours. You notice how relationships have developed over the voyage. The young couple you observed early on now seems firmly attached, likely engaged or soon to be. Several passengers who began as strangers now sit together like old friends. The ship's social world has organised itself into a functioning community. Margaret pulls you aside at one point. "I'm going to miss this," she says quietly. "This feeling of being outside regular life, of having time to just be without endless obligations pressing on every moment." You understand exactly what she means. Titanic provides a bubble, a protected space where normal rules don't quite apply. Time moves differently here. Concerns that loom large ashore seem distant. The enforced leisure allows for thought and conversation that regular life rarely permits. We should all do this more often, you suggest. Take deliberate breaks from normal routine and create space for reflection and connection. We should, Margaret agrees. We won't, but we should. The evening winds down slowly. Passengers drift toward their cabins in ones and twos. The pianist plays softer selections, music for ending rather than beginning. Stewards move through the room, collecting empty glasses, straightening furniture, and preparing spaces for tomorrow. You're among the last to leave, reluctant to let this evening end. On the walk back to your cabin, you pause one more time on deck, looking up at stars now familiar from previous nights. The air feels warmer than your first night aboard. Either the temperature has actually risen or you've adapted to the cold. In your cabin, preparing for bed, you reflect on the cultural snapshot this voyage represents. A particular moment in time, April 1912, when technology had advanced far enough to make ocean crossings comfortable, but not so far as to make them routine. When wealthy passengers could experience luxury that previous generations would have considered impossible. When the world felt both larger and smaller than ever before. Larger because global travel was expanding horizons, smaller because technology was connecting distant places. This voyage captures something about early 20th century aspirations. The belief that human ingenuity could solve any problem, the confidence that progress was inevitable and positive, the sense that we were building a better world through engineering and industry. You drift towards sleep thinking about Titanic as a cultural artifact, as a symbol, and as a representation of an era and attitudes. She's more than a ship. She's a statement about what humans can achieve, about our ambitions and capabilities and determination to conquer challenges. The engines throb steadily, carrying you through the night toward New York, toward the end of this experience, toward tomorrow and whatever comes after. But tonight, right now, you're here, part of this moment, experiencing something that will live in memory long after the voyage ends. Sleep comes with the gentle rocking of waves against the hull, with the whisper of water rushing past, and with the distant sound of the Titanic's orchestra playing one last waltz before silence claims the night.